Year 94, creating a software emulating fax through PC without the use of a fax machine. And after releasing the PC telecom software, succeeded in acquiring huge investments. He's the CEO of the company that will soon go public. What's going on? Please give me some water first. My throat is a bit dry. I also have something important to discuss with you. Then you two should talk. I'll take my... There's no need for you to leave, Dojun. But if it's something business-related, he should hear this as well. I understand. So tell me, why have you come like this? Is planning to go public around summer? You're going public? Congratulations. All that's left for you is to sit back and watch the money flow in. Haha, I know it's a bit late, but I've always wanted to invest in your company. But I gave up because this guy stopped me. I'm not sure if you know this, but Fantasy only invested in a couple of online gaming companies and didn't invest in any startups. Why didn't you invest in any startups? Was there any special reason? Aren't startups just small businesses in the end? Haha. A big company like Fantasy jumping in to invest to make some petty change would look bad. Fantasy is a company that bought out a Jin Group and Day Construction. There's unwritten rules in the marketplace. Is that so? But Sunyang Electronics made US an offer. Did they? To tell you the truth, I just don't like this person. IT would have become a great company had he kept focusing on innovative technology, slowly building it up. But didn't he throw it all away for money that would come from going public? The amount of small investors that lost is all due to that number being over 100,000, without anyone taking responsibility. So, there are investors lined up and you'll be going public soon. All that's left for you is to watch the money roll in. What could be on your mind? To be honest, I'm a bit worried. You should be celebrating. What's there to be worried about? Our company has yet to record any profits. We're looking to monetize our services and it's starting to show fruit. But the important part of a startup going public is the potential. Going public while having yet to record any profits isn't something new. You're not the first one to do so. That's the truth. Even those companies that don't have the slightest chance of success have been going public since late last year. Their stocks seeing 10 or 20 times increase is just the start. We're a bit different from those companies. I can guarantee that we won't disappear after the initial peak like them. That's why I want to go public after showing profitability. However, the investors are pressuring me to go public as soon as possible. So it was like that. So he was rushed to go public? Then hold out. Didn't you create this startup with 2 other classmates? Aren't you guys still the majority holders? I hold 25% and the 2 that started this company with me have already exited. What? Aren't they the core developers? What are you going to do without them? They are still with the company but have sold off all their shares to the investors. There won't be any problems with the development. Then you should convince the investors to give you more time, that you'll show them even greater profits. They won't listen. They're saying that they'll push for going public by August the latest. Is this really normal? The founder is saying that the company isn't ready yet, but the investors are teaming up to force it. Nothing new. They probably don't want to miss this chance with the market being so hot. With your company, they would at minimum make 10 times the invested amount. Future of the company? What investors are interested in something like that? What would happen if the market dies while waiting? Even I would have pushed for going public. They're not pushing, but practically threatening.
그치.
What? They're saying they'll take me for all I have if I keep being stubborn, and threatening to have me imprisoned if even a single dirt is found. I was at a loss for words. There could be only one cause for such a thing. Do you have any dirt they can use? I'm sure there would be if they look. I went a bit crazy with money when I first got investments. Many were like this, barely surviving on eating cup noodles, working throughout the night, only to have a sudden windfall. Obviously, they would feel like it's a reward for their hard work and suffering, spending that money without care. Isn't that the basic story of all startups? Investors that would even make threats. This doesn't sound good. What I'm trying to say is that there are people waiting to manipulate the stocks as soon as you go public. The legendary story of hitting 600 times initial stock price in just half a year. You should just accept it since it's come to this. You'll have more money once it goes public. You should just use that money to invite talented people and turn it into a legit company. It's not like your product is fake. You just have to work hard to make it into the black. I thought you said that there are people manipulating the stocks? You still want me to go public? UHSUN Bay. OH right. Is it okay for me to call you Sunbei? Now that I think about it, we graduated from the same school. Whatever is more comfortable for you. I'm sure there's something you haven't told us yet. If it's because of me, I can leave and let you guys talk. No, you'll find out anyway. What do you think about investing in my company? What? Me? Yes. It can be a personal investment or as a business. To tell you the truth, we're currently discussing increasing the capital, whether it be paid or bonus-issued capital. If you were to become the majority holder, would those bastards trying to manipulate the stocks give up? I'll make sure that you won't lose out from this. I can even give you all of my shares. I want to delay going public and do this the right way. Don't want to disappear along with the dot-com bubble. It seems a bit late. Am I the only one thinking that? I'll think about it. This isn't something I can easily decide, since it's not like we have a large amount of cash laying around in our checking account. I have to first see if we have the funds for it, and also can't ignore the opinions of the investors. Okay, there is no one in UEDO that doesn't know that for a company the size of Fantasy to have 100 or 200 million won in liquidable cash. Understood. Seeing his expression, I can tell he's at the end of his rope. This could have been his last hope. I feel sorry for him, working like a slave just to end up in prison. What? Prison? Why would he end up in prison? HUP.
100만 길.
Ha. Uncle, if you think about it, this isn't something you can avoid, right? If the politicians get in on this, wouldn't IT jump at least 100-fold? 100-fold? Your estimation is a bit too high. Haha. Since it'll be towards the end, I don't think 100-fold would be impossible. Fine. Let's say that it will. So, just because the stock prices rise doesn't mean that you'll make money off of it. You only really make money when you're able to sell it and see the money in your bank account. Right? Then those small investors will see the stocks rise, jump at it, and start buying. All those people not only will not make any money but go broke. IT isn't new for people to go broke from playing the stock market. I don't think that's a reason for Sang-soo to be sent to jail. You're right. IT doesn't make sense for the CEO to go to jail for the investor's decision to invest in stocks. It's the election period. The politicians would have to calm the masses. But there isn't a target for the blame. Then there's just one option. Wouldn't they find a target for them to shoot at? Since there's already evidence of him misappropriating company funds, the target is pretty much set. That's right, this is crazy. What will you do? Are you going to help him? Or will you just ignore it? Sigh. Should we get in on this? Yeah. Although it's just a small investment, it's hard to find something as good as this. If they start manipulating the stocks, we can just pull out. So at the longest, 6 months. If we can get around 30 times the investment in half a year, IT wouldn't be too bad. Uncle, why are you so suddenly interested in this? Are you trying to shake things up because of him? What are you saying? We'll go in big and eat big. Going in knowing that it's a pump and dump stock is like playing Gastop while looking at an opponent's card. We already know that they're planning on doing a pump and dump. It'll be a piece of cake. Okay, so you want to get in on this just because it's a good opportunity to make money? You don't care what happens to Sang-soo? It's not like we can become the majority holder to delay going public. There isn't really a way to help him. Do we need another reason for an investment other than to make money? He really leaves me speechless. I don't know if he was just born like this or became something of a habit. But he's a true trader. There isn't a peak for a pro. No matter how high you go up, you will end up looking higher. I'm sure you'll do this even if I try to stop you. Of course, I'll go in privately if I have to. You can just back out if you don't want to. SY department. Thank you. You can start moving right away, right? I can see just how eager Aunt is. It's only been 2 months, but she lost all the money that the malls and the hotels brought in. Of course, the 400 million will immediately be spread out to the logistics, hotels, the malls, and its subsidiaries. A month ago, she was angry with the stock that was requested for collateral for the 400 million. However, being under so much pressure, she came to seek US again. You are pretty much robbing me in broad daylight. How can you ask for 30% of Sunyang Logistics for just 400 million? These stocks aren't even fully in your hands yet. Aren't we the only ones willing to let you put a collateral for assets you'll receive in the future? Also, the 400 million isn't all. You get the construction cost for the first
Mega Mart 100.
30 million is also included. We're taking a gamble, and you are just putting up a slightly larger collateral. So I think that this is a fair deal. Now the Sunyang Logistics is mine. What? Pay back money? Yes. Other than the Sunyang Life and Insurance. The subsidiaries under the two were consolidated. Where would she get such money? She should be struggling to maintain her own company. Fantasy lent it to her.
Suyuen.
Asked Dojun for a favor, and COO followed Dojun's orders. It's not like I can say that that's Dojun's money. The collateral used was the stocks. If Seon is unable to repay the money lent, the logistics and its subsidiaries might change hands. She put it all up for collateral? No, it's just 30% for now. For now? What does that mean? Doesn't borrowing money become a habit once you start? I'm sure she'll borrow from them again. I know that you wanted to see her overcome hardships, but she chose the easy way out. What overcoming hardships? Do you think overcoming hardships are words that are suited for her? Not a chance. Then, if I wanted her to face hardships, the first thing I would have done was to sell off the condos and the golf courses. Of course, I would have pushed the Mega Mart project back. She is a child that grew up not knowing what hardship is. While she might be fine when everything is going smoothly, not knowing what to do but yelling at the people under her is all she can do when things get rough. Then are you planning on having her step down from management? Yeah. If she isn't able to hold steady, someone will steal it from her in the end. I want to find a decent boy for her to marry and have her become a normal housewife. If she doesn't want to remarry, just give her one of the scholarship foundations and have her run that. Looks like Ocean was the one to steal it from her in the end. Yeah. It's better that it was Ocean. I can just buy it back from him. Thankfully, she didn't pawn it off to some Myeongdong loan shark. I see.
힘껏.
Dojun for sure. And the chairman is happy that Jin Dojun is taking over. Donkey, did you receive the money on your side as well? Yeah. Like you, I've paid off most of the debt. So she wanted to cancel the Mega Mart construction contract? It wasn't official, but it was mentioned in a phone call. That dumb bitch finally made a big mess. To bring someone else in with shares as collateral. Donkey, I've been thinking about it. You know, Ocean, doesn't IT feel like he's moving according to father's wishes? Ocean, working under father's orders? Yeah. Even the whole thing about Sunyang Motors being given to Fantasy. Even if we were in a rush for dollars due to IMF, IT was too much. The cars and 17% of the group's share is too much. What do you think father is up to? I think he might be passing things off to Dojun one at a time. That includes this mall as well. If Ocean was sane, would he take some non-existent shares as a collateral? If father decides not to give the shares to Seon, his investment would all go up in smokes. So what you're saying is, he must have had some sort of confirmation from father? Yeah. And that father is planning on handing over the logistics to Dojun, probably giving him the finance as well later. If that's really true, what can we do? IT isn't like we can stop father? All we can do is watch on as all of this goes into Dojun's pockets. We have to stop it. Why would we just sit and watch? Do you really want to see that little bastard eat away at our Sunyang group? Stop him? How? You want to run him over with a car like the last time? Oh, I thought it was you who did that. Wasn't IT? What? The one who's the most desperate isn't the first place but second. It's hard enough trying to vie for first. But to have someone from behind trying to overtake you? You should try again before he overtakes you. Whether it be father or Dojun, that's enough. I'm still not done talking. How much liquidable assets does your company have? Why do you ask? Ocean is a UEDO man. Let's buy up the collateral Sion put up, since he gave 400 billion for it. Wouldn't it be fine if we offered him 500 billion? We'll pay him an extra 100 billion and buy it off of him. If he doesn't sell it off, we can be sure he's moving according to father's wishes. You can talk to him. If he agrees, I'll prepare 50 billion. It's been a while since we cooperated like this. Have you never thought that Ocean could be working for Dojun instead of father? What? Fantasy could be Dojun's as well. With Ocean just hired as the CEO. What nonsense is that? I don't want to believe it either, but I've been having this weird feeling lately. The company that is said to hold all the cash in our country right now is Fantasy. Does it make sense that Dojun is the owner of such a company? You should think about it more. If you think of Dojun as the owner of Fantasy, everything falls in place. Are you being serious? I don't want to believe it either, but the pieces fit in place. Wasn't it just a simple matter of burning 1 billion to hand over the cars? But Ocean came in with foreign funding buying shares up. Even when it wasn't worth the effort, even if he was urgent, him buying up the share didn't make sense. Even the fact that father wants to hand over the finance to Dojun is weird as well. What could a kid who just turned 20 have shown father that he would trust him with the finance? Oh, while nothing is certain, let's not rule it out just yet. First, we have to take back the mall. How much are you going to put in? 3 billion should be enough for the company, right? Since it's a small company, any more would be more of a burden. Let's just do enough not to stand out too much. If the listing price is 1,501, then 2 million shares. If we were to sell it off when it hits 50,001, then we'll be getting a 100 billion. We'll be recovering part of the money we'll be lending to Ant. It won't just be a part. Since I'm planning on selling at 200,001, then it'll be exactly 400 billion won. Are you going to invest personally at all? How about 300,001? To not stand out. What about 500? Sure. Why not? Dojun, have you been well? Him coming here at this timing means that he came here as the vice chairman's messenger. It should be the first time you two are meeting, right? This is my third uncle, board head, Jin Sankey. This is CEO Ocean. What have you come here for? Oh, I have a request for you. You don't have to hold back. HM, COO. I'll talk casually since you're my little brother's friend. Yes, please do. I've heard that my sister caused a big mess. I want to clean it up. Such a sad excuse. Even I'm embarrassed. Cleaning up her mistakes? That seems like a personal issue. How can I be of help? You're the only one that can help. Me? We'll buy back the shares she put up for collateral. That child took things too lightly when putting up such collateral. As you know, our family isn't lacking any money. I'm a businessman. I can sell anything as long as the price is right. I'm glad you're easy to talk to. Good. Then how much would you like? Aren't you the one who's offered to buy first? Haha. Right. Since we're just buying back what was ours, we'll give you 450 billion for it. I'm sure I said that if the price was right. It seems pretty far off. Oh, what brings you guys here, together at that? It's nice to see you in a good mood even after throwing the company away. You can stop if you're here to nag. I think I'm past that age. I'm not here to nag but to find out what you're actually planning to do about this. Explain so I can understand your reasoning. I'll deal with my own matters myself. Why are you being so noisy, Ocean? He isn't someone you can trust like you think he is. Trust? What trust? This is just a transaction, just some collateral. Do you think he lent you money for some minuscule interest? He's someone who even rejected 100 billion? 100 billion? What are you talking about? He offered to buy out your loan for 100 billion. but he declined, saying that he wants a business deal instead. I'm saying that Ocean isn't some UEDO bastards that just looks for quick profits. He's like a loan shark who gets you to put your building as a collateral, just to be on your heels for you to pay off the payments, aiming to swallow up the building instead. And you fell right into his hands. You'll be starting construction on the first store of the Megamart, right? What about the construction funds? You'll need so much funds from now on. How will you handle it? You'll have everything taken from you if you slip up even once. So, what? You still don't get it? So you're saying that I walked into a tiger cave trying to avoid the fox? So you do get it. No, it's the opposite. I freed myself from the tiger's jaws to meet a wolf. What?
울진.
You offered him 100 billion on top. You give your own sister high interest rates, while giving someone you don't even know large amounts of money? Ahem, if you're so afraid of me losing the company, you can just stop it by throwing your money at it. You can lend me 400 billion plus another 100 billion for 500 billion total, with interest rates at half of the bank's. I'll pay you back slowly as I make money. Then you guys won't have to worry about anything, right? If I do as Jin Seyoon said, there's no way I'd be able to take back the department store group. Once the recession passes and the economy starts to turn, she'll cement her position and will be able to pay off the loan easily. W.O. Sung didn't care for the IMF and aggressively worked on M&As. The result of that was obtaining over 400 foreign companies, passing over the Sunyang Group and becoming the ranked second. However, with the prolonged economy downturn and unstable world market, Woosung Group ran into hard times, and as they were expanding primarily in the up-and-coming developing countries, they weren't able to escape the effects. In the END, Woosung Group's financial creditors signed an agreement to amend its financial structure with Woosung Group. Woosung Group is pretty much done for. Seeing such a giant water buffalo fall, all the hyenas will be jumping on them for a piece of the pie. What about you? You don't have any piece you're interested in? Aren't you rich? You should have around 1 trillion in hand, right? You shouldn't look into other people's accounts like that. Is there a place where I can put my money in? Woosung Shipbuilding. That one should be useful. Take a look. It should be enough to make it so that you're a proper company. I don't care about looking like a proper company. Besides, I'm lacking more people than money. I don't have anyone to run it even if I do buy it. I can lend you some people. Everyone's worried about money. Who is lacking manpower? Grandfather. He has hidden meaning behind this. Would you like me to lend you money so that you can buy it? No. It won't be easy for Sunyang to buy it. We've already spread rumors that we're undergoing restructuring. The government wouldn't stay still, so I need you to act as the figurehead. I'll take it over once things calm down. Fantasy will take over Woosung Shipbuilding and pass it off to the Sunyang Group when the time is right. While Sunyang Heavy Industries deal in shipbuilding, they aren't number one. Daehoon Shipbuilding is de facto leader in that field. If Sunyang and Woosung were to merge, Daehoon would be pushed down to second. For this, grandfather is basically saying that he'll be using me. You can forget it if you don't like it. It's fine. He's saying that he knew all about the contract and will be able to turn it upside down if he wants. Of course I would love to. All right, I'll do as you wish. Dojun. I really like you. I know that you do. I like you since I don't have to explain to you every single detail. I like my grandfather as well. The way he doesn't hesitate to threaten his beloved grandson. Woosung Group's main creditors just called. They wanted to know if we were interested in buying them out. I was thinking about how to bring up the issue about Woosung Group anyway. What a coincidence. Could it be, Uncle? Did those creditors happen to put up a tempting offer? How did you know? You're like a mind reader. It's grandfather. He must have already let the creditors know and have sent them to US. They promised debt forgiveness. They want to meet up to discuss. If we're interested. They said to come with a light heart since they'll make sure we won't be losing out on this deal. We really won't be losing out on this deal. You must know something, right? Yes. To tell you the truth, plain text. You brought up the fact about your contract with your aunt. Man, he sure is. Scary. I don't know if there's a deeper meaning. We have to make the first move in taking it. To take over the mall group, the first thing we have to do it. Make sure that grandfather gathers all the shares in Sunyang Distribution and hands it over to aunt. If the handoff doesn't happen, Fantasy will have given out a 4 billion loan without any collateral, and even doing something as stupid as doing the construction without any down payment. This is what my grandfather requested. That also means that he'll turn blind to US swallowing up the mall group. Since we've received something, we should accept his request. It's not we but you. You should state things properly. Then let me rephrase. I'll take over the mall group. You can buy up the Wu Sing shipbuilding and have tons of profit when selling it off to Sunyang. Yes. You can take it as your CEO bonus. Mong. To hold on to him a bit longer. Money isn't an issue. How long ago was it that he said he would retire after 5 years? Whatever it is, I have to delay his retirement if I want to wrap this up. I'll be going to see my grandfather. I should let him know about buying out the Woozing group. Hey, where are you going? I'm still not done talking. Hey, you. Father, while it would be good if we can buy up Woozing shipbuilding like you said, the government will be questioning the move since we're supposed to be restructuring. That's why I'll have someone else do it. I'll have someone else buy it up and take it over when things calm down. Could it be Fantasy? So you know, ones who can move that kind of funds are all foreign funds. Wouldn't it be fine since Fantasy has such close ties to US? I really want to ask, just what close ties mean. Did they promise their cooperation? That's right. Isn't it Seyun's specialty to buy cheap companies and flip them for large profits? He won't be able to reject it, since I'll also help things along directly. Then please let me meet with Ocean. Since we're just borrowing his company, I'll take charge from the buyout. He won't be so easy to handle. Huh? I'm talking about Ocean. He isn't the one to just say, thank you. Let's do our best. To you being in charge. But this is the best chance to find out just what he means by close ties. So I have to play dumb. I'm not sure what you mean. He said he'd be the substitute, not some errand boy. Aren't there cases where substitutes hit home runs? He isn't someone that'll calmly follow your orders. Are you saying that he might not hand over Woozing shipbuilding after smelling the money? That's right. Was I wrong? Is Fantasy not Father's company? If it was his company, they wouldn't care for hitting home runs and just do as they're told. Then there's only one answer to this. I'll make sure to watch over Ocean so that he won't do anything unnecessary. Can I trust you? If we want to take lead in the LNG carriers, we have to have Woozing shipbuilding. You can't mess this up. Yes. Please don't worry. I'll make sure to do this without a hitch. Donkey. I know you aren't satisfied, but you have to take heart that this is for the best. Whirlpool of text with ellipsis in bubble. No readable dialogue. There will be chances in the future. Don't miss those chances. Work hard on building up the company. And one day it'll be as big as Sunyang. I have faith that you and your brother will be able to grow what you guys have. 2 folds. I'll be sure to live up to your expectations. There must be something hidden within those words. When Father consoles us, there's usually something that he's hiding. Please take care of me, COO. Is there even anything that I can do? I've heard that Chairman Jin has already arranged everything. I'd be nice if things went as planned, but you know how things are. There's bound to be something or someone to grab at our ankles. That's unexpected. Isn't he pretty down to earth unlike his cocky little brother, Jin Sankey? Only some fools who don't know about Sunyang having laid claims on it will try to get in our way. Haha. Anyway, I hope that the vice chairman will lead us well. I've heard that you took our youngest nephew in and are teaching him the ropes. How is he? R. Dojun. It's probably better that I tell him what he wants to hear, right? He's a born gambler. Should I say that he's the exact opposite of his father? Gambler, yes. He has good sense, doesn't hesitate, and is brave, knowing when to go in and back off. But what stands out is his ability to read the flow. So you're saying that he's a perfect fit as UEDO's trader or investment broker? Exactly. I feel that he's even surpassed me lately. He's pretty much ready to enter the poker table on his own. Being a talented gambler isn't only good for the poker table. Such traits are also in line with being a CEO. It's said that he's the best out of the three brothers. I said this so that he wouldn't worry about Dojun, as he's only been working under me this whole time, but he figured everything out instead. Oh, I guess you have a point, but Vice Chairman, you aren't feeling threatened by your little nephew, are you? Although I don't know who will become the next chairman of Sunyang, the third-generation chairman will be Dojun for sure. My goal is to carve out my piece of the pie and make sure Dojun won't be able to swallow it whole. Don't I have kids to feed as well? Oh, Dojun was right. Jean Donkey is moving while thinking of Dojun as an opponent. Are you sure? Yes. Did my brother make the decision? Probably not. I don't think a vice chairman would get involved for such a small amount. He just set the direction for an aggressive startup investment last year, and the team has been moving based on that. He just signed off on the investment amount. Although I don't know the details, the people that do know are going crazy saying that he's buying up stocks under an alias. Then what's the date of the announcement for investments? They're saying that they'll decide the date when the stock prices hit the right price. They said that it'll be around 20,000 won. 20,000? How much is it right now? It's going up and down at 10,000. There are some who are already selling off their shares. Chief, I'll give you 2 days to get the details. If you keep showing such indecisiveness, I'll have to reevaluate how I feel about you. Don't forget, the CSUIT position is just a 1-year contract. Yes. If the stocks reach 20,000, Sunyang Electronics will invest. That means the stock prices will definitely hit 20,000. And when news of Sunyang Electronics investment spreads, the stock prices will skyrocket, at least 2-fold. For fold, get the car ready. I'll be going to YOIDO. New data technology. I heard that this company is really hot right now. What? COO. Did you really not know? I'll be disappointed if you don't. President Jin. There has always been a hot sector. That company is just a part of that sector. This one is a bit special, but it seems your information is a bit slow. President Jin, I'm reminding you sincerely. Don't be swayed by some gossip. Even if you are 100% sure, don't even think about investing in stocks. Not only are the company's stocks under collateral, but your private assets as well. You might really lose it all if you mess with the company assets. You should just focus on running the company. I'm not telling you this as a lender, but as an expert in the field. Isn't the trait of a second-generation Chaebol to act more stubborn? The more people disagree with them? COO. Aren't you misunderstanding something here? You're just a lender, not a shareholder. Also, IT isn't illegal to use the company funds, right? What will you do if you end up taking a loss? You're not in a position where you can recover from it. That's why I came here to confirm. You shouldn't just get mad at me from the start. Now, how about we discuss this calmly instead of acting like this? I'm sure that Aunt will change her mind once we go over the details. I think Dojun has a point. Fine, I'll tell you what I know first. President Jin, we've known about that already. But you can't count your money until it's in your hands. There are plenty of cases where investment contracts fall through even after it's been signed. COO, you're so stubborn. I've canceled on investment contracts plenty of times. I at least know that much. That's why I'm saying this with such confidence. 20 million in investments. Why would Sunyang Electronics care about such a paltry amount when they pay that much for their outsourcing contract for cell phone designs? Aunt already made her decision and is just here for confirmation. And we have to let her hear the answer she wants, since that's what I want as well. They'll be announcing the fact that Sunyang Electronics will invest when the stock prices hit 20,000. Doesn't that mean that it will at least hit 20,000? And once the announcement is made, it'll instantly grow 2 folds. Am I wrong? So you want to buy at 10,000 right now and sell when it hits 40,000? Exactly. Then why are you here telling me this instead of just going with it? Well, you can say that it's to confirm my certainty? I won't say it again since it looks like you've already made up your mind. You should sell all of it when it hits 40,000. That is all I have to say. 40,000, right? It's been a while since we last agreed on something. That's what I was thinking as well. Ho ho. Aunt finally ended up hearing what she wanted. Now that she's confirmed that an expert like Ocean agrees with her, she will scrape every last bit of money from the subsidiaries and buy out all the new data technology stocks she can. And once she sees the 4 folds profit, she'll be ecstatic, forgetting all about Ocean's warnings. She will ponder whether to go all in with the money she earned, but only for a second, as she won't be able to control her greed, seeing the stocks on the rise. Like that, she will be running towards a wall like I want. There were people who were cheering and signing seeing the movements of the stock prices. Second half of 99 stock market was but an eye of the hurricane for the wildly moving stock prices of new data technology. CEO Lee Sang-gun even did an emergency press conference for the new data technology to enter the global market, have decided to work with the Sunyang Group. Dojun, do I really have to sell it? Isn't that a stupid move? Sell it. TOO's guesses have hardly ever been wrong. But it's still rising. When the stock prices fall, the market will be flooded with people trying to sell. You should know this. You'll lose it all if you miss the timing by even a second. You've already earned plenty from it. Did you sell it too? All of it? We already sold it all at around 38,000. It's already enough since we've made 25 times the money. Unlike what I told her, I still had the stocks in my hands. What? 25 times? Yeah, since we bought it just around when they went public. Was it around 1,501? Hey, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I didn't know either since it was something that the company was doing. Of course they wouldn't miss such things since it's an investment company after all. Even if you say the company bought it, isn't your money a part of it as well? I don't really have much left now. A lot of it went to your husband's political funds, and the plot at Sangam-dong hasn't made much progress. It should have been only about 500,000 of my money that was invested. She probably didn't hear a thing I said. It's obvious that all she can think about is the 25 times profit I made. Aunt, there's still plenty of opportunities to earn such change. Don't be so stuck on it and sell it all off. You're all crazy. The market cap is in the billions now, for the stocks of a company that's losing 30 million. There's no way to explain it except that things are going crazy. Do you think that the people who are buying up the stock will care about such details? There's a word going around calling anyone who fails to hop on this is a retard. This will toggle in an instant. It'll be worthless as toilet paper. Could happen tomorrow. We need to pull out right now. Uncle, even if my projections are wrong, 3 million of company money. 500,000 of my own money is all we would lose. Right? Fantasy losing 3 million wouldn't even make a dent. It's the same for my money as well. Let's watch till the end. You said it not too long ago, right? You're projecting it to go to 250,001. Yes, but you didn't think it was possible and sold off your personal stocks. SY Department, President, this is too dangerous. We've used loans to pay out all the stores in the mall and went all in on the new data technology. On top of that, we even opened accounts for Myeongdong's high-interest private lenders, paying exorbitant fees using different aliases. This is too dangerous. We just need 2 months. Just make sure that words don't leak until then. But do you know how hard it is to find a job these days? Is it going to take for half the people getting fired like Gunyang's other subsidiaries? No. Like Daehoon Group for you to understand? And my apologies. Make sure you keep it under wraps. If rumors were to spread, you'll know what a real restructuring looks like. I'll replace half of the business in the mall, and we'll transition, starting from managers, to contract positions at the hotel. Got it? Yes. I listened to Dojun and pulled out at 40,000, but seeing it skyrocket even more, I let my emotion get the best of me and went back in it. No one other than Director Lim, who's in charge of the funds, knows of this. But looking at how the stock prices are still on the rise, seeing how it's earning a month's worth of the mall's revenue in a week, cannot stop myself. SY department, what did you want to see me about? Dojun, can you ask CEO to delay the payment for the interest a bit? The mall has been slow with the economy struggling. The F&B departments are the only ones barely making any money. Aunt has set her foot in a swamp that she won't be able to get out of. Is it really that bad? The hotel occupancy rate is less than 30%. It's only because people need to eat that fab department is better off. It's hard to tell if it's a street market or a mall these days. The stocks have already surpassed 200,000. She would turn a huge profit if she pulls out now, and the mall business will stray further from my grasp. I'm sorry. Huh? What about? If you didn't sell those stocks at 40,000, everything would have been resolved easily. Huh? That. Don't worry. Stocks aren't my thing anyway. Besides, I still made 4 times the profit. I should be happy with that. Should I egg her once more? It looks like it'll surpass 300,000. It's crazy, right? What? 300,000? It was just for a split second, but I saw the edge of her mouth rise. I hope she invested enough money to have the mall business at risk. Yes, however, I heard that it might topple at any moment. What do you mean by that? The word at Yuldois projecting it to hit 300,000. But seeing as the stock prices are rising without a single dip, it might topple at any moment. So you're saying that it's dangerous. But if you were to pull out at just the right moment, you'd earn a huge sum, so that's why people are still holding on. High risk, high return. You should know this, right? Of course. Aunt. Huh? I'm saying this just in case. But don't think about going back in now. I said it, right? Crumbling down. What do you take me for? You don't have to remind me. I'll speak to COO. Don't worry about it too much. He's not one to ignore the circumstances and focus strictly on the money. Yes. I'll leave it to you, my dear nephew. You know I always return my debts. Right? Can you even call this a debt? We're family. We are a family. And family always causes problems. Director Jin, do you remember me? This guy. Wasn't he with Aunt when she came to get a loan from Fantasy? Director Lim? Yes, that's correct. You remembered, right, Director? Could I trouble you for a cup of coffee? I don't know why my aunt was in such a rush, but she chased me out after saying the things she had to say. Oh, of course. Please come with me to my office. 140 million. From when the stocks were at 50,000 up to 200,000, she was constantly buying. I knew she would at least put in 100 million, but to think she'd invest that much. Even using the company money at that, I'm so stressed out these days that it's driving me crazy. If she were to keep the stocks until the prices start fluctuating. Hello. I'm Jin Dojun. Could you be the chairman's? That's correct. May I ask why you asked to see us? I just want to say that, if you're planning on picking a side, you should choose mine. I've heard that you guys are pretty tight-lipped. That's why I will be blunt. Please have a look at this. If you agree to one condition from me, then the things on the paper will be effective immediately. What is Aunt thinking? She doesn't even know much about stocks. It's because of the people at Sunyang Financials. Sunyang Financials? They said that they would advise on when to sell. but they kept on telling her to hold on to it as it's going to keep rising. So, are you telling me that the people from Sunyang Financials are coaching her from the side? Yes. They are supposed to be veterans, but I feel uneasy because they're recklessly ***. What do you guys think? Isn't Fantasy currently the best investment firm right now? But I've never heard of them scouting people with such great terms. Since you said that you'd be blunt, can you tell US why you're giving US such a great offer? What is the condition you spoke of? Salary of 1 billion won plus incentive. Guaranteed 5-year contract regardless of performance. With this offer, they would earn in 5 years what most people can only dream of working their entire life. As long as they accept a single condition. I've heard that you guys have been advised my aunt, Jin Dojun. All you have to do is make sure that she doesn't sell off the new data technology stock until the end. Making sure she doesn't sell it off? That's right. I'm asking you to make sure that she stays as a shareholder of that company forever. Why are you so surprised? It's nothing new for people to lose money in stocks. Still, to advise her to hold on to the stocks, knowing it'll fall is a bit. Are you guys close? Huh? I'm asking if you guys are that close with her. How long have you known her? From what I know, you've only met her once. With such a relationship, can you even call it betrayal? Let me ask you one thing. Why are you pushing her over the cliff? Let's just say, it's just a small family argument. We sold off all of the stocks when it hit 250,000. 250,000. The 3 billion the company invested became 500 billion. And my personal investment of 500 million became 80 billion. Although Ocean only made 16 billion. He didn't show jealousy or regret even once. He must have wanted to show that a real pro completely forgets about the stock as soon as it's sold off. Even though he might be kicking himself for missing such an opportunity. Couple days after I sold off all the stocks, like an airplane in a nosedive, the prices started to fall non-stop. UDO, where everyone should have been in celebration, was left burning to ashes. And Jin Dojun's 140 billion was now not even worth 10 billion. Director Lim, when are those bastards coming? Didn't I tell you to hurry up and drag them here? Get some people to go drag them here. Whether you call the police headquarters, district attorney's office, or whoever, get them in here now. Ms. Jean, it's already too late to recover the money. Instead of spending energy on finding them, we should be thinking about how to deal with the losses. Prepare my car. I'm going to Pyeongchang. Yes. How much? 140 billion. You blew all that money in stocks? Are you insane? I trusted the mall business to you. But you used the money that should have been given to the stores and blew it all away on stocks? I was trying to find a way to raise funds since the budget was so tight. I'm sorry, Father. Does money grow on a tree in YOIDO? Father, it's a company that even Sunyang Electronics invested in. That's why since Sunyang Electronics invested, you did as well? Aren't you separated from Sunyang Group already? Does it make sense for you to follow after another person's company like that? Isn't it Sunyang Electronics' fault for investing in a company that fell in only a couple of months? There isn't much difference between Sunyang Electronics or me. So, what do you want to say? Can you please help me just this once? As long as I can deal with this, wouldn't all this be resolved if you just ask Ocean for help again? Why should I help you? The separation has already been finalized. You can even take off the Suyang tag if you want. It's now a company that doesn't have a single shared stock. If I were to help you, it'll be no different from me embezzling funds. Do you really want to see your old father being arrested? Father, you can't do this to me. I'll be in big trouble if the mall business comes into my hands now. We have to reverse this. Not only did you throw away money with stocks, you must have thrown away your brain as well. You're going to reject what you've been asking for all this time? It's not that. I'm just asking you to push back the transfer a bit. Are you sane? Do you know how much money I lost to hand this off to you? You want me to throw all that away? What is going on in that head of yours? Father, under whose name did you buy those stocks? Was it under an alias? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Just answer the question.
Yes.
You drive me crazy. Father, what's wrong? Could there be a problem? Seon. Yes, Father. Is the person you trust the most Director Lee? Yes. He's someone I can trust my house key to. And he follows you with loyalty? Probably. But why are you asking such things? You're making me nervous. Forget it. I'll take care of the rest. You should go back and deal with your company. He'll take care of it. Thank you, Father. I'll do my best from now on. As for the 140 billion, I'll do my best to pay it off within 1 year. What are you talking about? 140 billion? Huh? Didn't you say that you would take care of everything just now? You still don't get it? Since the company is separated, it's your job and money. Since the company is separated, it's your job and money. Father? Prison? What do you mean? Don't worry about it. You can go back now. Father, I told you to leave. I don't want to see your face for another second right now. Yes. It's been passed around Myeongdong a couple of rounds. Looks like it was split under 16 different people's names. From the company to the directors, then to Myeongdong. Any evidence of Seon being involved? There isn't any. That's good. I know that this is serious, but do you want to investigate the people who bought the stocks as well? Over 5 trillion disappeared into thin air. The 5 trillion wasn't some Chaebel's money, nor was it tax money. It's the money of mothers trying to earn money to feed their kids. The outcries of millions will be heard. If this isn't taken care of well, even the political party in charge would be shaken. We have to be careful until a scapegoat is decided. I stopped Nyongin Electronics from selling off the shares of New Data, or whatever, when the prices were at their peak. Even when I could have made 10 times the profit. But that would have possibly made US the scapegoat. Could it be that you knew this is what would happen? It's obvious. It was obvious that those corrupt politicians were the driving force behind this. I came to the conclusion that it would be better to throw the 20 billion away. Think about it. If I sold it at that time, they would have put the blame on Sunyang Electronics. There's no chance of that happening now that Sunyang is also a victim. It's surprising that the chairman is able to stay so sharp when he's nearing his ADS. They'll start digging for the people behind this. Make sure that Seon's name doesn't pop up. Yes, chairman. But what should we do about the company? If things go wrong, it could be lost to fantasy. The company will be perfectly fine. The stocks we took as collateral is not even 30%. President Jin Seoyan still holds 35%. The money she lost is 140 billion. We need to get 25% more from her with that. Will she hand it over just like that? She lost 140 billion of the company's money playing stocks. It's a heavy crime. Shouldn't we also add the cost for covering this up? If it's like that, she's not losing out on this deal either. And I'll be taking the lead? You want me to play the bad guy again? No, I'll take the lead this time. I should let it be known who the real owner of the mall group is. You're really going to expose your real identity. Putting your aunt being surprised aside, your family will start being more wary of you. Aunt won't tell anyone else. No, it's more like she can't tell anyone else. What? COO, please. Help me. Manager Jean. Please help me. What happened this time? Eskunyang decided to make me the scapegoat. At this rate, I'll end up taking all the blame. Manager Lee Hokji just came by. He was going through all of my mistakes and pointing out all the faults, but it's really not fair. If even Lee Hokji is getting involved, IT means not only did they find mistakes, but have found any and all illegal activities of Director Lim. Director Lim is someone who knows the details of the contract between my aunt and Fantasy. He knows well that the only person who would save him from the threat of Sunyang is Fantasy, who has the highest likelihood of becoming the new owner of the mall group. However, that's the mistake he made, not knowing our true color. He is like a fox that tired to avoid the tiger that is Sunyang, only to end up in a wolf cave. That is Director Lee's fate. If we want to help you, we need to know everything that's happened. Things like what mistakes were made, and whatever illegal things you have done. I didn't do anything really illegal. No, I'm not talking about you. Huh? I'm talking about President Jin Seo-yoon. Since Manager Lee Hokji is a person on President Jin Seon's side. If President Jin aimed a knife at your neck, you also should do the same to her. Manager Jin, are you telling the truth? I'm sure you're here because you already had a feeling, right? Feeling that Fantasy could take my aunt's spot. Tish, that's true. But then tell us everything about the 140 billion that Aunt blew on investments, where the money came from and how. We'll use that as a knife to her throat. Then Manager Lee Hokji will mediate between us for both of us to put down our knives. I'm not telling you to slander her. You just need to tell me the facts that can be proven. Whether the fact can be a knife that Director Lim can use or not, I will be the one to decide. Sir CEO, it's time to make a decision. We don't have much time. Director Lim, stop speaking nonsense. Are you really saying that knowing that I'm indebted to Chairman Jin, we need to live first? Don't we? Hey, you should be the last one to do this. Don't you know how much President Seon trusts you? But you want us to betray her. Betray? Do you think I'm doing this to make a buck? Then what is it? Sir, President Seon is trying to put all her mistakes on me right now. That's 140 billion. I'll be in prison for at least 10 years if I'm convicted of this. I'm letting you guys know. I won't be going down alone. What? All the ledgers for the Sunyang hotels have passed through my hands. All the records of the money that's been siphoned is in my hands. If I were to let it out, not just all the board members, but even the C-suites will be called in for investigation. You, how dare you? Are you irritating me, sir? This situation isn't all that bad. This is a chance for change. It's a chance for us to work together to step out of President Seon's shadows. Are you talking about Fantasy? Yes, they're the ones behind this. Are you really going to let this opportunity slip? As you know, Fantasy is just an investment company. If it all happens according to the contract and Fantasy becomes the majority holder, we will attain the division of owner and operations of the mall group that we've always wanted. Are you saying that they will have professional management run things since they're just an investment company? We've already been separated from the Sunyang group. This is something that even Chairman Jin won't be able to fix. We'll be able to run a company that's completely separated on our own. You came. What about COO? Is he not here yet? He won't be coming today. You can speak freely with me since I'm here in his place. Really? That's good. Things will be easier that way. I just need to have a nice and easy talk to my nephew. Right? So what did COO say? Dojun, I will start by confirming whether you are able to follow through with the debt. The words of your large losses with the stocks have already spread. So please don't bother hiding anything. Don't be so stiff. You're making me nervous for no reason. Even putting the debt aside, the money you would have to cover would be over 100 billion. What do you plan on doing? That's right. Since you brought it up, let me ask for a favor. Yeah, lend me some money. You want to borrow more? 150 billion. I will put the stocks as collateral for this as well, with the same conditions for the interest as before. Please put a good word in with COO. She doesn't understand the situation she's in at all. So, can I take that as you saying that you aren't able to pay off the debt and the interest? Why are you being so aggressive with your words? It's not that I'm unable. I am just asking for you to delay it a bit. Aunt, Stop beating around the bush and answer me. Can you pay it off by the end of this year, which only has a few days left? You can't?
Didun?
I'll take that as a no. We will start the process for transfer of the mall, hotel, and the other stocks you put up for collaterals to fantasy investments as stated in the contract. You have no objections, right? Dojun, why are you being like this? You don't have to yell. I'm not deaf. Did that bastard Ocean put you up to this? After taking the Sunyang Motors cheaply with US dollars. It's my turn now? That thieving bastard. Do you think I'll lie here and do nothing? You go tell him right now that he'll pay the price for looking down on the Sunyang group. Why would I pass on such useless words? What, Aunt, you should wake up. Do you think things would be resolved just by whining and shouting? The mall group that you just got your hands on today, it will be leaving your hands. Jin Dojun, don't be like that and help me convince COOH. If you just put in a few words, and, why would I help you convince him? He doesn't even really care about malls. What are you saying? If he doesn't have any interest in it, why would he? In whose hands do you think the Suanyang construction will go if it leaves your hands? Ocean? No chance at all. It'll all fall in my hands. Following suit. With the HW automobile, the mall will fall in my hands as well. Furthermore, I have no intention of helping you out at all. Not even a least bit. Is she still having a hard time comprehending the situation because the shock is too big? Does she still not understand what I'm trying to tell her? Dojun. Maybe I'm a little confused. But what are you trying to say? It's exactly as I said. Ocean doesn't have any interest in this. Going based on the contract is solely my doing. That's why I'm asking what your purpose is. Are you serious? About taking my company? Have I ever said empty words before? I'll be the owner of Suanyang Construction starting next year. Why, you bastard? Are you betraying me? Have we ever been on the same side? Aren't the people in our family always wary of each other? Betrayal and manipulation. Such words don't exist in the first place. It's exactly as how you've never thought of me as a partner in the first place. You've only tried to use me. You little bastard. You dare play with me? Hold on. Were the stocks all part of your plan as well? Did you forget? I was the one that told you to sell it when it hits 400%. You also told me that you sold everything. You're the one that bought it back without telling me. Can you calm down and stop yelling? What? You dare. I still have yet to decide whether to keep President Jin Seoyan still in that position or not. Should you show me a more calm and collected side now? You little bastard. Just do it based on the contract. It's just 30% anyway. Majority holder? I'll acknowledge that. However, fantasy. No, you won't be able to do anything. You should just take your dividends like a shareholder should. You just need to show your face for the shareholders meeting once a year. As a 30% shareholder, I'm planning on suing you for embezzlement because you're the one who used company money for stocks and lost it all. As long as a majority holder makes a move, replacing the CEO or board members is but a simple matter, especially someone like you. Somebody who isn't even part of the company system, but still causes all kinds of problems, should disappear as soon as possible. Your grandfather didn't teach you? The reason why we're not part of the company's system is specifically for occasions like this, while being in the position of control but not of blame. That's who we are. I don't need to learn such a thing. It's not just me. The whole country knows. There's nothing they can do even if they do know. That's why they aren't doing anything. You are no different from them. You won't be able to do anything. As you said, Mr. Majority holder can replace the CEO or board members as you please. That's because they will be the one to take the blame for it all. Everyone heard it, right? My aunt is telling me that you guys should take all the blame. Let's ask these people who are supposedly taking the blame. What do they think? If they really have plans on taking the blame in your place, why you? Or if they'll save themselves and work together to implicate you. The 140 billion. That President Jin Dojun lost. This money came from the company that you guys are in charge of. Also, President Jin Dojun seems to trust your loyalty pretty firmly, so that you guys will take the blame in her place. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
President. WHO says you're going to prison. Do you not trust Suin-young? There won't be any problem even if that kid makes a ruckus. At worst, it'll end in a probation. Then you'll be absolved of everything. What? If lowly ones like US gets off with a probation, wouldn't you come out clean? Or maybe a deferred prosecution. Director Lim, if you really trusted me, why are you going around investigating me behind my back? What are you talking about? Whether it's the board members or the CEO, you can forget about trying to dig dirt on them to use as a weakness. What if any one of them ends up getting investigated? I'll personally sue you, and everyone here will be a witness. Everyone. No matter what happens to the company, the current status quo won't change no matter what. Since you both have knives to each other's throats, neither side will be able to swing blindly. You can be at ease and go back. Now that you should have figured out the situation, shall we talk about some realistic approach to resolve this? The debt of 140 billion that is due in a couple of days. How do you plan on dealing with it? Since grandfather isn't the type to throw money at a company that's separated, there probably isn't any way. Oh, although you can always go to the uncles. They're worse than I am, so you shouldn't even bother bringing it up. Aunt, I'll be giving you a helping hand now. If you grab that hand, we'll be allies in the ship? Boat. You want me to work under you? You dare say such nonsense to me? Just look at COO. Does he look like a person working under me? Don't we seem more like partners? Why are you bringing him up all of a, could it be? Could the real CEO behind Fantasy Investments be you? Think a bit broader. By broader, you mean a person holding 95% of the shares and 70% of the company's operational funds. Both are mine. Fantasy Investment. It's a company that's said to be the richest in Korea. The owner of such a company who's working behind the scenes is actually Dojun. Just for your information, I was the one behind the MSA of a Jin Group and Sunyong Automobiles. That was around 2 years ago when I was still a freshman in college. And do you really want to make me your enemy? Grab my hand now. You won't be able to win against me no matter how hard you try. It'll be better for you to just grab my hand and continue living the life of a Chaebol. You should know that the uncles won't give you such a chance. Does father know about this? He's actually the only one that knows that this is who I really am. That's why he gave me the automobile company without much consideration. Do you get it now? Grandfather isn't just pushing for me because he likes me. It's because I'm the only one truly worthy in the family to take over the Suin-young group. Could it be that he already? I know what you're wondering, but grandfather still loves his sons more than his grandson. That's why he's only giving me the finance sections. But he should already know in his heart that I will be taking over everything sooner or later. I've told you everything without hiding a thing, so the choice is up to you. If you refuse, I'll make sure that you spend at least 10 years in prison. Looks like the embezzlement of 140 billion will be the first news of the new millennium. I hope she understands just this one thing though. The fact that grandfather will not be helping her no matter what happens. Also that he believes the only one who can carry on the Sunyong group that he loves more than her is me. If I were to take your hand, what would happen? I'll let you manage the malt group in my place. Just like how COO manages Fantasy in my stead. Just like now, I have the final say when it comes to picking out the C-suits though. Although you won't be able to use the company money as you please, I'll still let you live a luxurious life. So what do I have to do? I'll tell you the outlines now. I'll buy a part of the stocks you hold of Suenyang Constructions for 140 billion won. Then, I'll become the majority holder at 55%. Take this chance now, and you won't lose any privileges as the daughter of Chairman Jin Yongchu. It's part of the course of action to give a report to the Emperor once the war for territory has ended, since there's nothing that would make you feel more betrayed than hearing news like this from a third party. How's your aunt doing? She should be pretty shaken. She's holding out pretty well. I'll make sure that her way of living won't be affected like you said. I'd be thankful. You've done well.
I'm sorry.
Making you go through this because of me? No. I'm actually relieved. I was constantly worried after separating and giving her the company. I was wondering when a big issue will blow it up. But I can relax now, since you aren't the type to lose what you've grasped in your hands. I'll make sure to grow it even bigger and make it even sturdier. But let me ask you one thing. The stocks. Were you the one that laid the trap for Seoyeon to fall for? No. Is there anyone in our country that doesn't know about new data technology? Ant was just one of them. If there were to be a difference, average people broke their savings to invest, and Ant used astronomical amounts of the company funds. You weren't the one to incite that, were you? That's a no as well. Haha. I just didn't let go of such an opportunity. I was just lucky. Looks like he doesn't believe me. I'm not certain, but he probably thinks I did something behind the scenes. Dojun. Yes, there's one thing that I hope you don't take after me. I know what you're worried about, grandfather. Such a thing won't ever happen, so you can be relieved. Alright, that's good then. He cruelly threw out his only brother. Grandfather is afraid that I would do the same to his children. Seoyeon did better than expected running the mall and the hotel. Do you know why? I believe it's because she saw through the core points of the VIP client system, since she's a level above them. That's right. Your aunt dealt with many rich people. She naturally came to know their way of thinking. That's why she would often throw out useful ideas without much thought. And the board members perfectly put it into motion. You'll also need something like that. I'm affine. Because aunt will continue doing as such. I'm sure that grandfather understood the meaning behind my words just now. It's pretty hinted that I will keep aunt in the same role and not run her off. I actually think highly of you for not knowing how to enjoy spending your money. However, there's a thing as having eyes of insight into seeing the value of items. That's something you improve through consistently having contact with it. Eyes to be able to see the true value of things and not just the dazzling effect that you show off to others. Try working on that. Looks like IT isn't just something you need to run the mall or the hotel. Well, aren't you still young? You still have a long life to live. It'll be a tool that'll help enrich your life. I'll take it to heart. I'm sure he's filled with various feelings right now. Conflicting feelings about the daughter he can't rely on and the grandson he can. Oh, grandfather. Forget it. I'm so proud that I can barely hold my tears back. I'll say it again. But, you did well. Using a small plot of land in the countryside to take over the Ajin group and even acquiring the Suenyang automobile. You also managed to acquire the mall and the hotel. You have now risen up to be the CEO of the 17th ranked company in the business ranking. I know that it wasn't due to my abilities. It was all thanks to grandfather lending me help at just the right times that I succeeded. Acting humble doesn't suit you. Don't you know how much the chairman of Daehoon Company supported his grandson with money and company? Ever since losing it all, he's been living his life in a branch in Europe as a figurehead. It's not something anyone can do just because they had help. Just keep doing what you've been doing. One step at a time. Quietly and secretly. Got it? Yes, I'll be careful so no one gets hurt. That'll be good. What do you plan on doing with me now? Are you going to keep your promise? Or will you just chase me out? I'll of course keep my promise. I'm not that ruthless. Aunt, you just have to do as you've always done. With just one difference. You will become the official vice chairman and have to actually become a part of the company. I will own the company, but you will be promoted as the one who's running it. Of course, you will take the responsibility that comes along with it. Vice chairman? And you will be the chairman? No, as I said, I'm just the owner. Owner and management will be entirely independent. I'll just look at the performance. Also, the chairman's spot will be empty. Could be you that takes it, or someone else. It could even be one of the CEOs from the mall or the hotel that's made great achievements that'll take that position. You'll probably kick me out if my performance isn't good. Huh? Of course. SEO post is all about performance, sales, profits, and vision. Those are the only things I'll look at. Then, the hotel suite. Can I at least keep using it as my office? No, I had an office made for the vice chairman at the Sunyong Logistics main building. You should go to that office and work there. However, I will still let you keep using this suite like a house as you have been doing. Since I gave her half, she should learn the other half she's lacking. If she learns anything, she won't throw away the rope she's been given. But if she has not changed from being the immature Chaebol family's daughter, I'll just have her live her life as a decently wealthy old lady. And, yeah, I'm sure you have guessed already. But I will keep going with my eyes set on the chairman position of the Sunyong Group. If you help me, and stay by my side, you can rise to being the vice chairman of the Sunyong Group. I will leave that spot empty for now. You want me to work under you forever? Let's do one thing at a time. For now, one thing at a time. Do I still have anything left? I'll probably just rot away with the prestigiously sounding title of the vice chairman of the mall. You still have a long way to go, so it'll take a while. You should prepare yourself well during that time. Prepare. What? To step over me as I make my way to the top, or while I'm drawing the blade and fighting against the uncles and cousins. If you are to prepare well, you will have many opportunities to stab me in the back in the future. You're saying, I just need to step over you after you've cleared all the obstacles, like the rat who rode the ox? That's right. However, it won't be easy. As you know, I'm not someone to look down on. Hope is cruel. Knowing it is impossible, you suffer through all kinds of hardships in wait for something just because of hope. Although the Pandora's box holds all kinds of trials, it's because of hope that you have to go through all the hardships. My aunt, she will be led along with the hope that'll never come. Those bastards are starting to show their claws. Sion. That dumb bitch lost it all in stocks, I've heard. Since father wrapped it up nicely, Fantasy was able to swallow it up easier. Hey, don't you care at all? The mall, hotel, mart, condo, and golf course. They're all businesses that you just have to build the building to turn a profit. You don't need any special techniques or machinery. You just need land and people. That's IT. What are you saying? Huh? It's as simple as US working together to buy land, build a hotel, and put the Sunyong name on it. People? We can just bring all those people under SEO Yoon. So, there's no need to be so riled up about this matter. Right? You meet OSH Yoon often due to the Woozing shipbuilding acquisition, right? Have you heard anything from him about this? That's why I'm telling you this. Ocean is caught up in a fantasy. What fantasy? That he can become a Chaebol. What? Fantasy relies on the US for funds. Those Americans trust wholeheartedly Ocean, who grabbed the opportunity that'll never come again. That is the IMF. So you're saying that American investors won't say anything even if he acts like some big shot? Crazy bastards. No. He has the ability to make fantasy into reality. What does that mean? Did you forget? The 17% stake in the group that Sunyong Automobile holds. If Dojun takes the financials of the Sunyong Group from US and trade the 17% stake the Sunyong Automobile holdings with other subsidiaries, he will be at least in the top 5 of the business rankings. Then that means that he'll rival both of US put together. It's not different from saying that he will hold half of Sunyong. So, taking down their mall and hotel business isn't something far off in the future. Huh? Yeah. As long as we take one of those down, the employees of Sunyong will all come running to US. That'll be our warning towards Ocean as well. Automobiles? That's right. Oh, people have been praising that the chairman, Cho Daehyo and Song Hyunchang did a good job. I want to change some things. Change? Yes. You can't deny that IT won't be easy to overtake Daehoon Automobiles. With that in mind, we should have the world as our target instead. Hey! Even Daehoon is a minor leaguer when it comes to the world stage. We can't even catch up to Daehoon. Yet aiming for the world stage? Production and sales aren't everything. Doesn't the Olympics have many categories as well? Ho ho, you kid. You were always good at talking, so what is it that you want to tell me? We need to change it to a brand that everyone loves. What? Everyone loves? You don't even have much experience in dating and you're talking about love? Even a dog passing by would laugh. How are these two types of love even the same? Why are you acting like you don't know what I'm talking about? Really? I really don't know. Sorry for being so late, Chairman. Don't mind it. Sorry for calling you when you must be busy. Meeting family since it's the new year. It isn't a problem since it's more troublesome to receive their new year greetings. Coming to see you makes a great excuse, so it's fine. Haha. I hope you have another healthy year, President Cho. Thanks. So you were here too? Huh? What brings you here alone though? He's the one that called you here. Huh? Is that so? I'm starting to get nervous. To think I'd be summoned by the majority holder. Ho ho ho. Majority holder? Does President Cho already know that I'm the real owner of Fantasy? You don't have to worry. He is trustworthy. After giving up Suanyang automobiles so easily, he should at least know the reason behind it all. Yes, I was a bit surprised, but it's nothing that must be kept secret. Sorry about that, President Cho. No, you're just doing as you should with so many eyes watching. Think what would happen if it were to get out that a Jin group was handed over to a 20-year-old college kid. The world would be in an uproar. I just did it to avoid the eyes of my uncles. Now. Let's move over to the library and have a talk there. Seems like he has a lot to say to you. So you want to make it a company that's loved by all? That's right. The change I'm thinking of doesn't involve US spending a lot. However, we will have a unique identity that I'll have the people wanting to own it. A company that'll create a unique car experience, making the people want to own it. Was it 96? When a Jin Automobiles bought England's Lotus production line and designed to sell the two-seater convertible, a car that was based on small custom orders and couldn't be mass-produced. That's why you took a loss the more you made it. Right? I put an end to the production of that car myself. So? You want to make a sports car like that? No. Why would I make a car that would net losses? I want to make a car that stands out. A small car that an office working woman can buy. A coupe that a 30-year-old man can buy on a 3-year loan. Or a pickup truck a middle-aged man would want as a second car. Cars like that. There are already plenty of small cars and coupes. Pickup trucks aren't really a good fit for our country. Absolutely. These are cars that aren't really in demand. What? Small car? That looks cheap. A coupe that doesn't even look cool. A pickup truck that looks like it's used for delivery work. Who would want to buy a car like that? Even if you are able to make a car that people want, not many would sell. The cars that sell are the family cars. The others can hardly make a profit. You should know that now, right? Making a car requires a mass production line to be profitable. How would it be if we were to split that production line into 2 tracks? You want to produce family cars and cars that are loved in one production line? Dojun. You must not want to make money. In the 21st century, you need to continuously develop variety of unique and specialty cars. Furthermore, you need to be mindful to not ignore the enthusiast population. You need to create a car people dream about. It's fine even if we don't turn a profit for the first 10 years, since things will change in 10 years. That's exactly what I said when I first created Suanyan Automobiles. I know, right? Charman was the same too. It's fine not to turn a profit for 10 years. If needed, I'd even sell the underwear I have on to get the money. Really? Yeah. But do you know what he said after seeing the finance reports after a year? What was it? My neck will be in danger at this rate, is what he told me, and that we needed to hurry and turn a profit. Ugh, to think my belief would get distorted like this is fine. I believe that you will be different from the chairman. You get what I'm trying to do, right? The chairman often bragged about you having tons of money, but can you really handle it? Besides, the design is the first hurdle for having a car loved by people. I'll bring in the best designer. Just tell me the designer you want. Dojun. It'll be hard to handle once a car company starts to lose money. You can even lose all the money you made through investments. I have 10 years worth of money that I can invest, including China too. What? Even China? I can tell that you're serious. It'll take unbelievable amounts of money. Time, quality, and money. These things are always on the opposite sides of each other. Reduce the time and increase the quality. Then, you would need exorbitant amounts of money. Do you have an estimate? Right now, since China is always a 5-to-5 investment system, at least $250 million. With that much, you can probably produce around 100,000 to start. Understood. Then, let's proceed. We'll start with an initial investment of $500 million for this venture, including the cost to get things rushed. See? This kid. I told you. He had a lot of money. You look good. You two look like you're still taking care of yourself as usual. Who would believe that you're an old lady over 50? You should have complimented me like that in the past. What? Do I feel different now that I'm not yours? You're cold as always. Let's stop here for now. So what are you here for? Let's hold hands again. Not as husband and wife, but as business partners. What do you think? What are you up to? You already arranged things for leaving me, but now you want to partner up again? Wouldn't your dad take it back? You won't give it back. Do you think your dad didn't have a backup plan when he handed it off to you? Shouldn't you know this better than me? Since any plans will be useless. I don't own anything anymore. What are you trying to say? You don't need to know more. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Let's leave that. But are you serious about partnering back up with me? Yeah. I want to enjoy sitting in an office in a Pyeongchangdong before I get older and become a granny. Oh. I've read the reports. Do you have a plan? I'm working on it. But aren't we proceeding a bit fast? The Incheon International Airport will open in March next year. The guidelines for picking the stores haven't even come out yet. But for US to already be making moves towards that is like finalizing things before the competition gets fierce, is how grandfather does it. Don't you know that? You should know the scale of the Incheon Airport. We can't lose out on the duty-free shops. Also, there is news that at the time of opening, they'll approve of 3 duty-free shops in Seoul as well. It's not like they'll leave Suenyang out, right? Since we're always one of the big 3, and the government already knows of the shift in shares possession. They already know that we're a different entity from Suenyang. So, how do you expect them to care about US? Grandfather won't make a move for US. If it was before, they would come crawling to US before we even made a move. But now, they won't make a move without grandfather's request. I'll go meet with some people in the Ministry of Finance and Economy and the people from Customs to set something up. You should go over the application for the duty-free shop and make sure it's impeccable in the meantime. I should? Why should I? Who else will make the final approval? You are the vice chairman, aren't you? Oh, Dojun, I guess you still don't know me well. I know very well. You've never looked over anything before, right? But if you want to run a company, you need to at least learn to go over the reports. I know. I'll try my best. What I meant was that you can use me more efficiently. I do have plans on using your connections. However, it's not the time for that. No, that's not where I excel. Then, it's the lead in shopping. Led in shopping? What does that mean? Wasn't shopping. No fashion. Led by the designers and celebrities? Just approve of 1 billion won in marketing. And watch what I'll do with it. A couple of days later. What is all this? These are fashion magazines that show the trends for this year's S/S season. Milano, New York, and London. We're going to pick out the ones that seem like they might do well from these. That's the first thing in this business. Take a look as well. Excuses for not being interested in fashion because your A guy will make it hard for you to run the mall and the hotel. But what is this, Aunt? It's not clothing, it's bedding. Things like curtains and sheets. Those are important as well. Probably these are important too. That's right. What do you think? It all looks good. Yeah, most of it is good since they're brands that have a high price tag. Even the cheap stuff on there is equal to a year of a manager's salary. Listen here. Not everything expensive is good. There are things that look good to look at on display. But so are things that look good when worn or placed in your home. Which one would you choose? Dojun? Obviously it should look good when used. However, those might not look good just looking at it. Will that make people take interest in it? If they don't take interest, they won't buy it. If IT doesn't look good when used, they won't come back in the future. That's called experience. While normal people's store is based on price range, brand doesn't consider price. You have to build up your customer base through experience. It's the feeling of superiority. Call Paris and have them send all these over. Alright, I understand. Vice Chairman. Should I ask the same company from last time to set things up? Yeah, but ask them to pay extra attention to details this time. Let them know a very important project is riding on this. Understood. Use this for the invitation. Got it. Prepare the course meal like this, and make sure to get the chef from that place in Luxembourg. Leave the plates and utensils to him as well. He seems to have a good eye for it. Yes, Vice Chairman. Oh, it's been a while since I've had fun like this. Looking at good things, albeit they're hard to achieve, is very enjoyable. Dojun, do you understand what I just did? Well, you probably chose some items through your experience and asked to get samples. That's about all I can read from the situation. I'm at a loss for words. That's all you understood? Do I look that stupid? Would I really buy all of those? The marketing funds of 1 million that I'm using is to purchase the 100 ladies who hold a lot of power and wealth. It is funds which will make sure that they're so blown away with the display that they'll only be thinking about praising the Suanyang Mall and Hotel. That will cost 1 million. It's been a while since I saw my aunt this confident. Who do you think I am? Buying the hearts of the wealthy? First, select some stuff that'll be in this year's S/S season's lineup. Once the selection is done, I'll request for samples for display. I understood everything up to that point. Once the samples arrive, we need to consider the display part. We have to ensure that the pathing would allow them to take a look at each item thoroughly, and to make it connect with the other items to have them chain purchase items. Doesn't this sound good? Make a chain purchase? Huh? That's right. If they buy a hat, have them wanting to purchase matching earrings. Once they purchase the earrings, they'll be led to the necklaces. After they purchase the necklace, they'll see a one-piece that shows off the neckline, and then, there they go to the high heels that match the one-piece. Can't we just throw everything on some mannequin? That's for mass-produced stuff. The things our VIP purchases are finicky. They have to pick it out themselves one by one. Using a mannequin gives a feeling of being forced to purchase. This is so complicated. It's just the girls at my level that are like that. Will we be visiting their homes? That's right. We'll go to their house on a scheduled date and set up the display for those girls to pick out. You can think of them as the best clients one can have. That's because they purchase multiples of the same items. They leave one at their home, vacation home in Europe, apartment in New York, and so on. It's cumbersome to carry it around when traveling. I know about this very well too. Do you want to try going this time? You're the grandson of the Suanyang's chairman, and the son of a movie production company's president. Moreover, a good-looking guy of the third generation. It's no joke now that I say your specs out loud. Why would I go? All you have to do is go and say hi. The rest will be taken care of by the professionals. Those girls won't be able to stay still after seeing you. With a good-looking third generation standing there watching, do you think they'll show any hesitation? They'll surely buy a lot. After all, that's the only thing they can do to appeal to you. Although it feels uncomfortable being the bait, I'll be able to make connections and raise sales at the same time. I also can't reject this offer since I'm also the owner of this company. Sure, why not? That's unexpected. To think you'd accept it so easily. We have to increase our sales, don't we? So, why not give it a shot? It's not strange that she's surprised, since out of her nephews and nieces, there isn't a single one who would put themselves in such a patronizing situation just to make a few sales. They don't even like working. But if they had to do such a thing, they would get angry and reject it. So what comes after this? Do you know who I meant by the chef in Luxembourg? I don't know. I am curious about that too. He's a well-known chef and his restaurant is located on Luxembourg Street in Paris. I'll bring him and his team over. On a private jet, they'll bring fresh materials on the plane as well. We'll then display the new samples in the hotel ballroom and have the 100 invited guests come. A feast for the 100 people invited. And an exhibition showing off expensive merchandise. Was this what she's going for? The tables, tablecloths, chairs, plates, forks, knives. We'll be using everything we've picked out. That's also part of the product display. Who are those 100 people? The rich who don't have as big of a house. People that don't have a house big enough to display multiple clothes and accessories. There are also people who look at the Chaebol family with envy. So, there'll be people who will take your words more seriously and accept them. Right? That's exactly it. Since the exhibition in the hotel ballroom will be my style. If I were to explain things, they'd be more willing to accept them. There's another benefit. What is it? Jealousy and competition. How SEO the world of females is. They're competing even when shopping. The 100 people will be watching over each other and competing. The one who reserves the most will be the winner of the exhibition. It's similar to an auction. Seeing those people who hate to lose more than anything, showing their dark side. You'll be able to see it through. They're shopping. I got the gist of what your plan is. However, Aunt, isn't this just selling some products? What does this have to do with becoming the leader in the shopping industry? These places that these people go are usually boutiques, so they'll have an effect on the designers. They're all VIP clients. They have no choice but to cater to their needs. Like that, it'll keep spreading downwards. Then how is this connected to the duty-free stores? The important thing is that we are chosen for the duty-free stores at the new airport and in Seoul. The key is in the 100 people that I chose. They're people who pride themselves on being the powerhouses of their specialties. I'll give them a slight nudge as we deliver the purchases they made. With all of them gathering, there will be a huge outburst. They say, the best way to convince another is in bed. Dojun, you've looked down on this part or business as a whole. You probably thought IT wasn't worth it. However, those people you consider unworthy actually hold great power in this country. You have to make connections with them just like me, and use that power for yourself. Ilsung Group, they ended up becoming related to the president, right? I'll hint at the fact that the manager came in person. Don't worry about it. I want to see how they usually act. They said they weren't finicky, but the way they treat others isn't that good. It took at least an hour for the display settings to be done. They didn't even bother offering a glass of water. As soon as the display settings were done, someone went upstairs to make a report.
Chaebol.
Looks like an interesting young man came by today. Look out. The employees stood in the same straight posture without any intent to move. They didn't even bother asking the employees about anything, nor did they bother to try anything on or even picking something up. Only when they really liked the item would they call the employee over to quietly ask about the product. There's really no such thing as easy work. It's like I'm being punished. To think I have to keep standing here still like this. Putting aside how demanding of my body it is, it's quite boring too. I don't know. What do you think about this one? Oh, it's quite pretty. Did I say something wrong? It'll surely look very nice on you. It's like you said, mother. That young man is interesting. Sterling silver, 36 inches in length, 19 millimeters wide. It's a design that has the vibe and fashion sense of the ladies of New York. The collection this time is themed after how much authority and power the city of New York has, as well as the vibrant energy of its streets. There's so many other necklaces just like that one. So does that mean that she memorized all of their details? No, that's not all. It means she's memorized the details of every item in here. What? Is there a problem? And no, it's nothing. Why are you making such an expression then? Is there something wrong with the items here? There's no way that's possible. We brought them over on a private jet just a couple days ago. I hope that you would be generous enough to forgive me. First time? Does that mean that President Jin sent some shot-nosed brat over? Did she really dare?
Ah, madame.
Manager Jin Dojun is the nephew of President Jin. He came this time as he'll be in charge of this from now on. By President Jin's nephew, you mean? I apologize once more. I should have gotten a proper education before I came, but I was tight on time. If you're her nephew, you must be the chairman's grandson. So, who in line are you? I'm the youngest. The youngest. Are you perhaps the one that got into Seoul University Law School and is rumored to rank in the top 10 in the nation? That's all in the past. I haven't been to school much these days, so my brain isn't as good as it used to be. I couldn't even understand the explanation of the product earlier. Not even the slightest bit. I see. Well, I didn't understand a word either. But is that what's important? All that matters is, if I want it and it's pretty. Please give me 2 of these floppy hats and a couple of bottles of these perfumes. That'll be enough for me. You ladies should choose as well. Leave the rest to those kids. Why doesn't this interesting young man come and have a cup of tea with me? So, which year are you in currently? This will be my last one. I see. Will you be taking over the mall business? It isn't set in stone yet. There's no need to hurry anyway, right? Did you need the graduation papers from Seoul University? You're going abroad to continue studying? I wonder what she's so curious about that she would ask in such detail. Is she trying to figure out if I'll receive a part of the Suinyang Group's inheritance? Or just be paid some little amount and be sent off? Or rather, is she trying to build a connection with me? What are you thinking so hard about when you have someone in front of you? Oh, my apologies. Ah, it's because of the hat you bought earlier. The hat? The floppy hat? I don't think it really suits you. That's if I am completely honest. Now, let's see how she'll react. It'll be best for you to take your hands off the mall business starting today. That's an unexpected response. I thought she would at least get mad. Why do you say that? I know that if a short old granny like me is to wear a floppy hat like that, I wouldn't be able to see anything due to it covering my view. It doesn't suit me, nor do I have any intent on wearing it when going out. Then, why did you buy 2 of them at that? Because I wanted to. Although I may be old, I'm still a woman. If you can't read a woman's heart, you should just take your hands off the mall business. Don't you think so? I've heard that you're smart, so I'm sure you have a head for business as well. However, you're still young and know nothing of women. Pick a few things out and send these people away. They must be tired after all this waiting. Yes, mother. Also, you should purchase enough to justify their weight. Shouldn't they at least make enough to cover the effort? Kaya.
Ach, Mom.
Could it be that Audrey Hepburn felt the same? Come visit me when you have some time. I'll treat you to some tea. The second place I visited was the KC Group, 14th in financial rankings. He mainly deals with petrochemicals. The current chairman is the sin-law of this house. There's another fact that although everyone knew, wasn't said out loud. It's that the real chairman behind the KC Group was actually the wife of the chairman. It's our first time seeing her as well. She has never shown herself in these shopping events before. I have a guess as to why she showed up. She must have gotten some information through the Ilsung Group that the youngest of the Sunyang Group will be visiting in person. Are you Jin Dojun, the nephew of President Jin? That's right. It's nice to meet you. Leave the sales to your employees and have some tea with me. Huh? Wait. Actually, do you drink? I don't mind drinking during the day. We didn't talk about anything particularly important. She just asked about me and I answered for the most part. We'll most likely be able to hit the quota for this year's S/S collection just from reservations thanks to you. You're amazing. It was worth making the rounds myself. Aunt's expectations were correct. Afterwards, the following Chaebol family I visited ended up fairly similar. Some of the times the chairman was there himself. Thanks to that, I was able to accomplish two things, and second, getting close to having a cup of tea with them whenever. Also, just what have you been doing? Huh? What have you been doing recently when going around? There are already families lined up that want to arrange a marriage with you. How did you do it? Ah? There is an important meaning behind the obsession with beauty. The reason for that is because, inside of that obsession, lies how Sunyoung expresses the brand identity. Starting from the wide lapel half-canvas heritage line that gives off the vintage vibe, to the classic fit that accentuates the shoulders, the Signoria line, and the lines that use unique materials, the 7 silhouette lines. Once the presentation that spouted out fancy sounding words no one understood ended, everyone slowly started their shopping. Aunt then started to walk around with a polite smile, as if they wanted to grab her attention. You would hear people saying things like, "Please prepare this for me." This increased the speed at which the reservations were being made. Wherever she passed, the number of people purchasing would increase. Are they thinking that they would have to catch her eyes to get invited back for the F/W season? This should be enough, so let's go. It'll just cheapen the products if we stay any longer. Don't you feel reluctant on passing by here? I'm sure there are people here that would be of help in the future. Let's leave the introductions for later. We'll have to make rounds to thank them for coming anyway. They'll send you a list of people who are from useful families. They'll be of great help for the duty-free shop's approval. You sure are helping me a lot to expand my network. Don't be mistaken. It's not for you, but for myself. Is it because you're more comfortable with your nephew than with your older brothers? It's not that. You just have a better vibe than them. Yeah. Should I perhaps call it confidence? If it were either of my brothers, they would have already chased me off to some countryside golf course, while ensuring I couldn't even come close to the management of things. Whereas you allow me to keep this position. You even told me that I'm free to do as I please while you take care of the outside competitions. So, I plan on doing that. I see, so you think that by increasing my network, it'll help with my fight against my uncles. You should also be wary of them, of course. The older you get, the wider the network you tend to build up. Although your grandfather is kind of acting as a shield for you right now, just watch. Once father passes away, starting that day, the National Tax Service and Financial Supervisory Service will come crashing down on fantasy. Of course, they'll reach out to anyone they can as long as they can gobble up your headquarters in the US too. That's why this is for myself. Hope is a good thing, not to the one that holds that hope, but to the one that is allowed to control the other person as per their wish. SY Department, please prepare my schedule according to what's written there and let me know. Alright, understood. Hold on. Let me take a look. It's a list of people that need to be sent an invite. Going forward, since it's important to look at what they do, and not just how much, and what they buy. So what's with this memo? It's the list of presents I'll be giving when I go in person.
전, 그, 긴, 다.
Take this edit into consideration while preparing. Furthermore, make sure to confirm the schedule according to manager Jin Dojun. I don't want him to make a trip for nothing. Yes, Vice Chairman. You sure are quick on the uptake. The list of presents are pretty well thought out. It wasn't anything hard. Females who buy clothes will get a necklace and males will get a watch. Just giving them what they seek. So what did you fix? I changed the brand for the necklaces and watches to something that'll match the clothes they buy. But why those people? They don't seem like anyone important, since they're government workers. Most government workers, barring that they don't mess up, will only rise in rank. It's a good long-term investment if you think about 5, maybe 10 years from now. Even if you don't invest like this, government workers are good pets of Suanyang. Do you know? The cost of the presents you added today are at least 300 million won. I'll pay for it, since we can't have company funds go missing. If it's just this much, it's fine, you said it, right? We never know when the National Tax Service or the Financial Supervisory Service will raid US. That target can be our Sunyang Logistics too, so we should stay prepared. Stay prepared? Yes. If First Uncle has good relationships with the higher UPS in the government now, we should work to set up good relations with those who will be in that position in 5 years' time. Aunt had not thought of her brothers attacking US at all. Aunt, you should know them better than I do, so think about it. Everything related to logistics under Suanyang was separated. Do you think that they would just watch it as their inheritance flies away? They'll start planning a way to take it back. If we aren't careful and prepared, they'll surely take advantage of that. Think about how you had no choice but to hand over the business to me. You lost it because of a couple billion. Donkey, have you heard the rumors? About Dojun? Indeed, it's been a hot topic among the ladies. About how he's handsome, well-mannered, not a troublemaker, and an university student at that. He will make the perfect son-in-law. Everyone's raving about how the S/C's collection held for the mall's VIPs recorded the highest sales. Daehoon Mall is demoralized, saying they don't even want to hold one. You're saying it's all because of Dojun? That's right. It's said that all the Chaebeol families with daughters spent money like water trying to get on his good side. I thought you wanted to talk about Yongjun, but all you're talking about is Dojun. It's because we need to discuss what to do with Dojun and thought the discussions will take a while, so I brought him up first. Then what about Yongjun? I've made the request so it'll get taken care of quickly. Then, we should start with whatever is quicker. Fine. Yeongjun. He's had enough time to reflect while exiled. Let him off. Exiled? He ignored father's orders and often came to Seoul. You should know better than anyone what he did while he was here. What about in Jeoji Island? He called more than 5 supermodel candidates along with his employees, under the pretense of being an event to lift the mood. Right? You very well know what happened that. So? You want to keep him tied up? What will happen if I let him off? If my cute little nephew comes back to Seoul and causes problems, it'll only make it more difficult for me. You have to give him a chance, so that your daughter-in-law also gets one. What? Is she pregnant? Awaiting a baby? No, then, I don't know if you know this, but soon they'll investigate Lee Sang-gun, the president of New Data Technology. Why him? A large amount of money went up in smoke in an instant. There are many people who have lost their homes and are on the streets with their kids. Does it make sense to arrest the president just because the stocks dropped? Will be elections soon. Of course, the leading party has to worry about the votes. No, it's because both sides want to win the favor of the people supporting him, so he will be arrested. They'll probably have to make him seem as the greatest scammer, so that the public dissent will die down. I'm thinking about throwing a couple more people under the bus while they're investigating him. For example, Oh Sehyun and Dojun, as well as our lovely little sister. What? Let's try giving it a push and see what comes out. You never know, they say. It'll be best if we can find out who the backer in the US is. We're in the middle of restructuring. Why are you stirring up a fuss now? Besides, if the prosecutors make a move, do you think that father would just sit still? What are you saying? I told you, right? It's because of that daughter-in-law. This move, Hansung Media will be taking charge. But I will let Yongjun back to Seoul. Alright, that will be enough. Anyway, I'll ACTASIF. I've never heard about Achin Sunji or whoever it was. So do as you please. I'll only take responsibility for sending Yongjun back to Seoul. That sly bastard. You want to be the only one with clean hands after this. Huh? The daughter of one of Korea's major corporations takes charge of running a mall, while using a paper company to invest in stocks and incurs huge losses. Anyone can tell it's obviously about your aunt. I wasn't sure at first, but seeing how it was published by the Hansung Daily News, I can make a more certain guess. My oldest uncle is probably behind this. A big brother selling out his younger sister? What kind of family do you live in? He's not someone that would just sit by and watch as the mall transfers hands. He'll probably do more things like this whenever an opportunity comes about. What are you going to do? You can't just let this go on. I'll have to stop it. It'll become a huge headache if a photo of my aunt visiting the prosecutor's office goes public. Though, there isn't much time until the duty-free shop selections either. Alright, first, let's make sure the other news outlets don't make this a bigger deal. Okay, I'll go and meet with my aunt. This is a warning. Stop this nonsense. Do you think I don't know about those paper companies that you use for private funds? Do you want me to expose you so we can both face embarrassment? Think about who'll suffer more if we go at it. Let's see who'll be the one to wave the white flag first.
소리,
You saw the article? Of course, you shouldn't worry too much. Our side is working to suppress the other news outlets. It'll just end up with the Hansung Daily News kicking up some dust before it dies out. The daughter of one of Korea's major corporations takes charge of running a mall, while using a paper company to invest in stocks and incurs huge losses. Second-generation Chaebel's irresponsible management. Is it okay to let it keep happening? It won't end so simply. If Hansung sets up the ball, the prosecutors will have to spike the ball for it to end. We have plenty of people to play defense. We just have to make sure that a photo of you going into the prosecutor's office doesn't get leaked. I get what you're trying to say. I also know what I should and shouldn't do. Do you perhaps know anything about the paper companies that Uncle owns? I do know about them. It's just that I don't have any evidence. It's not like I never thought to dig up evidence about it. Do you have a way? I've let it be even when we went our separate ways, but if he wants to point a knife back at me, shouldn't I point one right back at him? Someone that can influence the prosecutor's office. Perhaps the ex-husband, Mayor Choi Chong-jae? Have they not ended their relationship completely? Ring. Hello, Dojun. There's trouble. Your father is fuming right now. Father? Why? If I am summoned just to be a witness, I don't necessarily have to go, right? That's right. However, he got infuriated when heard what it was about, especially knowing that the person that dragged you into this was your eldest uncle.
안절, 부절.
Hey big bro, what made you come visit me all the way out here? You've brought Hyun and Taehyun as well, right? That's right. I've brought them. Hello, President. I heard you were urgently looking for US. Correct. Go and have a seat first. President, did you perhaps call US to talk about our casting? Sorry, this isn't about your movie casting.
다행.
Big bro, I'm not sure what this is about, but you just tell US directly. Alright, let me make this difficult request. Sure. Just say the word. You're the one who made Hyun and Taehyun into stars. SP, what's a little request in front of that? You two are dating, right? Yes, we are. Let's go public with it. Tomorrow. No, even today will be okay. Big bro! Exclamation point. What are you doing here? You weren't expecting me. Master. Sir. It's me, Kim Hae-won. He said he'd arrive by evening. Is this the one you spoke of? The one who can help US? Yes, sir. He claims to be able to unlock the door. You lie. No, sir. I can prove it. Prove it, then. This is a memory chain. It will only open to those who are truly ready. What are you trying to do? You're just buying time. If I fail, we all die. I've seen your face before. You're not a friend. But I can still help you. You think you can manage this alone? We're almost there. Keep it up. We're not safe yet. Do it now. The door is open. IT worked. We're safe. For now. What have I done? What have I done? You're alive. This isn't over. We'll find a way. That's a good thing. Putting the matter of marriage aside, didn't you guys find it inconvenient having to date secretly? Let's just make it public. Sir, you too. Did you forget that it was thanks to my big bro that you guys made it this big? At times we have to step up and help wash off that stigma about how people who paint their face for a living can't be trusted. CEO Kim, you don't have to take it that far. I know that it's a tough decision to make. Ichiyun, Taehyun, let me ask you for this favor. I'll be sure to pay you back. Please help me just this once. Ah, why are you doing this, President Jin? Lift your head. Alright, we will do as you ask. HELN, IT was bound to be revealed eventually. So I guess we can just think of it as being revealed earlier. Alright? If it's okay with you. I'm okay. Ah, thank you. I'm in a bit of a hurry. So please set it up quickly. Please try your best so that it'll hit the headlines in tomorrow's morning papers. You don't have to worry, big bro. Haha. I'll make sure that the papers, the TV, and the internet will be filled with news about these two. These punks are doing whatever they want. Huh? So the oldest started this and the younger ones are counterattacking? That's right, Chairman. They're also saying that the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office has been secretly investigating Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. If it's the Eastern District, that's President Choi's hometown, right? Indeed, it looks like President Jin Seo-yoon made the request. These fools. They dare bring in the prosecutor's office for an inter-family conflict? That's the state of my house these days. I have no face to show in front of the Attorney General. And no, Mr. Chairman. How could that be? So, is the investigation underway? We've requested attendance as an expert. But you can speak freely. Why are you like this? Is something troubling you? They dragged fantasy investments into this out of nowhere. According to the rumors, they supposedly have close relations with you. Close? Heh. They're punks who are taking each of my companies one by one. Forget about them. What about the trouble my daughter caused? Is it impossible to deal with it? There's nothing. No matter what. She's a victim who lost a large sum of money. Also, regardless of what the process was, the company money has been recovered. There won't be any trouble as long as the shareholders don't make a fuss. Then what would happen if you don't send down any orders? Will the Eastern and Southern District offices go to war with each other? How could that be possible? They're still co-workers that work together. They'll just verify the stuff each of them has and come to a conclusion. They'll surely work things out. Then, IT looks like you don't have to worry too much. To tell you the truth, there's one thing that's weighing on my mind, so I want to confirm it. Chairman, you can ask. It's about fantasy investments. Do you really not have any relations with them? Oh, why is such a thing weighing on your mind? A Jin Group,
Sunyang Automobile,
H Construction, and now even Sunyang Mall. They're swallowing these companies up one at a time. If you were to look at how the shares are shifting, Sunyang seems to hold quite a bit. This isn't something that can happen without your silent approval, right? As for the automobile, I sold it because I didn't have any cash during the IMF. And for the MAL, I lost it due to my daughter's stupidity. There was no silent approval to speak of. I'm not sure you received this information, but the FSS has started to take note of fantasy investments. Well, it's obviously foreign money, but the motives behind them are questionable. Whether it's market manipulation or actual investment, money is money. What motives can it have? Tell them not to waste time with useless things. They're a firm that made off with a huge profit during the IMF. It's a given that they're on a watch list. I know them well. They aren't like that. Think about it. They came in with USD, bought out a failing company, and paid off all of the delayed payments for its employees. Would they do such things if they were looking to flip for profit? Then, I can take it as that even if the FSS were to start an investigation, there won't be any problems. Looks like they've already started. That's right. I heard that they even asked for cooperation from the IRS. They sure are busybodies. Ho ho, I've understood your position now. I'll watch over it quietly and let you know if anything special happens. Alright. I feel bad for troubling you like this all this time. It's not a problem, Chairman. Then, how much did he get paid by Young?
I'm sorry.
It's a bit hard to estimate the amount. What about the FSS? I've confirmed that the Vice Chairman, Jin Young-ki, has been poking around. What's he so scared about? It's not like he's a little kid anymore. The opponent is too fearsome. You can't let your guard down against them even for a second. Even if it were me, I would want to nip them in the bud before they grow any further. You always lose when you make moves in a hurry, and when you are standing against someone so farsome. It's best to wait for an opportunity to come and then strike. Anyway, make sure the FFS head and AG steps down after the coming elections. IT isn't good if they can be swayed by Yoonki. Understood. Then are you going to let Dojun do as he pleases? If Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki is persistent, he'll be summoned by the prosecutor's office at least once. He'll have to get used to that place if he's set his aim on this seat. It won't hurt for him to take an early tour there. A law school student who got summoned before he could even start working. Don't I have to go to the interrogation room? It's fine. I just have to get a few statements from you. Why? Is there something so important that it needs to be said in the interrogation room? I will have to know what's important first to respond to that. I'll try my best to answer the questions if you have any really important questions. Tiki, the world's become a good place. If it was like before, you would be standing facing the wall to reflect before even starting. Then the talk would have been much easier. He wants to display your strength from the start. Huh? Should I push him a little? Do you have an inferiority complex? What? Calling someone in for questioning only to treat them as a criminal. I just had a sudden thought that you might have an inferiority complex seeing how you're pressing me from the start. Do you not have one? Then why are you so on edge? Hey, Prosecutor Lee Gangsik, keep your voice down. The fact that you will be sent off to the Cheongju branch next month won't change just because you're loud. Why are you getting surprised? It's not like the relocation of public servants is a national secret or anything. Oh? Or is pulling strings just to bail a friend who got caught for drunk driving out in exchange for money something the prosecutor should keep to themselves? It's really not much of a secret. Is it? Since you're being sent to a small branch because of it. Why you? Although the investigation is something for prosecutors, information gathering is something anyone can do. If you were to compare yourself using your powers to look into me, and me using the power of my money to look into you, the amount of papers I have would be at least 2 or 3 times thicker than yours. Okus, let's not waste each other's time and end this. It's not like you'll find a speck of dust on me. Chaebol kids sure are scary. Seeing how you are, I guess I'll be seeing you more often around here. I'll take that as a compliment. If you're done talking, I can take my leave, right? We have evidence of Jin Seo-yoon using company funds like her own pocket money. Meanwhile, when filling back in the money she used, Suanyang logistics stocks suddenly were transferred to Fantasy. Although they say that it's a coincidence, I don't believe such bullshit. How could it be a coincidence? She used the company funds, and she sold the stocks to make up for it. What? She moved the company funds to a paper company and paid everything back. Since the funds were only missing for a couple of months at max, it'll all end with a fine. I'll get going now that I've answered all of your questions. Oh, what are you doing? This is an investigation which at best might dig up a few pieces of dirt. The opponent is a Chaebol family that has a big say in the country. It's possible that even slight trouble which may arise could get you fired. So they'll probably have a prosecutor that'll be sent to a remote branch anyway to make it look like things have been done properly. After all, the one who requested the investigation isn't someone small either. Enough, take it. You can think of it as catching a lifeline instead. You can come find me whenever. I'll show you that I'm much different from Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki. They usually start with some no-names like him. Although you never know who that no-name will bring with him. How was it? WRE they feeling you out? Isn't it normal for humans to show aggressiveness to cover up their weakness? What about you, uncle? They didn't go further than the standard questions. It was pretty obvious they were only doing this because it was a request from Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki. Then, all that's left is Aunt. Although they might seem like they are after her, their real target isn't his little sister. It's you. Me? Correct. They want to even further dig into the mysterious fantasy. Dojun, you should better ask your grandfather That won't do. I shouldn't do something that'll make grandfather disappointed. Disappointed? Isn't it the same as getting beat up in school only to bring your big brother along the next day? As soon as I make such a request, grandfather would look down on me with disappointment. Isn't it infighting within the family? Grandfather, he only cares about the outcome. Man, those Chaebol families. Tiring. Please excuse me for my prior actions, Manager Jin. Don't mention it. You were doing what the country assigned you to do. I overstepped my authority as well. Let's just call it even and wipe the slate clean. I'm grateful to hear that. So what have you come here for? To tell you the truth, I've done some digging around you. Although you might be a third-generation Chaebol, you seem pretty unique. I guess I could be called a bit unique. There's a saying that a third-generation Chaebol not causing trouble itself is already filial in itself. In contrast, I am pretty hard working for a third generation. That's right. It's to a point where even your uncles would be wary of you. He's trying to hint that all this happened because of my uncles. Is he trying to tell me he is going to side with me? How have things been progressing? We were ordered to conclude things by only reporting your and CEO's current statuses. The only thing left is what we should do with Vice Chairman Jin Dojun. Seeing as how they're stopping with that, this whole thing must be a decoy. Prosecutor Lee, how many people are you really close to within the Southern District Office? I am basically asking how many prosecutors are willing to help me. Really close? There are a few. Are all of you aiming for the Prosecutor General position? Or maybe planning on taking on a high-profile case to jump to Yoduo? Are you talking about goals? I'm familiar with that bitter expression. Who wouldn't think about bigger dreams? However, after being beaten here and there, that dream disappears and reality sets in. The reality is that aiming for a chief prosecutor position, then retiring and going back to your hometown to open up your own law office, sounds like a much more hopeful outcome. Then, how about this? High-salaried lawyer. By high, approximately how high are you talking about? The salary for a chief prosecutor or a senior prosecutor in their first year of becoming a lawyer. And obviously, he would know the amount of money I have in my private account since he's gone through it all during the investigation. Getting paid such a salary, I guess you can't even complain about any hard fights. The harder and more dangerous the work, the faster the promotion. A butcher shines the most when they use a butchering knife, and a hunting dog is feared when they show that they can bite their target. Who's the target that needs the knife? You should already know though, right? Sunyang's Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki, right? Thank you, Father. You've been through a lot. So, have you met your uncle? Yes. I went to see him as soon as I arrived in Seoul. Good. You might not be aware of it, but Donkey played a huge part in you coming back. Yoonki, what brings you here so suddenly? I apologize for disturbing the long-awaited father and son reunion, but can you step out for a bit? Youngjin? Huh? Hey, what's your problem? Forget that. It might not be a bad idea for you to hear it too. So sit. Brother, you should know why I came here, right? Let's stop here. Whether it be the Southern Prosecutor's Office or the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, call and tell them to cover it up right away. Our youngest sure has grown up. Your demeanor has changed. You're finally giving off an aura of a president. Although it isn't a bad idea to use the media since they're your in-laws, isn't it cheap to use it against your family? The prosecutors too. I'm sure I'll be the only one that won't have dirt on them. After an investigation. Are you trying to see who has more dirt on them? Kiki, thinking back on it, you didn't do too bad. I didn't expect you to cover it up with gossip. I was a bit surprised. That thing? It was just the start. If you don't stop this nonsense now, I can make it so that you, big brother, won't be able to walk openly outside anymore. I'm not bluffing and you know it. You will what? Do you think it's possible? You think you're some hot shit because people in the movie industry call you president? Know your place. Uncle. I don't know what's going on, but let's calm down. Youngjin. I've heard that the first thing you did after coming to Seoul was to reserve the special suite in Hyatt. For 6 months at that. So it's making me wonder who will be staying there. Huh? An announcer? A girl idol group member? H? Or is it Lee Kyung-hee that you've been deep into lately? You should be careful with her. They may portray her as innocent, but she ran away from home during high school and experienced many ups and downs. The management she's under is pretty dangerous too. The boss used to be a gangster. Oh right. Not sure you've heard that, but there are rumors she's even done drugs before. Oh, could it be that you've been using them with her? There isn't much money to be made from a newbie actress. I'm sure that gangster boss of hers is laughing and enjoying his time while thinking of ways to squeeze some more money out of you. Cut it out, you bastard. Oh, I am not sure if you know, but I will be starting an entertainment channel in August. We'll obviously be showing movies and dramas, but we will also be reporting entertainment news as well. I'm thinking about opening with a series about the debaucher lives of third-generation Chaebols, Youngjin and Kyungjun. I'm sure the ratings will go through the roof if the two brothers were to be featured in it. Kyungjun? What about him? You didn't know? He's living with someone in LA. Pretty sure. She was an actress. Haven't you heard? I haven't received any report from the LA branch. All I received was that although his grades aren't the best, I thought he was just quietly living his life there. But he's living with someone, and it's a foreign actress on top of that? It'll be hard to keep things quiet if this gets out. I hand-picked 30 reporters just for the channel. They're all paparazzi-level veterans. They found all this out in just a month. I'm sure there will be an even bigger scoop once they start doing deep-dive investigations. Will you be able to handle it then, Big Brother? Yoongi, are you threatening me right now? Why? You can't handle it now that your children are being brought into this? You were the one that started it though. Fight for the inheritance? Fine. It's not like I'm stopping you. It would have been like swallowing up a country back in the days. How could you not fight for it? But you shouldn't have messed with my kid. And it shouldn't have never leaked outside. Our healthy father is still watching over us. I'm warning you once more. If Dojun happens to get called into the prosecutor's office again, I'll make sure the 30 reporters under me are following you around all day and night, is what he's saying. True? You dumbass are huff, huff, huff. Call them up. To my room this instant. Head of Secretary, Strategy, Audit, and Management. All of them. Ah. Fuck. If you want to have people within the prosecutors, it might not be bad to aim for the mainstream ones. You know there isn't a stronger tie than college alumni in Korea. I'm sure you'll easily get their support if you approach the alumnus. By mainstream prosecutors, are you talking about you, the ones involved in politics? The reason why they care for alumni is all for the money. You can just buy them when you need them. There really isn't a need for me to approach them right now. Is it because people with more money than you are backing them? Such as Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi, so you know. They'll come to my side once they find out that I'm at the same level as the Vice Chairman. So that's why you're starting with non-mainstream picks like me and Lee Kang-sik? Would you look at this guy? He wants to feel me out? He doesn't know his position nor his worth. I should be the one to feel him out if anything. Chief Bay. Yes, even my grandfather won't promise a prosperous future for just requesting an investigation. They should prove themselves by giving their all to protect him for such a future. Yet I promised a good future. For just some evidence that I needed. Isn't this pretty much a freebie? You coming here after hearing about me from Lee Kang-sik means that you're here to sell me something. Let's tally up our price and end it. I'll give you a good price. I don't need someone that acts like a prosecutor. I need someone that knows how to do business, since a businessman won't ever betray a client that'll bring them money. As expected, the prosecutor's office was just a bait. The real thing was the Financial Supervisory Service. The FSS said that they'll be looking into our company, and of course in US too, including our private transactions. They started tracing back the funds that Fantasy received when it first started. Is there anything they can find fault in? The amount of money we moved was in the billions. I'm sure they can come up with something if they look hard enough. While we might see it as making use of the tax codes, they'll see it as tax evasion. It just depends how they want to interpret the law. They'll come rushing in here as soon as they get any kind of evidence. It does make me a bit wary. You shouldn't worry too much. Worst case scenario, we'll just be paying some fine. We have that much money if needed. You know that this isn't just about money, don't you? Are you really planning on doing it? I should take a stab since I drew the knife. I don't plan on chopping some vegetables just to end up putting them away. I have no intention of compromising. That the Suenyong group in fantasy will have a fight. Will I be able to pierce an iron fortress like Suenyong? Will I be the one to be hurt instead? I have no intention of compromising. Then, you have the knife prepared, right? Yes. The next day, I've looked into the overseas companies and found this. Ellipsis. Looks like it's useful seeing Uncle's expression. Gulp. To think you'd find something like this.
I'm truly impressed.
Probably wasn't easy to find this without any help from the US. Right? I had a fortunate chance to participate in a Ministry of Justice training program, and I met a third-generation Korean-American I became friends with. He was the one that helped me. What is it? About the dollars they siphoned. The amount they took out of the connected account in the US was 20 billion. The real issue with this is that they have no receipts on where that money they took out was spent. In most cases like this, it's gambling. Gambling? That's right. This is usually something the owner's family is capable of. Do you know if Vice Chairman Jin Younkie likes to gamble? I know who it is. The person who has always had trouble with gambling. My oldest. Aunt Park Haeong. Aunt Haeong grew up in a Chaebol family not lacking anything and married into an even bigger Chaebol family. Having more money than she can spend. She would go on to buy anything she desires, showing her endless craving to show off. Men, gambling, and shopping. Those are things that you wouldn't be able to separate from her. Please pull out reports about the time the money was withdrawn and the timing of my oldest aunt leaving the country. By oldest aunt you mean Vice Chairman Jin Youngkie's wife? Yes. Let's try to imitate politics ourselves. First, we'll leak it to the media, and once it gains traction, we'll report it to the prosecutor's office. Are there any media companies that would take it? Wouldn't they lose a lot of ads if they get on Sooyoung's bad side? I'm sure they wouldn't want to, but we can cover any losses that occur for them. We have constructions, automobiles, malls, and marts. That's enough. That won't be the only thing. Summoning of witnesses will be hard, and it will probably just end in a not guilty verdict after a short questioning. It's fine. There won't be anyone that would believe her even if she was really innocent. My goal is to hurt her. That way my opponents will know that I also hold a knife. Before that, you should meet up with my uncle. You should hint that things won't have to go too far if we end it here. What if he really ends things here? Are we going to stop for real? No, we'll keep going. We should make an example of them since it's our first time. Otherwise, such things will keep on happening. Is there really a need to take it that far? Especially if they're willing to end things here? Mr. Prosecutor here won't have to be caught in an awkward position either. He's saying that because he doesn't understand. Uncle isn't someone to stop until he has what he wants in his hands. It's a matter of whether he wants to make use of what's in his hands or not. So he isn't stopping unless he experiences firsthand that we also hold a knife. You only know my father, so you might think they're affable, but don't. Trust the people. From my family, not just my grandfather, but all of them are thick-skinned. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, Vice Chairman. Don't be, since you're mentoring my cute little nephew. I will always welcome you. Then you should think of it as an act of your cute nephew and end it here. What are you talking about? I'm telling you not to splash shit on me just to keep Dojun in check. Oh, about that? Haha. Oh my, you must have misunderstood. I neither have something against you, nor am I trying to keep Dojun in check. Then what is it? If it's not this or that, I'm just trying to get back what's mine. Since Sunyong Automobile took something from me. The automobile company? Are you talking about the stocks that the Sunyong Automobile holds? Why would that be yours? It's something purchased directly by Chairman Jin. It was just in someone else's hands temporarily. The best way to describe it is as it being safe-kept while things were calming down. You know, the IMF currency crisis? Foreign currency crisis. To think he'd say such nonsense so righteously. They really are all thick-skinned. I'll pay well for safekeeping it, so please give it back. I can even pay the market price. You won't be losing out. What if I decline? You seem to be bad at math for someone who deals with money. COO. You won't be able to do anything with the Suenyang Group even if you hold on to it. You should save the headache and exchange it for something that you need. By headache, I should understand that you'll use government pressure like now? The Southern Prosecutor's Office and FSS are rather tame. There will be even bigger headaches heading your way. Even bigger headaches. Ha. It must be a joint attack between the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Service. There's one more. Concentrated attack from the media. Dojun. You were right. I am so scared. I thought that none of Yoonki's friends were anything special. But looks like I was mistaken. Whether it's Yoonk or his friends, I guess none of them are that simple. Alright. Let's forget about the insignificant stocks and get to business. Bring all the companies that Fantasy absorbed and come under the Suenyang banner. I'm willing to offer whatever you'd like. I'm not sure you know the true worth of our HW group when saying such things. Aren't you the specialist when it comes to things like that, COO? I'm saying we'll do a MGA. I'll pay based on the objective value assessment of the business. We can talk about big issues like that after all of the small matters have been taken care of. You can first stop FSS from investigating Fantasy. Consequently, I will stop at this as well. Stop at this? Stop what? I couldn't help but look into some things, since we couldn't just dumbly stand around sucking on our thumbs. It looks like you've had some fun with the illegal currency exchange. That's nothing to make a fuss about. Something like that is a minor violation for companies in our country. Don't you sometimes make illegal U-turns while driving? It's the same. Yes, I do make illegal U-turns at times. However, I don't do it while I'm drunk out of my ass. Since this is at the level of drunk driving plus crossing over the center line on the road. Drunk driving? What do you mean by that? The dollars you got from illegal exchanges made its way into a casino. What? We're currently in the works to figure out who it was. Oh, since the account belongs to a branch of Sunana, it'll be hard for you to act as if you were related in any way. Oh, you can find my number here. If you don't contact me by the end of today, I'll hand over all the evidence I've found to the media. What is he talking about? Casino? Call head manager Choi. Tell him to bring me all the records of foreign currency accounts. Was there anything suspicious about the money that left the accounts? Anything that you haven't reported to me? There wasn't anything special, nor was there anything reported to me. I'll change the question. Out of the big withdrawals, was there anything suspicious by your standards? There's this, but this is a list of what your wife has used. The ones highlighted on the list are probably what you're looking for. Vice Chairman. Your wife told me that IT wasn't something I needed to know about when I inquired. So, 30 billion? Are you sure about this? Did my wife really spend this money? Most of the withdrawals from the US were made during your time in Morocco. Grit, you can go. Ocean. That bastard. I'll let you know that no matter how much you try to be like a Chaebol, South Korea is in the palms of our Suenyang family. I'll let you realize that there are no media outlets that will write an article without Suenyang's permission. The next day. So, there hasn't been a single mention of gambling, foreign currency accounts, or a mention of foreign currency leaving the country, whether it be news or TV stations. That's how it should be. Ocean, you messed with the wrong person. Stop the FSS from investigating? No. I'll make sure they rush it all instead. I'll make sure to get the NTS involved and turn Fantasy upside down as soon as I get even a sliver of evidence. Kakik, we'll renegotiate the terms for the M&A when you come screaming and begging for me to save you. What is it? You need to urgently take a look at this. Did you print out some online article? Yes. What is it? I think you should see this for yourself, Vice Chairman. Someone you would recognize just by hearing their name. Caught enjoying gambling $100,000 at a well-known Las Vegas casino. Luxurious shopping spree of someone from the Chaebol family. According to some sources from the casino, the amount of money that the eldest daughter-in-law P squandered away is in the 100 billions in one. After squandering away $3 million, with the money withdrawn from the foreign currency account, What is this? It's an article printed by a media outlet in the US. It's a Korean news media called the Korean Times Journal. That is the most influential. Damn it. Call all the lawyers from the US back here and have them on standby. Where are they spending all that money? Not even being able to stop an article like this. Put this article to an end in the US no matter what you have to do. Make sure that it never makes it over to Korea. Yes. Ocean. You really want to see this through to the end? Doesn't this make US even? You haven't forgotten, right? You were the one that started it all. Vice Chairman. This bastard. There is a reason behind his confidence. Just what could it be for him to act this confident? How can a businessman do something that'll incur a loss all for the sake of face? It's because you're still stuck with the mindset of a small-time businessman that you're saying such things. Once your company grows another 3 to 4-folds, you will understand how important a face is. Keep your company well. Since it'll be a part of our Sunyang group once the NTS gets done with it. You don't have to worry about me, Vice Chairman.
부들.
Rich news.
해외 원정단치.
There's currently an investigation going on about overseas gambling of people from the high class. Overseas gambling. Also, a large amount of substantial evidence has been gathered, especially now that a large conglomerate is involved with violating foreign exchange laws. The investigation's main focus is the overseas gambling location of this case, as it's not the usual Macau or the Philippines, but the US and Morocco. While the gambling in Macau and Philippines would be disguised as package tours, the current investigations into the gamblings in Las Vegas and Morocco were of individual levels, and the money involved are estimated to be in the hundreds of millions to tens of billions. Eradicate all these articles. Stop this at once. It'll be your heads if they don't make an announcement saying that it was misinformation. Got me? Now go. Oh, Sihyun, that bastard. BBI. Tell the Central District Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Services to make a move right away. Tell them to start a search and seizure of Fantasy. Tell them to not miss a single piece of Oh Sihyun's hair. Lee Kang-sik. You bastard. Are you crazy? Huff. Huff. How are you going to deal with this now? There will be dozens of Sunyang lawyers knocking at our doors soon. I'll bet my position that there will be at least 10 people among them who have roots in the prosecutor's office. Huff. Huff. Lee Kang-sik. Do you know how long the previous president was in his position? For 8 months, that's right. Of the 2 years allowed by law, he barely did 8 months before being forced to step down. There's no one that doesn't know that it was due to getting on the bad side of Sunyang's chairman Jin. Yet, a mere prosecutor dares to mess with their daughter-in-law. Do you know how many will be fired because of you? Ugh. UMPH. Even the chief prosecutor was summoned to the Supreme Prosecutor's office. All because of you, bastard. We've already gotten our hands on the bank accounts and confirmed the records of Park Hae-young's flight records. The Korean news media guaranteed that they'll get the Las Vegas CCTV footages as well. She won't be able to get out of this. We'll be able to get Sunyang Group on illegal foreign exchange as well. Please believe me. Why are you doing this? Do you think we're not doing anything just because we don't have evidence? All they have to do is call in sick when summoned. Don't you know that they just end up getting immunity? My apologies. I'll take responsibility. You can make it public by saying it was just a prosecutor greedy for achievements. You plan on acting tough till the end? Honorable prosecutor that's been chased out. You know how they all end up, right? They'll end up with a golden badge in Yequidio if they saved a country in their previous life. I will do my best. Or become some neighborhood divorce lawyer. You aren't someone who would have saved a country, so you'll end up as a divorce lawyer somewhere. 1 year. You will envy me in 1 year. Looks like Prosecutor Lee Kang-sik took the fall. What do you think your uncle will do now? We'll be able to confirm whether he's just a crazy barking dog or actually has something to back him up. If he only focuses on buying this issue, it'll be evident that he's not worth worrying about. But if he attacks US regardless of the situation, it would mean that he's not someone easy to deal with, right? That will also exclude the possibility of him being all bark no bite type. Well, yeah, SIR. National Tax Services and the prosecutor's office are here. That was quick. Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki. Yeah. I didn't think he would be this decisive. I doubt it was his decisiveness. Rather, it was more that he couldn't control his anger. Haha, sir. Now isn't the time for this, alright? 10 minutes. That should be enough, right? Since Uncle is pretty talkative. Let's make IT 20. Alright, go out and block them. Turn off the elevators and lock the stairways. Whether it's the NTS or the prosecutors, just delay them for 20 minutes and give us the time. That's all you have to do. Ah, yes, sir. Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi. It's me, Ocean. You must be in a rush if you're the one calling first. You're more decisive than I thought. IT hasn't even been long since the press conference ended. To think you would already be making a move already. They're civil servants, so you should treat them properly. You shouldn't think about having your employees blocking them while destroying evidence. There's no need for that, since they'll all be leaving within 20 minutes. Leaving? Did you make a request to someone up top? Did you perhaps have Dojun make a request to my father? The civil servants that came barging in here will be ordered to leave by you, Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Listen well, Vice Chairman. I will go to meet with Vice Chairman Jin Donkey now. Donkey? Is that all you could come up with? You should better listen without interrupting. I am currently holding a transfer agreement contract. A transfer agreement contract? That's right. It's the agreement about transferring the 17% of Sunyong Group stocks that Sunyong Automobiles holds. Aren't you two in the middle of a tug of war, fighting for the rights of the group? Although 17% won't seal the deal, I'm sure it'll be enough to upset the balance. What do you think? Hey, what the hell are you saying? Well, I guess I will just have to wait until Vice Chairman Jin Donkey takes over and ask for a couple of decent subsidiary companies. Hey, Ocean, watch your words. I'm not your underlings for you to keep shouting my name like that. The next holder of the shares I hold, whether they remain in my hand or get transferred to Vice Chairman Jin Donkey, will be decided by the end of this call. What will you do? Hold on. If the NTS steps a foot into my office, Vice Chairman's control over the group will increase by 17%. Starting today, is based on the companies that they oversee and is not set in stone. They're doing their assigned work without much complaint now since grandfather is still alive and well. The way that the shares of Jin Yoongi, who is the oldest, and Jin Donkey, who's the second child, are divided. But they'll start fighting as soon as he passes away. When that time comes, those 17% that I hold will play a huge role. You should pass that to me. Then I'll make sure that you'll never have to see the NTS or the prosecutor's office. You said that you were planning on receiving a couple of useful companies from Donkey, right? I'll give you a couple more. Of course, I'll pay top price for the 17% of shares. Aren't you looking down on me a bit too much? I'm not the type to give wings to someone who started a fight with me. Now you should decide. Should I hold onto the 17%? Or should I hand them off to your younger brother? Seeing as how loud it is outside, the NTS people must be skipping the lower floors and directly coming to my room. The moment they open my doors is the moment I'll be hanging up this phone. Wait, I'll call you back. Call the director of the NTS and tell him to stop what they're doing. What do you mean, huh? Tell them to stop what they're doing this instant. So you're telling me the one who took a step back was Yoongi? Yes, that appears to be the case. The NTS employees that have gone to Fantasy are all withdrawing after the urgent call from Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi. That dumbass. He should have kept the pride of the civil servants in mind. That's why he'll be summoned as a witness for the overseas gambling case. They made a deal to let him off with a fine if he can keep the media quiet. I also heard that he'll be making a $500,000 account to pass over to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the prosecutor's office isn't happy in the slightest about being treated like some hunting dogs. Foolish bastard. What about the press conference from the prosecutor's office? Did they really investigate? Or is it a favor for Fantasy? They moved based on the vice chairman's orders at first but changed later. Fantasy gave them a bigger gift. I shouldn't worry about these things since I'm retired, but just tell them to keep it within reason, since it'll be a problem if this affects Sunyong as well. Understood. Ah, to think I'd have to stop the kids from fighting at my age. Tell the kids to come right now. You should all know why I summoned you, right? Father. Oldest brother was the one that started it. I can possibly go to jail because of it. So, is that why you had your ex-husband dig for dirt on him? Is that something you should be doing? Each of you call up your connections and put an end to this. Make sure to keep things quiet. Father, I'm not involved in this. You're no different. Although you weren't directly involved, weren't you backing your older brother? I know middle children are usually selfish and quick-witted, but you take things too far. You should step up when needed and draw a clear line if you're not getting involved. Doing shady things like that will always come to bite you in the end. Got it? I understand. I'm scared to look at a newspaper or the news. Make sure not another word of this leaks. You all should be prepared for what's to come if Suenyang is mentioned after 4 days have passed. Take care of it even if you have to get all the C-suites involved. Tell Mayor Choi to stop as well. If you aren't going to stop him, should I be the one to do it? Should I let the world know just how much money he's taken from the Daehoon group? No, I'll handle it by today. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. There's a reason why I gave Seon the mall and the hotel. When I first started Suenyang, my thoughts were to create an enterprise to repay the country. That was my main goal. It was a given that an enterprise would produce and sell products. However, back then, the things you see everywhere now were all rare and hard to get. I'm sure you won't understand, since I'm now different and aren't acting as such anymore. However, I am yet to lose sight of my passion from back then. The hotel or the mall are just means of earning money. It doesn't fit the ideal of creating an enterprise to serve the country. That's why I handed it over to her. But she couldn't even hold on to it for even a year and had it taken away. Do you think it was because Seon was stupid? You should get rid of the thought that Suenyang is almighty. There are many jackals out there that are aiming for US. They'll come for US if they see an opening even as small as the eye of a needle. One mistake could turn into a regret that can't be changed. The Suenyang automobiles and fantasy are the same. The IMF has broken down the shield of the country. I had to protect Suenyang, so that's why I let go of it even at such a low price. If I didn't, we would have collapsed, starting from the overseas branches all the way to the headquarters. You too must bring back the automobiles. The Suenyang automobile merged with a Hin automobile and grew double in size. It won't be easy, but you must bring it back. Don't look down on Ocean. Don't think that he'll hand over the company just because you offer him a lot of money. He's someone who came into the rankings of the wealthy in just a short few years. You won't be able to take it back if you are on your high horses. You guys will have to become the pack of jackals if you want to take it back. You also need the patience to wait for an opening that can even be the size of a needle's eye. You need the strength to kill him with one blow when you get the chance as well. Do you understand? Yes. Have you been well? How is your health? Go a bit easy on them. I'll die an early death because of you. All I'm doing is trying my hardest to survive. I called your uncles and aunt and told them to stop it here. You should not make it go out of control, either. I don't want Suenyang to incur a loss because of it. That's the best idea I've heard all day. I honestly don't have any more resources. Very good. I'll give you a gift to make up for that. A gift? I pulled some strings. The duty-free shop at Incheon Airport will be approved without a problem, as well as the one in Seoul. Thank you, grandfather. You're welcome. I have a feeling that this little incident served as a valuable lesson for you. How do you feel about it? Things went the way I wanted them to, since my goal was to prevent something like this from happening again. The way you wanted. Oh, do you think your oldest uncle will stop attacking you out of nowhere now? Yeah. I took advantage of the weapon you gave me. Weapon? I gave you? What are you referring to? 17% of Suenyang's shares, owned by Motors. What? I threatened him saying I'll hand them over to Uncle Donggi. It worked like a charm. You're so evil, Dojun. I thought that was what you would have done. I only used what I had at my disposal effectively. That is true. Except you shouldn't abuse it. It becomes less effective. I don't think it will, unless my two uncles stop being so overly greedy. Not so sure about that. I gave your uncles you underestimate a sound lecture to work together in order to bring Motors back to Suenyang. They are not as simple-minded as they appear. A temporary truce between them is possible if it means greater rewards in the end. They're brothers. It may be more probable than you think. You told them that? Yeah. You get things taken away from you if you can't protect them. Happens all the time. And you were calling me evil? Grandfather stops the fight from being taken outside, but welcomes and even encourages the feud that only occurs within the family. I'll be ready for it. You should be. The 17% of shares you wield as your weapon could easily become insignificant. Do you know how? Yes. If Suenyang Corp expands even further, the bigger it grows, the less significant the shares owned by Miracle become. Precisely. In fact, IT already went down to 16-something. A few affiliates increased their capital after the economy bounced back up a bit. Just me? I planned to satiate my own ambitions in the process, but I realized it this time, that it won't be as easy as I thought. Why do you say that? I overlooked my uncle's career and experience. He has established solid connections with a lot of people over time. They also have powers to help him in return. I'm inclined to think it'll take me at least 20 years to have similar connections as his, if not longer. Uncle is the firstborn of the CEO of Sunyang Corp. While I'm the youngest in the family way down the hierarchy, those with power and influence won't find me very appealing. You're right, that's the true power of Sunyang. Yeah. I suppose I knew it in my head but failed to know it by heart. But it was a first-hand experience this time. It will take you more than 50 years if you do it alone. More than half of what Yonggi has was inherited. He only added 20 or so years of experience on top of what I gave him. I hope you also plan to give me some. I guess I should if I want to see a fair fight. But keep this in mind. Even if I give them to you, they won't necessarily become yours. Because they're not assets or objects, but human beings. Misplacing? Oh my. Ahahaha. If you give them to me, I'll take good care of them so as to keep them by my side as long as I can. They were bought with money in the first place. I will pay the highest fees without delay in order to take advantage of their power. It starts with money, but you'll have to give them something greater later. What would that be? It isn't something I can explain. You'll have to identify it yourself and fulfill their needs. It's difficult, but they will only become your people if you can do that. I'll keep that in mind. The share inheritance should be settled in the near future. It will be split among your two uncles. Judging from the growth status of affiliates, Yonggi will inherit a bit more thanks to electronics. I see. What remains is the financial sector. I'm working on restructuring the shares. He must be thinking of passing it down to me, if he brought it up. But what could he mean by restructuring the shares? I'm sure you're well aware that those affiliates are very solid. Capital flow of Sunyang Life Insurance is more than decent. It actually owns a good number of real estate properties, making it one of the better companies. It has purchased land and built with the abundance of cash and now generates considerable profit from leasing them. There's a reason people refer to Sunyang Life as the Bank of the Corp. It's also a majority shareholder, with 78% of Sunyang Electronics shares. What would you do with that? Will you let me inherit that? I forgot to add, if I gave that to you, I would work on expanding the business with Sunyang Life in the center of it all, until it becomes a large conglomerate of its own. You would expand the business outside of Sunyang, instead of as an affiliate of what your uncles own? That's not what I mean. What I mean is that even an affiliate of Sunyang has room for growth. I'd never be satisfied with the status quo. I desperately hoped it was the correct answer. Isn't it all wealthy entrepreneurs' goal? To endlessly expand their business? Someone from the family that wants growth over status quo. He has to lean towards that person. That is the only way I could procure another share from my grandfather. You always give me textbook answers each time I ask a tough question. Not only that, you back it up with your actions. I'm sure that puts you in a difficult position. Why would it? Because uncles will definitely be furious if you gave me the financial sector. It's not just your uncles, to be fair. All executives and managers from the financial sector will oppose the idea. It's not easy for them to work under someone as young as their grandchildren. I suppose my job would be to satisfy their needs. They won't oppose the idea at all. Rather, they'll fall in love with me. I guarantee you. Empty vessels tend to make the lewdest noise in general, but you somehow sound very convincing. You'll have the financial sector. I'm working on the process at the moment. Be ready. Now that I think about it, he has never told me how many shares the finance subsidiaries hold. It should be around 30%. If that's true, and I am to combine them with the 16% the automobile holds, I will be at almost half. There's no way that he hasn't thought of this.
Hey, brat.
What are you delving into so much that you can't even say thank you? Oh, it's nothing much. I'll make a separate group like I've said before. You won't be able to leave the house starting today. Honey, you're forbidden from going out for a year. Keep it in mind. Honey, what are you saying? Am I a kid? Do you want to rot in prison? Or should I get you in the headlines by reporting how you've become so addicted to gambling that you've blown tens of millions? Should I? I'll do whatever I can to avoid you being summoned. So make sure to stay quietly in the house. Your family will be out first if you take a single step out of this house. Got it. Kyungjun, drop everything including school. Just get engaged and learn business. I've already decided on your fiancé and it's in the process of getting finalized. Father, shut it. I've already taken care of the actress you've been living with, so you'll never see her again. I've cut off all money to this household, so none of you should be able to do anything but eat and breathe. Things will never go back to when you all were showing even the slightest semblance of being a human. Child, you should keep it in mind as well. If you ask even a cent from your family, I'll be cutting all ads with Hansung daily. So, whether this family becomes enemies with yours all depends on you. Got it? Yes. Father, every action of yours will be reported to me from now on. Your whereabouts, how many side dishes you had with your meal. Not a single detail will be left out. I don't expect some happy family, but let's at least look like a decent human. Okay? Do you have anything left to say? I don't disagree with your decisions, and I'll follow it without qualms. Then, I just have one request. Have a seat. So, what is this request? Please allow my family, the Han Sung Daily, to continue digging into Ant's secret funds and discover its relationship with fantasy. What? I've been told that they've already found the paper company their money was transferred to. We need just a little more and we'll have all the evidence concerning fantasy. Isn't it too much of a waste to end it like this? To think that daughter-in-law is the only one with a thinking head on her shoulders. Meanwhile, everyone else is out causing troubles. How many from our family have you looked into like that? I'm not trying to scold you, so you can just answer without worry. How many? Father, go to your family tomorrow and bring back all the information you've gathered so far. That includes information both on our family and fantasy. Father, I don't know anything about, alright? I'll believe that you know nothing about that. Anyway, the in-laws should have all the information in their home, so bring everything. They won't be blamed for anything. About your request, we'll talk about it again after I've taken a look at the information gathered so far. Talk about it again. Okay. I'll go tomorrow. Really? The chairman said that himself? That's right. He's currently processing the handover. Wow. It happened after all. Congratulations. It's all because of your help. I would not have made it this far if I didn't have your help. As long as you know, haha. Most people that become successful think it's all because they're so great. Haha, such a good kid. Back then he told me he would retire after working 5 more years. Does he think that he's fulfilled his role now that we have a third of Suinyang? Now, let's see. Suinyang Life, Suinyang Insurance, Suinyang Investment, and Suinyang Card are the main ones. Right? What do you plan on doing? Are you going to leave Chairman Jin's people in charge? Hey, what's up? Why are you zoning out? Oh, it's nothing. What were you saying? We were talking about the people in charge. I'm asking what you're going to do about them. Shouldn't you replace all the current heads? Aren't you thinking a bit too far ahead? There's still a long way to go. You need to clean them up in one go. You have to make a list and do the sweep as soon as you gain control. You have to take care of it while things are hectic so that less rumors spread. But still, to fire all those people as soon as I get in charge will only lower their morale. It'll affect the morale more if you do it little by little too. It's better to do a single big sweep than one by one. You don't have to worry about the replacements as there are many talented people. Clear up the top and bring up people from the bottom. Not as parachute, but a promotion. That'll boost the morale of the company. Understood? Right, Uncle. Please look into the card company. I'll start from there. Why the card? Shouldn't their performance be skyrocketing with the change in the law this year? You want to start with the best performing one first? No, it's because the current situation is very unstable. Aren't they just handing out cards to people that don't even have a stable income? Will he think that IT isn't a big issue? Or will he trust me, thinking it's my sharp senses again? You have a point. That's how usually accidents start in the finance sector. Bad loans. And since card is a type of a loan, financial crisis caused by bad loans. This is always the case. But people never seem to learn. They had to bring up the spending to stimulate the economy. Isn't collapse imminent when the spending was spurred on by the people racking up credit card debt though? The flowery outlook portrayed media will quickly be stained with blood. After everything collapses, Suinyang Card will become the nation's greatest card company. Good. Then I'll look into it separately. Things like this need to be looked into in person rather than through a news article. As expected, you're the only one I can trust. No need for that. Once you become the owner of Suinyang's financial subsidiaries, other talented people you can trust will start lining up for you. Don't forget that there are many talents in the world. I knew it. He's prepping for his retirement. Is that kid really going to inherit our finance-related affiliates? I can't tell you the details since it's still being worked on. Besides, all of you are experienced enough to find out the truth from hints. What detail is there to be shared? All we need to hear is whether the rumor is true or not. If it was the youngest son Yoonji, I would have understood it. But the grandson? Isn't the kid still in college? Theo's orders. Do you wish to go against that? So it is true. Then, Mr. Lee, put yourself in our shoes. Would you be able to accept that? A young blood, managing the cash flow of the entire corporation. Who knows what bizarre things he'll do? Do you not trust Mr. Jin, he's always made wise decisions. Never has he erred in his judgment. And Mr. Jang, you're the last person that should be doing this. Most guys that joined the company with you are at best lower-ranking managers. On the other hand, you became executive managing director despite your age. That was as per Mr. Jin's evaluation of you. Does anyone still doubt your abilities? I'm afraid we're talking about two completely different cases. Mr. Lee. Mr. Jang proved his business acumen and thus justified his promotions. You can't compare him with a little child who hasn't done anything just because he's the grandson. We decided against visiting Mr. Jin in his study since he is getting ready to retire. But this is absolutely ridiculous. I think we need to speak with him. Sure, go ahead. Talk to him in person. Can you make an arrangement with him and let us know? We'll make sure you're not held responsible or anything because of this. They hold about 5 million shares, including ones under other names, from managers of affiliates to some employees. That equates to approximately 25%. If Dojun fails to inherit those shares, he will never be able to put the financial sector under his control. And if this secretive inheritance is somehow leaked outside, that's easily hundreds of billions of won in fines for use of aliases and unlawful inheritance. They know that too. That's why they're acting that way. Good to see you all. Have you visited to check if I am still breathing or not? Please don't say that, sir. We wanted to spend some time and catch up with you. We're relieved to see you're looking as healthy as ever. Why don't you have a seat? You must have a lot of things to talk about. We're not young anymore, so let's at least make ourselves a bit comfortable. All right, I'm all ears. I have plenty of time these days, so I'm willing to listen to all kinds of crap. With all due respect, sir, Dojun is still a student. I believe it is appropriate for him to graduate and get some first-hand experience for a few years before joining the upper management. I agree. There is no need to rush him or the inheritance process. I was wondering if that could be postponed. Hear me out. How am I supposed to know I'll be alive to work on it later? In fact, people will say I led a good life if I passed away tomorrow. Not at all, sir. You're still looking good and fit. So you're saying it still won't be late if Dojun got proper training for a few years before joining the upper management to lead the businesses? That's correct. We'll put him in key positions so he could learn things quickly. Do that. Make him get some first-hand experience. But that still has nothing to do with the inheritance process, sir. There aren't many who can boss the majority shareholder around. That is unprecedented. I see. I suppose I don't know too much about how most employees think, because I've never worked regular corporate jobs with a salary. Dojun. Yeah, it's me. Run to my study immediately. Some guys are unhappy with my decision to pass down a few companies to my grandson. That's right. They seem really upset about it, to the point they're persecuting me. Come to your grandpa's rescue, will you? Please don't get us wrong, sir. We will never do such a thing. Yeah. We only wanted to share our opinions to protect the business. Don't worry. You guys served me and the corporation faithfully for more than 20 years. I don't mean to put you in the spot. I just want you to meet Dojun in person. Think of this meeting as an interview of some sort, because there were times I wasn't convinced about passing down companies to such a young kid. You guys be the judge of his ability. If he seems incompetent, do your best to convince him otherwise. He's a young kid. That wouldn't be too difficult for you guys. Besides, Dojun is not a moron. He'll listen to words of wisdom from the elderly. Mr. Jin isn't the type of person to compromise like this. What could he be thinking? It's an honor. All right, Dojun. I heard that you are quite interested in finance, and that you learned a lot about the trade in miracle investments. That's correct. I see. Which area are you most fascinated by, then? Stock? Funds? Derivatives? None. Those are for guys that will work for me. I'm interested in running the company. Long-term investments are also intriguing, as well as *M and deals to purchase promising businesses and resell them after splitting them up. I wonder how they'll take my response. Will they see this as arrogance of an inexperienced kid, or confidence? I see. You must operate quite a bit of money to say that. Operating capital is the company's job, not mine. I simply monitor the system through which the capital is operated. This is getting boring. Dojun, just be straightforward and tell them what they want to hear. They're afraid because they don't know what a young kid like you would do with the financial sector. Address those worries. I believe the separation of management from ownership is the most ideal way of running a corporation. I have no intention of managing the day-to-day operation of the financial sector. They seem relieved. To be fair, they no longer have to worry about bowing their heads and making reports to a much younger person on a daily basis. The majority shareholder that won't order them around as long as there's profit is definitely a much better candidate than someone that wants to get involved in every bit of business. How does this sound? Was I able to address your concerns? But I don't see Executive Managing Director Do Hyung Jang here. What kind of person is he? He is certainly one individual that will make Sunyang Life Insurance grow even bigger. In fact, he's already proved himself time and again through phenomenal performances. Even Mr. Jin acknowledged his contributions and promoted him ahead of his peers. But I'm curious. Why do you ask that? Because I plan to make Mr. Jang the vice chairman over the entire financial sector and have him oversee everything. That must be more shocking than me becoming the vice chairman to exercise full authority over the businesses. That's checkmate right there. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Unexpected blow. Separating ownership and management and not meddling with the running of their business. It's the most favorable ownership they could ask for. The one who will be put in charge is also one of them and not someone from outside. Vice President Jang Do-hyun. If they were to go against such plans, all of those talks about them worrying about the company would be nothing but false pretenses. It would show that they were worried about their positions rather than the company itself. If they were to disagree to Jang Do-hyun running things, not only will Yang Woo-chuan, who praised him, be in a precarious position, but it'll also make the chairman who pushed for his unprecedented promotion look like a fool. If they were to accept him, they would have to work under someone who they have been ordering around this whole time. What's with your expressions? Is Vice President Jang Do-hyun not qualified? Now, I wonder who will be the one to step up and answer first. What are you all doing? Are you ignoring the question of the majority holder? It's not the issue of the management but an HR issue. This is right to ask such a question. That's true. But it's a bit unexpected. So, isn't the fact that he's a vice president in his 40s unexpected as well? Is there any leading finance company that has set the global standards, which promotes a worker based on age or the length of their serving at the company? The condition for the bailout for the IMF is to open the finance field, with all the foreign money coming in order to rival it or put it to our use. Shouldn't we follow their success? I thought that VP Jang Do-hyun was a perfect fit to lead US in the right direction. And I believe that our Sunyang is ready to join in the competition in the global market. However, it seems like I am overestimating Sunyang judging by your expressions. Even I can tell what you guys should do first. You guys need to create a report so that any doubts in Dojun's question are cleared. Am I right? Dealing with foreign investments will prepare it right away. No, I've already prepared one. So it'll be best to discuss things while looking at it. You guys can take a look at it together, discuss, and just tell me the final decision. You prepared it? Although I did prepare it. If I want to create pressure and to put more weight into it, I need to borrow their influence. No, it was written by Fantasy Investments HQ in the USA. It took them months just analyzing Sunyang Finance subsidiaries. The USA analyzed our company? Now I'm curious what it says.
President Yang.
Huh? You're probably investing the funds in Sunyang Life all over, but there are quite a few financial products in the Korean banks, right?
YG.
The description of those products usually includes the results, expected returns, and safety. But I am unable to tell where my funds are being invested and what the product is made of when I invest. What do you mean by that? Bonds, stocks, and cash investments, all in good places. No, it's more complicated these days. They bundle up many types of bonds to create a product. For example, a mixture of the state of Florida's mortgage loans, England's business loans, and Mexico's government bonds. Even though it seems complicated, isn't IT just bonds in the end? Then there's no need for things to be so complicated. No, we should do the same and mix things up to make such products. We'll even add a product that bets on the returns of this product. As the CEO of the life insurance company, there's no way for him to know every investment made by the company, but it will be better to make him feel good about himself and play along. These are all people I'll have to continue to see. So IT isn't worth it to fall out due to some minor matter like this. That's not it. How could you possibly know every minute detail? It's the analysts that should know the ins and outs. If the analysts who are in charge of such things don't know the details, It's them who should be fired and not the C-suites. Then, what do you think is the role of the C-suites? What should they be knowledgeable about? It's not just one or two things. However, the most important thing is to know when the water that's flooding will cease, to be able to make the right judgment, right? As long as the water level doesn't rise above the nose, it's fine. But if it rises above the head, there will be no chance. Am I not right? President Lee Min-seo B of the Suanyang card? Oh my, I never expected that those words were aimed at me. A card company is basically a loan management company. Isn't the key point of loans the collection? Yes, and 3 million won for a housewife without any income. 2 million won for a college student without a part-time job. That's the amount of cash advance they take every month under the pretext credit. The working people who have a stable income are busy revolving their credit card debts. You can ask any of the Suanyang Card's employees. I am curious how many aren't revolving their credit card debts. Habit is a dangerous thing to have. Habitually swiping the credit card and habitually spending your whole paycheck. With all the people revolving credit card debts while paying interests, it has become the norm. The people fearing debt have all disappeared. The people who use the cards and the company that supplies them are also not afraid. And that's the level of water you're talking about? That should be decided by the C-suites and the management, right? Whether increasing debt used to swipe will cause the water level to rise, or be the water savior that saves the Korean economy. Who can predict it? Well, what do you guys think? Do you guys still think Dojun needs to crawl on the ground learning to obtain the rights? Can I say something? I've never heard that a stockholder needs to be educated by the company. That's just something mentioned for people who want to get deeply involved in management. We wouldn't even have brought it up if we knew that you would divide ownership and management. Alright, we thought that you would obviously be involving yourself in management. That's why we said such things. So please don't misunderstand. No, I'm not misunderstanding. I'll be watching from the bench and am willing to go into the playing field if needed. So, are you saying that I have to work from the ground up learning the inner workings then? Wouldn't it be best to decide such things when they come up? Seeing you today, I'm sure you'll work from the bottom if you deem it necessary without anyone having to step in. That was the best answer. To leave me the decision of whether I should learn from the bottom or judge the capability of myself. It's words that compliment me and at the same time avoid any troubles. Now, this should be enough to see how my grandson is. Do you guys have anything else to add? No. Me neither. Were you being serious, Dojun? About promoting Executive Managing Director Jang to the highest position. I don't know for sure until I interview him. But his reputation is pretty good within the organization. Mr. Yang wasn't lying. People are really saying he has the ability to lead Suanyang in the right direction in the future. So that's what the guys at the financial district think of him. Yeah. Dojun, while it is important to appoint someone new that you find suitable, don't treat the old ones with contempt in the process. Make them retire with honor. Things can get out of control if you humiliate them. I'm going to let them retain their positions for the time being. If they perform well enough, I would see no point in replacing them. That's not what I'm saying. It's a matter of timing. But those guys gotta go. You must make sure all employees know it's a new era. The best way to tell them that my time is gone and your time has come is through a change in leadership. But you still need to minimize the negative impact from getting rid of them. They served Suanyang faithfully after all. Make sure none of the employees see themselves in them when they're ruthlessly laid off. Those that feel betrayed will most definitely betray you. Do you know why? Because they can justify their betrayals? Absolutely. If they are flawless until the end, reward them duly. If you find a blemish that is convincing enough, swing the sword mercilessly. The remainder of their tenure in Suanyang must set an example for the rest of the employees, whether it is good or bad. I will keep that in mind. Sometimes I wonder if grandfather has no empathy at all.
Uchanyang
Of Suanyang Life Insurance served him faithfully for more than 30 years. But I don't see any sign of compassion toward him. Am I going to end up like him? I heard you wanted to see me. Yeah. There is something I want to discuss with you. As you are probably already aware, I'll be inheriting the financial sector of Suanyang. Yes, I am aware of that, but I'm different from my uncles. I don't intend to assume a huge role within the company to run the business myself. That's a surprise. An outsider cannot fully identify what happens within the office. The settlement report doesn't tell you everything. The atmosphere when you step inside the building lobby, the looks on the faces of employees, and the noises inside the cubicles. Those tell you the real stuff. I see. The company hierarchy doesn't actually include huge positions like the chairman or vice chairman. However, everyone bows their heads to show respect to the individual that has that title, which I'm not too fond of. It's a bit too old-fashioned for my liking. We're not a gang. You say that because you're unaware of what? Of the slave mentality these employees have. The slave mentality? He is an interesting person for sure. I wonder if this is what grandfather meant when he said Mr. Jang wasn't easy to handle, especially towards the owner's family. 99% of employees that bow their heads like a gang member, as you would describe them, leave the company without exchanging a word with the CEO. Probably, and they are aware of that too. However, one handshake with the CEO himself changes everything. They get the illusion that they might be special, and that they're not a part of that 99%. I'm not sure where you're going with this. By saying you don't want a role within the company, you're basically stating that you'll only replace the upper management, including the president, if the company performs poorly. Correct? Precisely. That's a horizontal approach. But that approach isn't necessarily the best method of running a business. Don't get me wrong. It would definitely work with employees that also have a horizontal mindset. However, most people in our country unfortunately have trouble thinking outside the framework of a vertical hierarchy. Do Hyung Jang is certainly a unique person. He had become the vice president in my previous life, but was eventually laid off when Yonggi Jin replaced grandfather's choices after becoming the CEO, because he wasn't happy with Do Hyung Jang's innovative and aggressive approach to running a business. Alright, what are you trying to tell me? Even if you won't do a thing, you should still sit at the top of the pyramid. Would that be really necessary? When each affiliate is run by a competent president, even those competent presidents are no exception to the mindset. Whether they wanted it or not, they made decisions based on instructions they received. They served someone else their whole life, and because they did, they don't feel comfortable without directions. Only doing what they're told to do is great, since it means they don't have too much responsibility. Responsibility is a lot heavier than people think. Sometimes a bit too heavy. You know this well, and you're still planning to stay behind the stage? Is that because of your age? Outwardly, yes. Inwardly, I need to watch my steps right now. Oh, I wonder if he really understood the implications. It must be really competitive. You can say that. We're not fighting over one property. After all, I can't help but think of you as the great white in the movie Jaws within your family. Every character knows that there is something lurking beneath the waters, but they don't know exactly what it is. They don't know the size or the aggressiveness, but they clearly are aware of its existence, and that it's going to eventually bite. So they keep me in check, you're saying. But I'm sure the shark is also afraid, because it thinks the creatures above water could always hurt it, although your situation is probably worse than that. The moment you take over key affiliates of Sunyang, your family members will start attacking you fiercely. The great white shark from Jaws is such a good analogy. I guess it's a relief that nobody really knows how sharp my teeth are. Though, do you think you can handle it? I'm not sure I follow, sir. If people find out that I trust you, you will certainly face some difficulties. Some will threaten you and some will try to persuade you. All sorts of things will happen to you. If you give me the authority to take advantage of such happenings, I don't see a reason to decline your trust. I think I'm finally starting to understand his character. This guy does not have the slave mentality. He is fit to lead a business through the horizontal approach we've been discussing. I think that's enough for today. It was an interview session to get to know each other a little. We have plenty of time to think it over before making a decision. Except it's not the same. You are the decision maker and I'm desperately waiting to be selected. There's a huge difference. You are clearly confident and poised enough for someone that is desperate. It's as if you have nothing to lose. Besides, somebody would definitely recruit you if I don't. Everyone says you're going to be the president of Sunyang Life in the future. There are Vice Chairman Yonggi Jin and Vice Chairman Donggi Jin, but I'd rather be selected by you. I hope you're not saying that because I'm young enough for you to manipulate around. Not by any means. Mr. Jin would never pass down important affiliates to someone that would be manipulated by me. You're competent enough to be selected by Mr. Jin, despite your young age. That's how I see it. I guess you could interpret it that way. But is that the only reason you're betting on me over my uncles? No. I actually have decent connections with people working at the financial district. Some of them told me that Down Gene is the future of Miracle Investments, and that if you become the head of Miracle, The entire financial market of South Korea will be under your influence. I wonder who's been spreading such an absurd rumor. I also have acquaintances on Wall Street. They said there is a miracle boy at Miracle Investments, an investment genius that accurately sees through the value of companies, especially startups. The legendary investor that has never made one bad investment, by the name of Howard Jin. I was under the impression that you were the miracle boy, sir. I'm not. I do make investments through Miracle Investments in America. Mr. O invested a good chunk of the money I got from selling the ranch when I was young, and that yielded a fine return. Perhaps that's why a wild rumor like that is circulating, but I wouldn't exactly call myself an investment genius. Then what about the name Howard Jin? Are you that person? I don't know. Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not. Miracle's employees in America do call me Howard, which is my English name. But that's all I can tell you, so there's no need to overestimate me. Especially if the false rumor that I'm an investment genius is affecting your decision to work for me. I haven't made any decision yet. I am just relieved to know that you'll be in charge of the financial sector over the 2 vice chairmen. Then you'll have to do your best to protect me, since those 2 vice chairmen are low-key. No, blatantly trying to remove me from that position so they can devour the financial sector. Sounds like I could find myself in the middle of a fierce storm with one wrong move. Perhaps Mr. Jang finally understood what I meant by some will threaten you and some will try to persuade you. I'm afraid you already are in the middle of the storm. That's where I was going with this, too. I will wait for the decision-maker's response. He's quick at grasping things, so he should know that I would immediately draw my sword if he chose not to follow me here. It was Do Hyung Jang intent to work for me from the get-go. My job here is to make him feel that he has made a wise choice. Put together a corporate structure that would allow me to identify the state of life insurance, security, and credit card at a glance anytime. Once I'm in charge of these affiliates, I'm going to implement that first thing. Can you do that? I'll get to it right away. I have faith in you. If I like that design, you will receive the same level of compensation as the president of Sunyang Electronics, who's getting paid the highest within the entirety of Sunyang Corp. We'll think of what title you will hold down the line. Tage, thank you. Thank me. After you successfully carry out my orders. Nothing is set in stone yet. I purposely put emphasis on the word orders. But Mr. Jang did not seem offended by it at all. Of course, I don't want rewards without offering something to show for. I suppose I have a lot of work to do. So if you'll excuse me. Yeah. Thank you for your time, Mr. Jang. There is one last thing I must ask you before you go. Yes, sir. I'm just a young kid. Aren't you worried? I believe in a miracle when I see one. Time passed, and December came.
Dojun Jin, signature.
Just sign it already. What are you checking out? Right. Don't pay attention to the numbers. The share structure is way too complex for anyone to understand at a glance. Sign it, and I'll explain to you. You don't have to, if you don't want to. Dojun Jin. You're so curious. I put together the key financial sector companies as well as a few small affiliates. I also threw in a bit of corporate ownership shares. I want to know precisely how much, with that, you can increase the volume of your voice within Sunyang Corp by 10%. Just 10%? Why? Is that too little? No, I'm really fine. Look at you. You didn't say it was enough. You're so greedy. It's enough. I mean it. You told me of your ambition to expand the business into a new huge corporation, starting with those affiliates and how owned by Miracle. I am going to do just that. It's the first time he's moved from his seat and sat next to me like this. Dojun. Yeah. Do you understand why your grandfather did this? It's too little for my 2 uncles to undertake huge risks in order to seize the shares I own. Yet, it's too large for them to completely ignore. It's big enough for them to try to win me over by being nice to me. Grandfather thought of this number in order to protect me from them. Thank you, grandfather. What? 10%? Yes, vice chairman. The 4 main subsidiaries alongside the 6 related to them were handed to him. The shares are held by Sunyang Life. I was worried because father has never shown such favoritism to anyone in the family. But 10%, I have 36%. Donkey has 33%. Fantasy has 16%. And Jin Dojun is with 10%. Are the other 5% held by the other heads? That's right. There's a total of 34 people. but of them 21 are retired, and only the other 13 are active. There's a detailed list in the back. These are all people under father. Yes. The only person capable of taking back those shares is the chairman. However, he probably won't take them back because he acknowledges their achievements. Contact these people right now. No, let's wait and see. Acting now might grab father's attention. You're right. It's not something urgent, so we don't need to rush it. Keep an eye on Donkey. Put more people on him, and make sure to record each and every person he meets. Yes, Vice Chairman. There's no reason to take the shares the brat holds. After all, he won't be able to do anything with 10%. There's no need to rush. I just have to show a caring side of a good uncle, and slowly turn him into my loyal dog. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't need just the surface information of share distribution? Is this all of Suinyang Group? Figure out the other groups and individuals that can influence our group. Listen well. There's definitely shares bought using different names. Do you still not know how my father is? Father's greed for control is way past the level an average person can dream of. He isn't the type to give it up even on his deathbed. I'm sure he still holds a card in his hands that can overturn everything. And I bet that it's all in one person or a small entity. Ahem, Vice Chairman. The people will follow you. At least for the time being, that is. However, they're really quick to pick up on the change in power. As long as you slowly spread out your control, they'll naturally follow your lead. Thanks. It's nothing. We should still figure out the individual shareholders. Right? Yes. I'll make sure to prioritize looking into the long-time shareholders. Good. Oh right. There will be some that have used different names to buy them, meaning people that will be hard to identify. Such as, I'll look into the people who are without an address, foreigners, or a long-time alien residents. Alright, make sure to look into them. Also, try and buy all the shares on the market. You can use the money in any of my companies if needed. I want to check how much we can scrape up. Understood. Vice Chairman. Shouldn't we at least set up a safety net? A safety net? Yes, your nephew Jin Dojun and Fantasy. I believe the connection between these two is your younger brother, President Jin Yongki. If you manage to keep a good relationship with him, 53%. I'll become the owner of the Suinyang Group. That's right. It won't be an understatement to say that President Jin Yoon-ki holds the reins of the group. A chairman of a foundation that doesn't even make money. I'm also his son. It's not like I made any big mistakes or caused troubles. My kids are like me as well. Yet to leave me out like this, and even hand over the 4 cores of the group to a child that's just stopped drinking his mommy's milk? Fuck. I've played a gopher for too long. That's what caused my position to fall. Since Big Brother does my job, I have no reason to speak with Father, nor do I have a reason to visit him. That's why Father hasn't called. For me either. Since I've played gopher for Big Brother all this time, he should look after me. Honey, how do you like this place? The ambience is pretty good, right? Yeah, it's pretty good. But why aren't there any customers? Although it's a bit early, are they not getting much business? They officially open on Christmas Eve, so they aren't fully open for business yet. Then, how are we eating here if they aren't open yet? I've prepared this place since it seemed like you didn't have a good place for a meeting with the Sangamdong people. It's under your name. Huh? The general manager here is really capable. I scouted him paying great amounts, so you just have to show up once in a while. The kids are all grown now. Shouldn't you have something small to do on the side? Oh, Dad, he's pretty romantic. Huh? Congrats. Now. Let's hurry up and eat first. Let's try it out and think about what should be the signature menu here. The chef studied in Italy and France, so it should be pretty good. Father, do you plan on using all of this building? Huh? How did you know? All the business names in the directory board were all Father's companies, and this building's name is Hyun. It's taken from our mother's name, Lee Seohyun. Father, I'm sure anyone who has eyes can tell. How does it feel to see a building with your name on it? That's enough. We're in front of the kids. How does it feel? You're only 24, yet have, how many affiliates was it again? 10? 9 from HW Corp and 4 from Sunyang's financial sector, only counting the main ones. I'm not sure exactly how many. Look at you, all boastful and stuff. One thing grandfather and Uncle Seheo N have in common is that they're both amazing at dividing up and recombining companies. To tell you the truth, I really don't have the time to care about subsidiaries. There you go again. I have a lot of companies under my name too, but I manage even the smallest filmmaking studio myself. You should look at everything if you can. But Father, The size is different. I own the largest life insurance company in the country. The automotive company with 32% share in South Korea alone. 6th busiest construction company. I can keep going. Enough. You show OFF. What about your uncles? Have they reached out yet? Not yet. I think they're going to reach out to you first. They'll probably think they could control me and Miracle Investments at the same time that way. That sounds probable. What do you want me to do? I think it should suffice if you tell them I won't get involved until I'm done with school. School? I thought you were graduating in 2 months. I'm going to go to grad school. You barely went to any classes in undergrad. Why grad school? Because grandfather is getting pretty old. I'll have to go to the army if I graduate and don't continue my education. What if something happens to grandfather while I'm serving in the military? I want to postpone my service as long as he is alive and keep him company. Military, you're exempt. What? Hold on ASEC. Hey, how are you doing? It's me, YUNGI. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I have a question. You said Dojun is exempt from the military duty. Correct? Okay, good. No, Dojun apparently had no idea. It looks like no one told him. Okay, thank you so much anyway. Call me anytime. Let me treat you to a nice meal. Who was that just now? Hakji Lee. I asked him about your military duty, but I was right. You are exempt, he said. He got the doctor's note when you were involved in that huge car accident before and worked on your case. Oh, the new manager of the South Korean national soccer team. Do you like soccer? I don't hate it. I would watch a few international matches, but that's about it. I wonder if there's anything that's more boring than sports. Provided that you already know what the results are. It's the first day of the year. Shouldn't you be spending time with your family? I came here to get away from executives and managers visiting me. Huh? You can just say formal greetings and send them away. It's really uncomfortable. Visiting someone as young as their children at that age is one thing, but being visited by people that are old as my father is another. What about me? Is it because I'm younger than your father? Ahahaha. This is my way of showing you support. Huh? Subtly. Mention tomorrow. At work. That you had a one-on-one meeting with me on the first day of the year, Mr. Jang. Who do you think holds real power within Sunyang Corp? I would say Mr. Hakju Lee, the chief secretary, through trust. Then how do you think he became the right-hand man? Trust? Yeah. Absolute trust. By the big boss. And everyone knows that he has his trust. Holding real power is such an attractive idea. Exercising authority while standing next to the one with absolute power. People like them sometimes even have greater influence on others than the big boss. However, one cannot rise to that position with trust alone. Mr. Jang, I would describe the right-hand man this way: someone that can meet with the big boss anytime and talk about pretty much anything, and most of the things he says must be carried out through the boss's order. If any of these conditions are not met, they don't hold real power. Let me ask again. Does Hakji Lee hold real power? Those are high standards. A little harsh. Even. That's not the point. However. Huh? Everyone thinks Hakji Lee is the right-hand man that holds real power within the corp. Perhaps my grandfather is the only one that disagrees with it. The truth is, it doesn't matter if he holds real power or not. I see. If people still think he holds real power, whether that's true or not, a meeting like today's is going to give you way more flexibility with which to move around. Take advantage of it. I will. Shall we move on to the plan we talked about? Of course, we must have one centralized database system for all affiliates. For a start, one that can show daily activities in detail. I will work on it so that you can identify their cash flow at a glance. The challenge is to accurately analyze the funds we can utilize. I'm sure you're aware that we can't use the money unless we know precisely how long we need it for. Yes, sir. Is it fair to assume that the funds will mainly be used to purchase Sunyang's shares? Correct. The share structure is still unstable at the moment. I'll lose securities and credit card in no time if the two vice chairmen start aggressively collecting the shares of my affiliates, although they wouldn't do it blatantly since my grandfather is still alive. I'm absolutely positive they would. Under the radar, real estate properties owned by the affiliates will be sold one by one as well, but I'll be sad to see their value go up in the future. It's okay. We can buy the properties back but the shares in my uncle's hands cannot be retrieved. Don't think twice about it and purchase shares with it. Understood. I have a question, though.
I'm listening.
It's regarding Sunyang credit card. I heard you said you saw signs of risks during the meeting with the presidents of affiliates. Is that true?
Yeah.
How did you know? President Min Seob Lee was literally throwing a tantrum that day at work because of an arrogant little kid bossing people around. When he's nothing without his grandpa. Something like that. What? He's acting as if the card company is nothing but a burden? Did he really say it like that? Yes, to be honest, I also thought that Jin Dojun wasn't just your average kid, but after getting to know him a bit more, it seems like he's just a stubborn brat that believes he's always right. A typical third-gen Chaebeol. What evidence does he have to say that our company is a risk? What other company shows similar results to ours in these times? I agree. He's probably spouting out this nonsense after reading a book or two. Damn it. From the first day in office of the new year, it's important to make the other believe that's what I'm thinking. How would President Lee Min-seob move if he were to know that's how I thought? To be honest, if I were in his position, I would first get enraged. I guess the performance of the card company is on the good side, but there's no way he would be happy if the owner treated it as a red-headed stepchild, right? Especially when the owner is just an ignorant young kid. It'll hurt his ego. Then he'll go looking for someone. But you're sure that it isn't my grandfather, right? It's not like he can go against the words of the chairman. If we take my grandfather out of the equation, the one with the most power is Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki. Would he really thought? Are you planning on selling the card company? Not selling but trading. There are some decent subsidiaries among the ones that my uncle holds, so I want to pick a good one to trade with. But if you look at the performance of the card company right now, that's why we are able to sell it for a larger sum. Don't think of it as a waste. I always make sure to keep whatever falls into my hands from going into another's. Whether it's money, a company, or a person, the card company leaving. My hand will one day return back to me. Just what are you thinking? Can you tell me? It'll be hard for you to understand, so just watch how it plays out. Vice President Jang. How should I deal with that bastard? Now that I think about it, it seems that he wants to make you his loyal retainer? What retainer? He probably thinks that I'm the easiest to deal with, hence choosing me. All the presidents of the subsidiaries are older than his father, Jin Yoonki, right? He probably feels uncomfortable talking to them. It's rough for you having to please a child. You may leave. Alright, check Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki's schedule. Let him know I'd like to meet with him when he's free. Sorry for the late greetings, Vice Chairman. No, I'm grateful that you came to greet me like this. Everyone's busy going to their owner to greet them. Of course you wouldn't have time to worry about a neighbor. It's fine. So don't worry about it. Vice Chairman. Are you really not going to do anything? What do you mean? What I mean is, are you really going to let your young nephew take away the card company? There's something fishy going on for sure. Oh my, why are you bringing up something heavy first thing in the year? Ho ho, could it be that you've already been schooled by my nephew or something? That's so. What you're saying is that yesterday, on the first day of the new year, yes, don't you feel that something is off? What? About Dojun? He only met with Vice President Jang Do-hyung. By Jang Do-hyung, you mean Sunyang Life's? Yes. Have those old men started resisting already? As soon as the new year started? Still, for him to reject the old men who went as far as to put his pride down and visit him in person, and only met with Jang Do-hyung, our smart little nephew, doesn't seem to know how to respect his elders yet. Vice Chairman, don't you feel that something is off? What feels off? If it's President Lee Min-seob, he should have ran to the chairman if he had any qualms, right? Yet he went to Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki. Just why? What's he going to say to my father? Say that he can't work with a little kid? They're doing this because they have nowhere else to go. They were probably contemplating between me and my brother, and chose my brother in the end. Vice Chairman, would President Lee only let out some disappointments? What else would there be? He has to get through this. He probably asked for a helping hand in exchange for something. It's not like he's an amateur that would just ask for a helping hand without anything in return. What's interesting is that the card's president took the lead. Of the financial subsidiaries, would Sunyang Life be the leader? They probably didn't gather to discuss their dissatisfaction then. So the outcome? I'll go and meet with Vice President Jang Do-hyung. Vice President Jang? Yes. Vice President Jang is also from Sunyang Life. It's already weird that he met up with President Lee Min-seob. It's possible that he's the only one who can understand Dojun's thoughts. Maybe because he heard something from Dojun that he went up to meet up with Lee Min-seob. So you want to figure out what Vice President Lee knows? Yes, since we should know what Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki knows as well. I expected something like this to happen, but I don't like that it came so soon. To think the two uncles would have to worry about what little moves that their nephew would make. Alright, contact him in secret. Make sure rumors don't spread. Yes, we will be careful. Do I have to meet with Yoon-ki again? Or should I meet with Dojun? What did my second oldest uncle say? He started by asking how I was doing, as if he didn't care about it, but eventually moved on to asking about you in detail. Alright, so what did you say to him? That you're a bit lost, hahaha. I thought mentioning credit card alone wasn't reasonable enough, so told him you aren't showing enough love to affiliates other than securities. That made him bite the bait, because Sunyang Securities holds a good chunk of the corporation's shares. I gave subtle hints that credit card is like an unwanted child, giving you a massive headache, and that you were disappointed not to inherit a heavy industry affiliate or two, which you could have sold over to HW Corp owned by Miracle Investments for a high price. This is the list of heavy industry affiliates owned by Vice Chairman Dongji Jin. I highlighted a few companies that are worth exchanging with credit card. They're either equal or slightly inferior to credit card if we talk about net worth alone. Has Vice Chair Yonggi Jin made any move? Junhwoo Beck stopped by. And what did he say? He said I should stop trying to suck up to a little kid and state what I want. He would use someone so brusque in his speech as a personal advisor? And what did you tell him? I told him I need time to think about it. What do you think Mr. Beck wanted to hear? He probably wanted to know how greedy I was, in order to offer something that would satisfy my desires, in exchange for aggressively helping them take things from you. Actually, I'm curious too, about how greedy he is. What kind of answer are you planning to give him? I was hoping to discuss that with you. I see. He wants to hear what I can really offer him aside from making him appear to hold power. Chairman of Sunyang Finance Group. That's the title you will have on your business card. Do you not like it? He probably thought I was going to take that title. It's difficult to believe I meant it when I insisted on separation of ownership and management. It makes more sense for him to think that I'm only laying low because of my age, and that I will eventually take over and lead from the front. Are you serious? Were you planning to work for me without getting compensated properly? Then, if that is the case, I should be asking you if you were serious about working with me. Why would anyone choose an extremely arduous path if there is no reward associated with it? Why you already promised the highest level of compensation within Sunyang Corp. You may be satisfied with that right now. However, those with enough money always crave something more, whether it be power or something greater. How do you think of all that at such a young age? I know it may sound rude, but I couldn't help myself. You're the one that told me I was a miracle boy. Let me tell you this though. It's entirely up to you when and for how long you will have that title. If I am not satisfied with your performance, you can easily be replaced by someone else. Moreover, you'll be laid off in accordance with the executive agreement. So there is no such thing as happily ever after. If that is what you're looking for, then you should get a nice mansion on Jeju Island and cultivate crops or something, right? Because this is no fairitale. What do you think? Is my offer tempting enough? I'd be an idiot not to accept that. I will meet with Junhwoo Beck again. I decided exactly what to tell him just now. It's almost impossible to have a family gathering for New Year's now. Yeah. We hold gatherings for work more easily than that. But you must give up one in order to have the other. The same goes for you, Yungi. Sorry to tell you this, but I didn't visit your office with coffee and cheesecake to wish you a happy new year. I came here because of work. I don't know when we would have met if IT wasn't for business. I should be apologizing to you. A younger family member is supposed to visit older ones during holidays. I actually spent my first day of the year being visited by a whole bunch of people, too. I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm rather happy to see your business prosper. So what if I can't see my brother often because of work? Spending some time with a family member for business isn't all that bad. Then let's discuss this business you're here for. You're a vice chairman. You're way busier than I am. Do you still speak with Dojun often? So this business is regarding Dojun. Yeah. You can't expect to use me as a messenger. I have no intention of getting involved until Down precisely asks me to. I'm not asking you to deliver a message on my behalf. Quite the contrary, actually. I'm pretty sure Dojun has something to say to me. Dojun does? Yeah. I've been hearing a rumor that Dojun is at his wits' end these days. What? Have you ever considered that father forced Dojun to inherit the companies he did? You already know that Dojun is an ambitious kid.
NOM.
Him at his wits' end running those companies? No way. Being ambitious doesn't necessarily mean they covet something that isn't needed. Dojun probably wanted to inherit shares of Sunyang Corp, not the actual businesses. Did Dojun say that? I wanted you to find out and tell me. I heard it from other people, so I don't know for sure. Not sure if you remember this, but you said you'd sell what you have at a fair price to help Dojun. I am willing to take you up on that offer, and exactly how fair? I will check with him. I hope you're not just saying this for the hell of it, or else there will be no negotiations with you whatever. I was of two minds about bringing this up, to tell you the truth. I don't want to come across as a nasty uncle coveting what little my nephew has, so don't be too harsh on me. I'm only asking because I actually need the financial sector. Fine. So it's no more than a business offer. I'll think of it that way. Meeting up with my brother for business is really not that bad, then. What do you say to grabbing a drink after work? Huh? You aren't planning on trading it, but selling it? That's right. Is he out of his mind? The card company is printing out money right now. If he thinks about the future prospects, the estimated buyout price will be astronomical. The Suanyang Group doesn't have that much liquid funds. Gulp, weren't you the one saying you weren't in need of cash? Believing it because I mentioned it once is just foolish stubbornness. Thoughts and plans need to be able to adapt according to the situation. Then, how much do you plan on selling it for? I think I'll leave that up to you. I'll trust your judgment. I'm not asking you to decide on the selling price. I'm asking you to decide on a starting price to auction it off. Auction? Yes. I plan on entertaining the two vice chairmen a bit. There aren't many things similar to an auction to motivate a man's pride, right? Especially if the one who's holding the auction is their very nephew. I'm sure they'll be fired up. Are you planning on stepping up? I'll be graduating soon. So, to mark my entrance to the business world, I would like to have a small battle with the two of them. I could even end up seeing their true faces. Manager Beck, Junhyuk, Suanyang Card, Lee Minsiab, Suanyang Life,
Yang Wo-chan.
Suanyang Investments.
Ko Inku.
Now, everyone must have seen the newspaper already. So let's discuss how we should tackle this mess. Is this article really true? President Yang, your senses have dulled a lot. This was spread by our side and the intent is obvious. It's an offer to my brother and I. An offer? Spend some money to purchase Suanyang Card. Or I'll sell it off to Daehoon Group. President Lee, what do you think? Huh? What are you doing? There are rumors going around about your own company being sold. Yet you're just sitting here meaninglessly as the CEO. Is this what the CEO should be doing?
I am sorry.
You, go and stop the news from spreading. Take down all the internet news articles and make sure IT doesn't spread any further. Yes, Vice Chairman. President Lee Minsiab, did anything come to your mind while watching Manager Lee running out like that? Huh? What do you mean? If it were me, I would hold a press conference saying that the news about Suanyang Card being sold were all rumors. You, on the other hand, seem pretty relaxed. Hurry up and fix things if you don't want to see the stock prices drop. Don't you just sit there. President Yang, President KO. Yes, if we were to assume that Suanyang Card is to be sold, will it be okay with just the shares that the two companies hold? Consider the current market when thinking about the minimal cost. Then, to figure out the maximum, use the numbers from the last 3 months in the stock market. Donkey, do you really think Dojun is planning on selling the card company? Yes, I'm certain he will. What are the grounds for your certainty? It's not like the card company is some small convenience store. Do you think that kid made this decision alone? I'm sure he has discussed this with Fantasy's Ocean. They'll either invest the money from selling the card company elsewhere, or use it to purchase a company that Fantasy needs. You two should figure out the purchase price.
President Yang.
Yes, please go and meet with Vice President Jang Do-hyun. You have to figure out why exactly it's gotten to this point and what exactly Dojun is thinking. Understood. Vice Chairman. Dojun, that punk, he hasn't caused any problems the whole time in school, nor has he had problems with girls. It looks like he's letting loose what he's been holding back at once. It's trouble beyond whatever girl or alcohol might cause. To think he's planning on selling off the company. I'm so startled that I'm at a loss for words. What do you plan on doing? It's not like you'll just sit back and watch it unfold. Are you planning on buying it? What about you? I have to calculate some things first. It's not like I have enough money lying around to just buy it. You should back off. I'll take care of it. It's something our nephew is doing. There's no reason for me to back off if the price is right. It will only be good for Dojun if we were to fight it out. Do you think we're the only ones aiming for this? Daehoon Group is obvious, but I'm sure there are other companies which are yet to step foot in the market and are swarming for this deal. Even the finance sector will be interested. It's not a fight that'll end with just US deciding. Did he deliberately leak this? Or did the reporters fabricate a story? It was leaked. I confirmed that Do Hyung Jang had a drink with a few journalists last night. Are you sure Do Hyung Jang didn't entice Dojun to do this? I highly doubt that. You know what kind of a person Dojun is, sir. I'm sure Do Hyung Jang is already doing only what Dojun tells him to do. Fair enough. Nobody could convince him. He knows how to sweet-talk his way out of any situation. That's precisely what frustrates me. He haven't disappointed me once as he grew to be a fine businessman. There has to be a reason why he's doing this. Should I do something? Like what? Before it's too late. We can have the credit card share structure reconfigured. If it's that easy to make changes, that means there was a flaw in the inheritance process. Not at all, sir. I still happen to be in possession of Dojun's personal seal. And I'm not talking about an overhaul. If I just transfer a few, he won't be able to sell the company. You still know nothing about Dojun, do you? Huh? Inquire at the federal office. If you thought Dojun would do nothing about the seal in your possession, you're definitely mistaken. He would have already done something about it. He's not the type of person to let someone else take or hold onto his stuff. That's what I find strange. Why is he trying to sell the cash cow of a company right after inheriting it? How do you like it? Sundiguk asterisk at this place has been consistent for over 30 years. It's nice to know that some things just don't change even after a long time. Don't you think so? It's delicious. Kids these days wouldn't know how rich the broth is. I said it's really good. Besides, age doesn't matter when it comes to good food. Geez, you don't have Tio get so mad about it. You don't need to worry, Grandpa. I will keep Sunyang Corp unchanged even after 30 years. Do you mean it? Yeah. It may grow even bigger, but it won't be smaller. I know what your concerns are. What? You're worried that I might really sell off the credit card company. What about the articles then? Are they fabricated? No. I leaked that information, and they probably already know. Who? Your uncles? Yeah. MHM. It's aged just right. I was never fond of the credit card business, which is virtually no different from money lending. However, you must keep in mind that there is no name tag on money, regardless of how you earn it. That money, or lack thereof, could be your downfall. Are you sure about this? When the credit card company is quite profitable. Since it's quite profitable, I'm sure one of my uncles will pay a good price for it. Wouldn't he? The cow that leaves the shed will come back with a few friends, or it could be butchered by a brigand and you'll only be left with bones. Stop it, Grandpa. You're scaring me. After leaving the shed, the cow will come back with a huge treasure chest. That is Sunyang Corp's ownership shares. On the wagon, are you still going to do nothing about it? I get that Dojun is a brilliant young man, but he clearly lacks experience. He's afraid because the credit card business involves substantial risks. That's why he's trying to sell it. According to the article, to Daehyun? No, that's probably a message to me. And Yonggi, he's threatening to sell it to an outsider if we don't pay good money for it. Okay, I'll have a word with Dojun. Whatever comes out of his mouth, I'll tell you all. Do you have time for dinner tonight? What? Actually, make time if you don't. Let's have a drink. Just like that? Yonggi, it's me. I know you're busy, but let's have dinner together today. It's regarding the credit card company. I'm gonna sort it out, so come. Yeah. Donggi will be there as well. Okay. 8 o'clock, Japanese restaurant at Sunyang Hotel. You heard it. It's at 8. I'd better be there, since I don't know what he might discuss with Yonggi without me. Fine. I'll see you later then. Gosh. I get why actors get paid for acting. It's not as easy as I thought. We could easily have a meeting at the corporate office. Where are we? Is this the head office of Miracle Investments? Have a seat, please. You're right. This is the head office of Miracle Investments. But I'm usually the only one here. Besides, 3 to 4 employees that swing by occasionally. You can still talk to me the way you used to. I'm a shareholder, but I don't have a title in the company, so it makes me feel uncomfortable otherwise. Would that really be all right? Of course. Talking casually doesn't change our positions. It doesn't change our positions. That's right. I have the right to decide your future as your big boss. I summoned an urgent meeting for this. You've all read the article, correct?
Yeah.
I actually was going to ask, 1 second. Is it all right for me to finish my sentence first, Mr. Minsiab Lee? Huh? I saw the press conference. You did?
Yeah.
It was on the news during lunch. You apparently denied everything the article said. What was it again? You were concerned that a work of fiction written by a random journalist could cause the stock price to plummet. Alright, but how did you conclude that it was a work of fiction? Because there is no reason to sell an affiliate that is making good money. The sale of a company with shareholders is the sale of shares held by them. Meaning, the shareholders change. Then shouldn't you have asked me about this first after seeing this article, Mr. Yukon Yong and Mr. Inji Yugo? The two chairmen you had a meeting with this morning have no right to meddle in our company's affairs. Jin Dojun, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Then you should at least acknowledge my right as the majority shareholder in return. Am I wrong? Did I phrase it too softly? Should I be harsher on them? I'll be honest with you. I can run those companies easily by making a few hand gestures. What else is there besides managing a few insurance salesmen and issuing a whole bunch of credit cards to make money off interest and credit card fees? Piece of cake. I plan to sell the credit card company because that's the basics of an investment. While life insurance and securities collect money from our clients, credit card actually lends our money to them. I can make 10, 20 times as much by operating those funds myself. Do you now have an idea what kind of a person I am? Good. He seems to be on the verge of losing his cool. You spent your entire life working for Sunyang Corp, so it must mean everything to you. I get it. But it's a big fish in a small pond. Look at the United States. Its economy hasn't been this strong in the past 10 years. The Dow Index jumped by 5 times. Has Sunyang grown that much in that time? I guess it doesn't make sense to compare a stock market index with the growth rate of a corporation. But whatever. Since I'm pretending to be a stuck-up little brat with no hands-on experience anyway, money from sales of cell phones and washing machines? I can easily make as much in a few days by investing on Wall Street. Finance rules over the world. Wasting resources on production and exportation is honestly pointless in my eyes. What are you trying to say? Quit every business and just make capital investments instead? As much as I would love to, grandfather gave these to me, so I'd better hold on to them for a while. Oh, I'll probably convert Sunyang Securities into an exclusive investment firm, so I guess I'll keep that. Grind. What do you even know? You little sh****. I helped build the plants with my own hands even before you were born. You wouldn't be able to act like the CEO had it not been for those plants. If you wish to keep dwelling in the glorious past, I advise you to retire and go back to your hometown. Time always moves forward. It never goes back. I'm done here. Credit card will be sold, and other companies can also be if they're not profitable enough. I judge that based on the return rate of my personal investments, which I am happy to share with you anytime on demand. If you don't like the way I operate the businesses, you have only one choice. Go work for my uncles that you are so in love with. Oh, you'll have to resign from your positions first, because it wasn't me that made them presidents of the companies. They refused to accept me, which I understand. Since they still see a 10-year-old kid in me, I must appoint presidents of the companies with my own hands. That way, they would enjoy the touching moments of having climbed to the top next to me. I need executives and managers with such memories. I'm done talking. You may leave. I have a lot of work to do. Now they'll run to my uncles, chuckle, and exaggerate what they heard here. My wish is for my uncles to evaluate me based on those stories. What the hell is Yoonji doing? It's been 30 minutes already. Maybe he's giving us some time. Time? For what? To negotiate. First, give it up. You and I both are aware of each other's financial standings. You don't have the money to acquire credit card. There's something called slush funds. Don't be greedy. It's not like you really need credit card. The same could be said about you. Sunyang Electronics is a cash cow already. What would you do with a company that handles money? I need it for the same reason as you. Wouldn't you agree? Who the hell told you to do this? I can explain. Do you not know how much this restaurant makes per day? 1 day of closure is a huge loss. Are you even in your right mind? Please forgive me, sir. But we had no choice because the vice chairman instructed us so. Vice chairman? You mean my father? And an oh, sir. It was Vice Chairman Yonggi Jin. What? Hey, isn't that Dojun? Why ask the obvious? That's his voice. But what in the world is going on? That's what I'm saying. Why is he here? You should talk to him in person, since Sunyang's affiliates are not mine but Dojun's. Please don't be too harsh on the kid. I will talk to you later. Sorry for being late. Uncles. Father reached out to me just now, so I ran here. Looks like you waited for some time. Has my father not explained anything? We just got a text message from him. He said we should discuss it with you directly. Text message? This guy. Why couldn't he have informed us sooner? You should be gentle with the employees here. Dojun. Why were you raising your voice before? Huh? I'll compensate you for the losses for the day. Happy? IT's really fine, uncle. I had no idea it was you that instructed them. That's enough, Yonggi. You probably didn't have dinner yet. Eat up. Thank you. You two should take the first bite. It looks like you've been waiting for me. Of course. Shall we, brother? They both showed up here despite the short notice from my father. They're clearly unable to enjoy the meal due to anxiety. Which of you is more anxious? Is the question. Dojun. You. Is the rumor about the sale of credit card true? I'm still thinking about it. Oh, don't get me wrong, uncle. I was going to discuss it with you before making a decision. Hold on to it. You should not get rid of something grandfather gave you so easily. I can tell that. He doesn't mean it. The ambition in his eyes is giving it away. Speaking of which, I actually went to see grandfather about it. And what did he say? He said he has already passed it down to me, so he'll not get involved. So it's entirely up to me to decide whom to sell it to. Whom to sell it to, meaning, it doesn't matter whether or not I take it away from my nephew or buy it at a bargain. Okay. So what did you tell him? I said, I'll sell Sunyang credit card to make much greater profit with 1 trillion won in cash. I'm absolutely positive I can make several times more than what Sunyang Securities is making. You're being serious. Currently, there are many financial tools based on real estates coming out in the US. If you were to invest in it now, it won't be hard to make at least twice in return within a couple of years. Compared to that, the transaction fees from cards are nothing. It's not really twice the returns, but about 60–70%. As Francis Underwood said, such a waste of talent. He chose money over power. In this town, a mistake nearly everyone makes. But still, I'm a dummy who chases after money. And my two uncles are the wise men who are trying to grab a piece of the power that I threw away. I see. It's because we don't know anything about investing in stocks or funds that we've become outdated. Hi. Our nephew is amazing. Twice the returns. Seeing as how they are speaking words that they don't mean. I guess businessmen are businessmen. Dojun, are you perhaps thinking about selling off Sunyang card to the Daehoon Group? No. I haven't decided on anything yet. I've discussed it with CEO Ocean. Oh, you know him, right? Fantasy Investments CEO. Of course. He was telling me that Nongyup was showing interest. So much they decided that for a variety of cards and a solid market base, buying our Sunyang card is the quickest path. If it's Nongyup, they definitely have enough funds. Dojun. Still though, thinking of selling off a company with the Sunyang name to someone else isn't right. He's trying to use the fact that I'm not as influential when it comes to grandfather. It's not like I made the decision yet. It's also not something to rush either. They must really be on edge. If rushed, there's a possibility of it going to someone else. Moreover, if they take their time and I have a change of mind, the card company would likely be sold to someone else. Especially for the second uncle. He's really desperate to buy the card company. That's because it's beneficial to him to take over the card company. If he were to think about the cash flow. Dojun, why don't you hand it over to US? We'll be sure to pay you well. US? What do you mean by US? Hyungnim, I'm not saying let's split it between US, but that joint acquisition is also an option. Who wants that? Watching you act like this is appalling. Dojun, stop saying nonsense and hand over the Sunyang card to me. Since you're having a hard time deciding, I'll offer you a good price for it. Then we end this talk here. Alright? Uncle, that's enough. Even if you're still a kid, you should know there's still things you shouldn't do under the Sung name. Aren't you embarrassed of yourself?
I'm sorry, uncle.
I need second uncle to say something. Why is he being so hesitant? Hyungnim, yelling at him like that won't solve anything. What would Dojun know? He's a bright kid, so we should teach him correctly. Sit down. Alright, you're now an adult and a majority holder of Suanyang's financial side, so you should know how big of a deal this is. Just promise us one thing right here and now. Yes. What promise do you need from me? Even if you were to sell off Suanyang card, you have to promise to never have the name changed. How much does your grandfather dote on you? You should consider that and listen to us. You mean, to sell it to the two of you? What two of you? Sell it to me. Hyungnim, please, stop being so bullish. Donkey, don't you know that it's impossible for you? It's 1 trillion, 1 trillion. Can you even come up with this money? Whether it's the steel industry or the mechanical. It's a sum where you would have to sell in order to come up with. Ah, uncle. Sorry to interrupt, but IT isn't just 1 trillion. What? It's over 1 trillion. Fine. How about we do it like this? The valuation of the company that Fantasy and Suyang Card came up with is 1.2 trillion. I believe I could get it to 1.4 trillion. If you are able to come up with this amount, I will hand it over to either of you. 1.4 trillion. For Jin Donkey to come up with this amount without selling any of his companies, the only way is to get a loan from a bank with his companies as collateral. Fine. Although I need to check the valuation as well, I'll try to match your request as much as I can. We can now bring in our people to deal with the negotiation. Right? A fight quick to end won't be so fun. It's only interesting if you see some blood. Then I'll set the final sale price to a 3-year maturity bond. It's the least I can do as family. It's not like I'm urgently in need of money. I'll let my people know the details so that they can prepare. 3-year maturity bond. 3-year maturity bond. That means a loan deal. Isn't there a saying that a farmer will even butcher a cow on credit? Wait a minute. Dojun. What did you say just now? A 3-year bond? Are you sure? Yes. But the sale price will be final at 1.4 trillion. Oh right. Although IT isn't a 100% accurate number, I believe that the company's debt to the bank is about 400 billion. So you'll be taking the 400 billion debt plus a little over 900 billion. Mumble. 900 billion. He isn't calculating the price. He isn't even thinking about whether he'll be able to pay off the 900 billion in 3 years. In his mind right now, he's calculating whether he'd be able to get a loan for an amount close to 1 trillion. They are fighting over a ticking time bomb that's to set off 3 years from now. Dojun, are you out of your mind? A 3-year maturity bond? The moment you sell off the card company, your profits will be cut off. It may even put a burden on you. Hyungnim, please stop with the nonsense. All the companies that Dojun is in charge of are no different than money printing machines. What would he be burdened by? Dojun, the valuation of 1.4 trillion. Is probably after you took out all the shares of the other subsidiaries. Right? Yes. I will be moving all the stock of the core subsidiaries other than 3 or 4 of the related ones. If I were to add even Suanyang Life and Suanyang Investment, it'll be close to 3 trillion. Good. And you're sure you'll be taking the sale price as a 3-year maturity bond? Yes, uncle. Since we're family, what do you think? About what? About what Dojun said. Do you think he was being genuine today? You're thinking way too much. It doesn't matter if he was hiding his true colors, or that's who he really is, because I will take all of his companies and shares. Regardless, do you really have to take Suanyang credit card? You won't get any corporate shares with it. Ha! You always make that face when you're at a disadvantage. Bro, enough. Since when were we such good brothers? That took the other person's situation into account? What do you want to do? Then, hold an auction for one company? US feeding over it only benefits Dojun. And you know this, and it only benefits you if we don't feud over it. Just give it up already if you don't have the funds for it. Why are you doing this? I get that. There is a lot of cash flow in the credit card company, but you have electronics already. Not only that, you have a few consumer product manufacturers, so you have plenty of cash. Are you doing this just to screw me over? What? Screw you over? I was the one that got screwed over. By our own father. Too, ever since I was young. Father told me this over and over. Yonggi, you will be the captain of Suanyang one day. I will give you everything I have. It is your job to make Suanyang even greater. I lived with that belief for several decades. But I am left with less than half of what he promised. Guess what that means? Whatever you or our young SS nephew owns are all mine. I have to spend money out of my pocket to purchase stuff that is already mine. Are all eldest sons like this? Do they all feel tremendous pressure from the wholehearted support by their parents and think everything their parents own is naturally theirs? I get what you think. I will have to reconsider my stance. Reconsider? How? I let myself get naive for a brief moment by hoping to do a good job with affinities we are in charge of so as to help one another, and trade one or two companies in the process if necessary. You know, something like a healthy rivalry. That was my stance until just now, but I don't think it will work. Where are you going with this? Let's just fight for the shares. Until one of us is unable to get up from the floor. What? You probably heard this from father as well. Anyone can buy things with money. What matters is the will to take ownership. Then you'll realize that money isn't all there is to it. I heard that over and over as I grew up, and realized it's actually true. Sunyang credit card will be mine. F***************************** ing bastard. Acting cool and all. Did you set it up as I instructed? The 4 presidents are already waiting in your office, with managers on standby just outside. The meeting will begin as soon as you enter. Let's get it done with. Yeah. Open. Please be seated, Mr. Minsiab Lee. Yes, sir. It was decided that Sunyang credit card will be sold. You are laid off as of today. I spoke with Vice Chairman Yuangi and Donggi Jin. They said they're interested in acquiring credit card. Whether or not you'll continue working for Sunyang depends on their decision. Is he dumb? Uncles would never let you retain your position. There are so many guys sucking up to them already. Mr. Yukanyang and Inji go. Yes, sir. You two are also laid off. You are more loyal to my uncles than me. So go work for them instead. I'm sure they'll get you settled somewhere. Hold on. Are you? Do you finally realize who holds the leash here? This is a warning. Forget everything that happened within Sunyang Corp as soon as you set foot outside this office. Reminiscing about your good and bad times here should be done in your head, and never spoken aloud. If I see one sentence from you in an article, I will thoroughly investigate your past dealings. One cannot become the president of an affiliate of Sunyang without dirtying their hands. In some cases, they have to put filth all over their body. One misspoken word can easily make them the target of an investigation. With them as the suspect, of course. Let's proceed with permanently getting rid of your traces in Sunyang. Take out your cell phones. They are given corporate cell phones once they're promoted to executive positions. While they're intended for business, most people engage in private conversations as well. But these still belong to the company. Don't worry too much. I have no intention of looking into your private conversations. I'll only have the business-related content verified and dispose of the devices. You might have a lot of things to talk about with me, but don't say anything. I'm not in the mood to hear a single word from you. The audit team is holding onto your stuff from your respective president's office. They'll check each and every item and send your personal belongings home. Vehicles are waiting in front of the lobby of the building. They'll take you to any place you wish to go to. This way. President of Sunyang Insurance, Yoon Hyunwoo. Yes, Sunyang Insurance is a private company, and Sunyang Life holds 75% of its shares. Yes, I know that well. I'm curious about what you're thinking. Will you be the same as the 3 people who just left, or will you take charge of Sunyang Life, which is the parent company of Sunyang Insurance, and thus show off what you're truly capable of? I'm sure he's troubled. He probably wants to jump in joy, but is considering his relationship with the ones who just left, and must be feeling like a traitor. However, that doesn't mean their relationship is to a point where he would turn down such an offer. I need to give him a reason for him to accept it. Please, I'm sure you've noticed, but a generational shift is needed. Isn't Sunyang Life the core of the Sunyang Financial Group? There isn't anyone more fit than you for this position. In fact, I should thank you first. Thank you. I'll be sure to do my best so that I don't disappoint you. Thank you for accepting so easily. President of Sunyang Life, Yoon Hyunwoo. Sunyang Life. Now, shall we head over to the main meeting room? All the heads of the financial parts are waiting for you. Let's go together, President Yoon. I'll make the announcement in front of them. Alright, is everyone well?
I'm Jin Dojun.
Just now, 3 of the CEOs have left Sunyang. Anyone who's dissatisfied with the first adjustment can take their leave at any time. As for those of you who decided to stick with the company until the end, you should remember this one thing. If I hear any childish complaints about what's to come, aren't you all the heads? You should realize that you're part of the ones who operate the things. Why is that? You'll be paying a hefty price. There doesn't seem to be anyone who believes these words. They're probably thinking that there's no way I would just sit back and watch. This will probably be the last time I call all of you here together like this. The reason for gathering all of you just this once is to explain the rules for position change. There won't be any parachute hiring that you're all worried about. Also, I will put inside promotions as standard. Today, President Yoon Hyunwoo was promoted to the position of CEO of Sunyoung Life. There's still a CEO spot for each of the 3 companies. For now, the CEOs of those companies will be the second in charge who will be taking over the CEO position. I will also be creating a strategic office for the Sunyang Financial Group, and Vice President Jang Do-hyung will be in charge of it. His title will be Vice President. To the new CEO and Vice President, Jang Do-hyung, and lastly to all the heads, I hope that you all do a good job in leading your companies. I'll only be paying attention to the quarterly reports. However, although it's a bit cold, I will act solely based on results. Please be prepared. I'll leave everything to you, Vice President. We will get rid of 10 of the lowest performing people after the first quarter. You'll have to get some blood on your hands. 10 people? 1 or 2 won't pressure any of them. No? It'll only be worth getting blood on your hands when everyone is shocked. However, we'll also be giving out huge bonuses to the top 10 highest performing people. Knife in one hand, flowers in the other. Everyone will know that the company has changed. Yes, I'll be sure to give out a bonus which will make them forget that 10 of their peers have been fired. Is that all right? It's fine. You can decide such things on your own in the future. You don't have to get my permission for every little thing. I'll be giving you even bigger authority in the future, so don't be shocked. I'll be looking forward to it. How is it? It's already been 2 weeks, right? Just look at my face. I knew things would be hectic once she got in the Judicial Research and Training Institute, but I didn't expect her to go through such a rough time. Should I send you a couple of roots of mountain ginseng? It's not different from being in a jail cell, so how do you think some mountain ginseng will be enough? You should just come visit more often. All right, I'll try my best. Right. I heard that you are in charge of Sunyang Group's financial subsidiaries now. Huh? Rumors have been circulating. In charge of what? I'm just there to learn. I'll be in for a rough time now. Being exiled to Jeogdo for not performing well is our house's tradition. Don't you dare go. I'll drag you by the hair and lock you up in the office till.
Hachez-le.
Ho ho. Minyoung. Huh? Run. What? It's too late. You little. Dad's here. You should come greet your grandpa if you see him. What are you doing? Haha, she's quite pretty. Totally different from her father. I guess your mother is the one with the looks. Huh? It's nothing. Right? What's your name? Oh, it's SEO Minyoung. I apologize for the late introduction. Heh, congratulations on graduating. You managed to graduate when you didn't even prioritize your studies. Managed? The school probably helped him graduate. TCH. Watch your mouth. Dojun's girlfriend? Yes. I am for now. My name is SEO Minyoung. What do you mean for now? This is my girlfriend SEO Minyoung. She is in my class, and she joined the Judicial Research and Training Institute as she passed the bar exam last year. Oh, that's pretty good. You got in while in school. How have you been, Chairman? Oh, Judge SEO. It's been a while. Did Head Manager Chun not come? How come I don't see him here? Sadly, yes. He couldn't make it due to his health. I'm sure he would have done everything to come if he knew you would be here. So grandfather knows Minyoung's father. I'm not sure if you know, but Judge Seo's father was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He fined our Sunyang Group 20 billion won.
깜짝.
He didn't even give it a second thought. Even though I personally treated him to a meal and asked him to go easy. Chairman, people could misunderstand. Bribing a public official is a crime. Bribing? You must not know your grandfather well. Huh? After the meal, he sent someone to hand me an envelope with 14,000 won covering the price of the meal. I didn't say anything, but do you know how mad I was? Why would you be mad? Grandfather? He did what he should have. The price of the meal was 17,000 won. He skimped 3,000 won. That day he got the special dish while I ate the regular. Huh? Chairman, I thought you would stop by the office, but I see you came straight here. I didn't come to see you today. I came to see my grandson wearing his graduation cap. You haven't changed at all. Haha, it's late to do it now. But thank you. Thank you? What for? I'm talking about the construction of the dorm. I received the news just now myself. I'm pretty sure he donated a lot for scholarship when I enrolled here. But did he also promise to construct a dorm? Just think of it as a price for graduating my grandson who rarely attended class in these 4 years. I didn't do it for the thanks or anything. It's not like I used my money for it either. I'm not sure if you know this, but it's DAH Constructions that's donating it. You should give COO Cian a call later. Oh, is that so?
DAEH Construction.
Isn't that basically my money? Why is grandfather? Showing off with other people's money is also part of business. Keep it in mind. This is my present for you, grandfather. Isn't that just your degree? Yes, forget it. What's so special about a degree, huh? Isn't he acting differently from when I first enrolled at S University Law School? Brat. What kind of place is S University Law School? Huh? It's nearly impossible to get in, but it's pretty easy to graduate. Isn't IT? How many of your classmates have failed to graduate? To be honest, there are a few that dropped out, but there weren't any that were kicked out for not being able to keep up with the classes. The important thing is this. Yeah, it's your acceptance letter. This is worth a lot more than the degree that anyone can get. I'm content with just this. You've already given me plenty of presents. All that's left is for you to increase the number of companies using the Suinyang name. You understand? Yes. I'll be sure to increase the number too. No? Trefold. I hope you can show me before I lay on my deathbed. Yes. I'm sure you'll be able to see it. You're so likable because you understand me so well. Then, I guess it's time for me to give you your graduation present. Come on in. Say hello. This is Director Woo By-Eung-jun. Hello. My name is Jin Dojun. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Woo Byung-jun.
He's someone from Suinyang Security. I'll call you manager. Will that be okay? Yes. Our employees will be your drivers from now on. There's someone already waiting for you in front of your car. You will have 4 bodyguards. They'll be on standby at the door whenever you're at Suinyang Group's main headquarters or Yequidio Fantasy office, and we'll be providing security detail for you until you get back to your house. Understood? You can go now. All right? I'll be in your hands. It's my pleasure. It's something I should be doing. You get who that is, right? Yes. Isn't he someone from Suinyang Security? That's right. I had him put a team together that will be working for you. Director Woo will be in charge, and the team will consist of roughly 40 to 50 people. There's no need for 40 to 50 people just for a security detail. Even when considering changing shifts, 10 people would be enough. Although they're security or bodyguards in name, they can do other stuff than only protecting me. They will even do illegal things that I ask of. Will there come a time where I will have to order them to do such things? What? Why are you so surprised? It's nothing. I just thought that was a lot of people. Don't you dare want more members later on. Director Woo will be prioritizing your orders from now on. He'll be on standby 24/7, so you can call for him whenever you need him. Will he do anything I ask of him? Yeah, he will follow your command. However, don't forget this one thing. It's best that you don't make them do things which will hurt their pride. About Director Woo, how much can I trust him? He's someone that'll take even your utmost secret to his grave with him. Does this answer content you? I see. I understand now. I'll be sure to make good use of him. Alright, you can go now. You should be busy. No. I have a lot of time today. You gave me such a big graduation gift, so it will not be right for me to just get up and leave after receiving it. Is that so? Shall we go for a drink? Then, you should think about your health. I'll have them bring tea. You brat. It's your graduation today. You little. Shouldn't we at least have a celebratory drink? Let's just have a glass of wine in that case. It'll only be one. March, the month when you start to feel the spring air. I didn't really find a reason to investigate, but it seems that your older brother, Jin Sang-jun, works there. Yes, that's why I asked you to look into it. There wasn't anything special. He is neither a scammer nor some thug. I knew that it was a small company already, but their revenues are at rock bottom similar to their spendings. It's a company created just to satisfy his desires. Their reputation isn't bad. They are good at analyzing the potential of their new talents and cater the music to them. It looks like this company focuses more on the underground scene, though. Yes, although I don't know the exact standard for what's considered underground. It's said that he only chases after unpopular genres. Is there anything else you need? No, this is plenty. Thank you for your hard work. Please don't mention it. I'll be taking my leave first. Then, oh, how are the new employees doing? Please let me know if there are any troubles. There haven't been any. I like them since they are all tight-lipped. That's good. Then, it's me, Uncle. I came to see CEO Ocean. I already made a reservation. Oh, are you perhaps the president of Time Music? Yes. Time Music President Sich Wonkyu. He's awaiting you. This way, please.
대표이사실.
President Room. President of Time Music is here to see you. Oh, please let him in. You may come in. Wow, you're here. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Cho HVWANKU.
I'm Ocean. Now please have a seat. COO. I'm actually shocked. I found out that Fantasy Investment is a giant investment firm after I looked it up on the internet after we ended our call. Oh my, someone running an agency not knowing about a major investment firm? Oh, I actually thought that investments weren't really something I would be involved in. So, have you never thought of getting invested in? I'll get straight to the point. So please pay attention. Yes, our fantasy will be investing in Time Music. Huh? In our company? That's right. We'll match the condition to your markets. So you should go around different agencies and figure out what normal investment conditions look like. You need to at least be able to tell if the offer we make is within reason. The initial investment will be 2 billion won. T2 billion? You should be focusing on the word initial more than the number. Since we are willing to invest even 20 billion if the results are good. Just why? Why would such a huge company be interested in investing in our company? There is just one condition that I ask of. You cannot use our 2 billion to support or try to revive indie bands or underground artists. You should do such things on your own like you are currently doing. Then, I hear that making a new girl group costs about 500 million to 1 billion won. Is that correct? I'm not sure either, but I heard it does cost a lot. Use the 2 billion to make 2 teams. Since a girl group is bound to earn some money doing events even if it's not something grand. Right? What I'm trying to say is for you to invest in new artists that'll bring in money. But I don't really have plans on expanding my business in that direction. It's different from my vision. Yes, you should think before you speak. You just hit the jackpot. And you just kicked a stone only to find out it's gold. Just making good use of that gold to run the company will make you rich. And with that money, you'll be able to spend as much as you'd want on those indie bands and underground musicians you like so much. You should know to differentiate between hobby and work. Don't you think? Hobby. Our fantasy headquarters in the US invests large amounts in movies. Did you know? No. We mainly invest in Hollywood blockbuster movies. But we also invest in independent and art films as well. Although the money we invest in the latter part hardly breaks even and ends up being a loss most of the times. But do you know why we continually invest? That way the movie scene keeps developing. Those stars from independent movies and directors from art films. People like these all end up moving to the mainstream movie scene. It's because such a cycle exists that Hollywood keeps developing. From what I hear, your reputation seems to be pretty good. That you have great eyes. Use those eyes to find kids that have star potential and marketability. Also, whether it's idols, girl groups, or singers, make them a star. Don't worry about money as we'll invest as much as you need. Wouldn't it be fine to use the money earned by the star talent to do your art? Is this really that hard to calculate? Can I ask you a question? As many as you want. Why are you investing in me? There are tons and tons of agencies that specialize in creating idols. You can just invest in one of those. But I'm curious about your reason for choosing my company that focuses on something totally different. I told you that you hit the lottery. And I'm asking why I hit it. You just hired a new employee recently, right? Called Jin Dojun. Yes, the guy with the overseas degree, that kid, is my best friend's son. His dad's friend is a Chaebol. How did the talks go? I don't know if we're just throwing 2 billion won down the drain. He doesn't seem that bright. We'll just take it as a lesson fee. Lesson fee sure isn't cheap these days. So, what do you plan on doing after that? That's the limit of how much I'll help. If it still doesn't work out for him after all of that, I will stop worrying about what will happen to my brother from now on. Sasayar. Huh? What is it? Please take a look at this. The honorary chairman of Daehoon Group, Ju Young-gil, passed away last night at 10 p.m. The cause of his death is apparently because of acute respiratory failure due to pneumonia. And it was said that he was conscious until the moment he passed, after stepping down from his position as the chairman during May last year. The late chairman Ju Young had been going back and forth from his home to the hospital regularly, and was stated that from August, he has been mainly staying at the hospital due to arthritis limiting his mobility. The late chairman's 5-day observance funeral will be private for family only, but organizations such as the Federation of Korean Industries as well as the 5 economic organizations have been seen attending. It could also be said that it has heavy implications of it being a gathering of economic organizations to honor the deceased as someone who contributed greatly to the economy. Although the Federation of Korean Industries is able to use this time to honor the deceased, taking into account the state of Daehoon Group, keep track of Daehoon Group stocks, and report their state to me every 10 minutes. Understood. Yeah, it's me. Did everyone attend it? Yes. All the higher UPS of the Blue House went to pay their respects on the first day. Most of the major groups' higher UPS also went to pay their respects as well. What about the kids from our side? Although Vice Chairman Jin Youngki and Vice Chairman Jin Donkey went to pay their respects on the first day, there hasn't been any news of Director Jin Sankey. When do you plan on going? Let's go the day before the burial. His kids' tears should have dried up by then, right? It'll be interesting to see their expressions. Is that necessary? You want to see what they'll be doing? Yeah. Whether it's his kids or mine, they're all the same. They've never made money with their own hands, but have never lacked it either. How could they be the same? The second generation of Daehoon being on the verge of an explosion of discontent is understandable since they would have to split it up into so many pieces. But isn't our Suenyang different? I'm sure IT won't be the same. Don't bother. Why are you trying to make me feel better? Isn't IT all the same whether it's big or small, right? Then come to my grave and give me an update. What? I'll be done with it once I'm dead. But won't you have to watch over my kids fighting? Tell me everything interesting in detail without leaving anything out. What would you like me to do? That's up to you. It's not like I can force you to do anything. If there's one request, it would be for you to not be too greedy. Huh? It's nothing. You'll come to find out once I die and I am no longer in this world. He's been silent the whole time. He's usually so talkative, saying that all old men are like that. Because of the yang energy rising to the mouth and causing them to talk non-stop. Chairman Ju's house isn't any smaller. Why have they decided to do it at the funeral home? It's the will of the people living. I'm sure it's fulfilling his wife's wishes. Huh? He was a husband that she wanted to kick out of the house all her life. That old man Ju Younggil always stayed out because he loved girls so much. There are rumors that out of the 8 kids that he registered in his family register, 3 are illegitimate. Is that really true? I wouldn't know. I've asked a couple times whenever we would meet up to eat, but he's always adamantly denied it. It's a secret only his family knows. I'm sure he has many kids that he hasn't registered in his family register too. It's not once or twice when he sent a mother and child overseas after cutting them up a piece of his wealth. I'm sure those women and their children must have already heard that Chairman Ju has passed, and will be busy buying their ticket to Korea. The lawsuits over inheritance and familial verification will ensue. So Daehoon Group will be busy spending absurd amounts of money just to keep it out of the news. Of course, there won't be any illegitimate children putting their hands on the group, but they'll be taking a nice settlement, and we'll go back overseas. Although I was starting to get the urge to laugh at this, I held tightly as I listened to grandfather. Seeing such a husband dead, I'm sure she's gotten her long-cherished wish. She even went as far as to not let him stay in the house for the last 5 days before the burial. You brat. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. What nothing? I can see it written all over your face. Are you thinking that I'll be the same as that old man Ju Youngi? That's not it. It's just what? There's no bastard son as far as I know. I've always lived carefully, taking heart to the 3 things that men should be careful of. As far as I know? Does that mean there could be a child you don't know of? Oh man. Speaking about such things that I haven't even brought up in front of my grown children. To think I'd have such talks with my grandson. It's because we connect on a lot of things. To June. Yes, saying this just in case. If there happens to be someone claiming to be my child after my death, be sure to do a DNA test. And after that, your uncles will try their best to chase them away. And that's what they should do. There can't be a case where such a child steps foot in Suenyang. But if it seems like the child is living a hard life, I want you to take care of them to some extent, so that they can live a normal life. Yes. I'll take care of them so that they won't have to live a hard life. Good.
I'm grateful.
You've washed away this uncomfortable feeling of always having something stuck between my teeth. Ho ho.
착각.
Lower the windows. Huh, grandfather? The reporters will snap our pictures. That's exactly why I am telling you to do it. Do it. Yes, sir. Grandfather, why did you do that? By tomorrow, your face will be plastered all over the front pages. A young man rode alongside the chairman of Sunyang Group. The fact that he rode with his grandfather and not his sons will be big on the headlines. Why would he want to show that thought? Thank you for coming. Chairman.
Dayan automobile.
Chairman. First child. Ju Tasik. It's fine. It was a relaxing ride. I've been constantly regretting that I couldn't visit even though I knew he was on his bed. I had to at least stop by and meet him one last time before he sets off on his long journey. Let's go. They were people of the family I couldn't have dreamt of facing in the past. It looks like I took a while. I had a lot to talk to him about, but this happened to be my only chance. No, Mr. Chairman. It's fine. I'll prepare food. This way, please, Mr. Chairman. Before that, introduce yourself. Dojun. This is my grandchild. He's a filial child who's been keeping me company at my old age. So this was it. The reason why he exposed us to the reporters, and is now introducing me to the heads of Daehoon Group. He's making my presence known to the world, showing that the youngest of the Suinyang who has just graduated is keeping him company. Although it was kept quiet until now, the dark horse that inherited the Suinyang Group's finance sector. The media will be in a buzz and the Daehoon Group's heads will start to pay attention to me. The more eyes are on me, the more power every move I make wields. Today, at this funeral, I've made my grand debut. What are you doing? Why aren't you introducing yourself? Yes, I'm sorry for your loss. So you're the grandson. That's said to be leading the new generation. He's just playing around in the stock market a bit. I hope you can guide him in the future. I've heard of you from the rumors.
I'm Ju Kavwa Ngsik.
Sixth son Ju Kwangsik, the sixth son of Chairman Joo Youngil, Joo Kwangsik, the one who inherited the finance sectors of Daehoon Group, which are led by Daehoon Investments and Securities, and Daehoon Investment Trusts. He holds a similar position as me.
I'm Jin Dojun.
Dojun. Take a look at them. You can't even see a slightest bit of sadness on their faces even when their father has passed. It's probably because it's been a couple days. It's not like they can cry every day, right? What? You see them in a good light just because you shaked their hands once? Huh? Those punks are no different from the kings from the Warring States period. They're all pondering their actions, whether they should unite or not to take a bigger share of the pie that is the Daehoon Empire. Then, is Suinyang Group in the Three Kingdoms period? Dojun. Yes. I hear something about the West. Apparently they will even lay down their guns during times of war during the Christmas period. That's not always the case. There's only been a single case of such an instance, the Christmas truce. While World War I was in full spark, December 24, 1914, the forces of Britain and Germany agreed on a ceasefire at Ypres, Belgium. A German soldier who was in the trenches started to sing the Christmas carol Silent Night. Upon hearing the song, the soldiers began cheering. After that, the German soldiers started to put up a small Christmas tree decorated with flashlights and candles above the trenches. Then a brave soldier took the courage to step out of the trenches holding a small candle. After the song ended, a German officer came out to shake hands with a British sergeant calling for the start of a ceasefire. However, the soldiers from that day would then be court-martialed. So such an event was never seen again. Even if it's during fierce wars of the Three Kingdoms period, I want a ceasefire during my funeral. Do you understand what I'm telling you? To think I would hear such words in a place like this. Although it's hard to answer, I do want to promise him, yes, during the 49 days of remembrance, I'll make sure that there are no big conflicts. Not just my uncles, but I'll make sure that even my cousins won't step out of line. Please don't worry about it. Although it seems unlikely, I like how confidently you're saying it. Ho ho, is there something wrong with the food? I see that you haven't even picked up the utensils. There isn't. We aren't at a restaurant, so I plan to take my time. You're the sixth son, correct? Yes, sir. You may take him. You can't be interested in a retired old man. But the young man in front of me has a few affiliates in his hands. Thank you, sir. You are too kind. Mr. Dojun Jin, may I have a moment of your time? Are you not aware that your father and I were like brothers? Meaning, he's like your nephew. Ahaha. What an honor it is to have a brilliant nephew like him. Well then, Dojun, would you like a cup of coffee? There also is something I must talk to you about. It will certainly be worth your time. You can go. Hear what nonsense your new uncle has to say to you. Okay, I hope I don't come across as a rude person, Mr. Dojun Jin. You're a competent entrepreneur, and I intend to respect that. It's really okay. You can be down to earth with me. If it is all right, may I call you uncle? I would actually love that. Not only are you good looking, you also have a good heart. Very well. How did you get on Mr. Jin's good side? and inherit Sunyang's financial sector at such a young age? He probably was being nice to his youngest. My father was his youngest son, and most parents have a soft spot for them. Are you saying he is supporting you because he couldn't support his youngest son? Your grandfather went through a lot of trouble to pass down those affiliates to you, yet here you are, trying to sell one of them off. Oh boy, he's too blatant and even rash. We've only just met, but he's already showing his true colors. The sixth son of Dae Hyoin's former CEO heard about the sale of Sunyang credit card. Since they don't have a credit card company, he's eyeing it, but I know he doesn't hold enough cash for the purchase. It's pointless to hold on to something I don't have what it takes to run properly. I know my limits, and grandfather wasn't against it when I discussed it with him. Or it could be that it was a business sector he wasn't too fond of to begin with. That was my old father's idea, too. He didn't like the credit card business. Most old people think the credit card business is like usury asterisk, or something along that line. That was one of the reasons he wasn't against selling it. I see. Any progress with it? What a nice new uncle he is. He's trying his best to give me another trump card to play from my hand. I'm planning to take offers from my biological uncles first, since they're family. That's more like reorganizing the share structure within the group. Not a sale. It is a sale, because I will be taking cash for it. I'll disaffiliate it cleanly and sell it at a high price. Have you done the math? According to my rough estimation, IT should be between 1.2 trillion and 1.4 trillion one star. He's quick, as expected of someone that works with money. You can't call it a good business deal if I sell it at a fair price. I need to take into account the cost of labor and make profit on top of that. Aha, you are something else. No wonder you inherited the financial sector over older members of your family. All right, tell me how much. You can be honest with me. And if you're willing to give your new uncle a discount, that will be nice. Pretend to be poised all you want, because I'm not selling it to you. You'll only be there to play a role and walk away with nothing. Think of it as a fat allowance to your new nephew and pay me extra. Haha. Really? Would you actually consider selling it to a non-family member? There's no family when it comes to business. I don't care who the buyer is, as long as the price is right. The only thing I'm worried about is whether or not you have enough cash to purchase the credit card company. Come on. The merchant doesn't need to worry about the buyer's financial situation unless there's a chance of insufficient funds. Why do you think so, dear nephew? I'm not sure he'll believe me if I told him the oldest son Taesik-jo will aggressively take over a lot of businesses in the near future. His siblings will lose the companies they own one by one, and only have a few affiliates to barely get by. Everyone with common sense pretty much knows that a war will begin soon. But this war is fought with money, instead of weapons and ammunition. This guy must have a different purpose. Then, is he planning to fortify his defense and protect what he currently has, knowing he won't be able to own the entirety of Daehyun? But Gwangsik-ji in my previous life purchased shares of Daehyun Corp too aggressively and had to sell off the financial sector little by little until he lost everything. If you have enough cash to purchase Sunyang credit card, you must be planning not to participate in a civil war. Am I correct? Oh, we've only met today, but you're reading your new uncle like a book already. It's a bit embarrassing, honestly. But I suppose you have to be quick at grasping things in order to be loved by the CEO of Sunyang. I've taken a long enough break. I must get back. But I clearly made my offer. Don't rule me out when you go over potential buyers of Sunyang credit card. Okay, that's a strange way to end this conversation. There is something more to this than meets the eye. Dojun, it was an honor to hear your words of wisdom, sir. Right. What did he say? He asked to be included on the list of potential buyers of Sunyang credit card. Really? Did he really say that? Yeah. Okay. So what did you tell him? He left without hearing my answer. What's your plan? Then, are you going to sell it to him if he makes the best offer? Like I said, I don't plan to reduce the number of Sunyang's companies. Sunyang credit card will end up in the hands of one of my biological uncles. Haha. Sounds like Gwangsik-ju did all that for nothing. I doubt it. I believe he got what he wanted. What do you mean? I don't think he intends to acquire Sunyang credit card for real. He could have used my presence only to pretend he did. Pretend? Gwangsik-ju probably wants others to believe that he is actively seeking to purchase Sunyang credit card. Why would he do that? He won't get anything from lying to you. He couldn't care less about me. He's worried about his brothers, especially Taesik-ji. He wants to appear harmless. Gosh, so their family is no better than ours. He came looking for me while being watched by so many people, and he shook my hands in an over-exaggerated manner. He was basically telling others to see us. The chairman of Daehyun's financial sector met with the inheritor of Sunyang's financial sector. He wanted people to see that and bring it to someone's attention. Will that really be enough to calm Chairman Ju Tae-sik? Although it won't be foolproof, it'll be enough to buy some time. He'll probably drag out the negotiations with me, while also creating a ton of rumors at the same time. While that's going on, I plan on quietly buying the Daehyun Group's shares to grow my strength. Then let's see how your plan works out. I wonder who will end up as the real chairman of the Daehyun Group, not the chairman of the Daehyun Group that's split in pieces like now. I see that you're thinking that they'll be united again. Although the river splits, twists and turns, it all ends up gathering at the sea. It's just a matter of time. I think that Daehyun Automobile seems most likely. They're the largest and the most iconic of Daehyun Group. Won't the construction or shipbuilding fit the bill too? It's also held by the eldest, so there's meaning in that. Take a look at them. They are having a funeral for the family. The one greeting the people visiting is the eldest. The real reason for having a family funeral instead of an economist's memorial is to solidify his position as the heir. To be honest, if it's someone like Chairman Ju Young-gil, it would be correct to have an economist's memorial rather than a family one. A memorial held by the representatives of the 5 big economic forums, the Federation of Korean Industries, the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Korea International Trade Association, the KBIZ Korea Federation of SMEs, and the Korean Enterprises Federation, along with others of similar standings to create a memorial association. T/N. There are public memorials held for important public figures, deemed to have made. By doing so, although the fame of the deceased would go up, the eldest son won't receive much attention. I'm sure that Chairman Ju Tae-sik took this into consideration and pushed for a family funeral. Just what kind of person are you, huh? It could be that he just wants to send his father off quietly among the family without any ulterior motives, thinking that everything is done after being carefully planned out. Grandfather, tomorrow is the burial. Today is the last day to spend with the deceased. Yet he called me, someone he's meeting for the first time, to use me as a smoke screen. I don't believe that they have even an ounce of pure thoughts left. What do you plan on doing? What do you mean? For my funeral? I mean, are you going to hold a family funeral? Or are you going to make it a public memorial to lower the strength your eldest uncle holds? That's for the adults of the family to decide. I can only follow what the seniors of the family decide as I'm the youngest. So, you're going to do as they say, and ignore how you feel about it? Even if it goes against what you want, what's gotten into him? It's up to the children of the deceased to decide on the type of funeral. The grandchild doesn't have a say in this. Could it be that he understands this, but is still sad because I am saying I'll just blindly follow what's decided? Although my body will act on what the adults decides, my heart will act according to my will. What? You're playing word games with me? Fine. What does your heart say? Your place of burial will be at Sunyang Music Hall Park in Yongin. What about it? I'll come visit you every morning, for 3 years without skipping a single day. Although I would like to pitch a tent and hold a 3-year memorial service, it's not like I can just forget about the companies you gave to me. So, I'll just come visit you every morning. You sure know your way with words. I'm sure you must practice often to say such things. Come on. Are you going to take my heartfelt words like this? That's enough, you brat. Do you plan on not working and just playing around once I'm gone? What do you mean by 3 years when even every minute? No, every second is important. Just stop by to talk about the happenings whenever you have free time. Grandfather used to say that people will return to a state of nothingness after passing away. That was the type of person he was. But, seeing as how he wants me to come visit him often at his resting place, it seems like he is afraid of being left alone. Let's get up now. My body isn't what it used to be. Alright, please get home and rest. It's hard for me to stay the night like this even though I am still young. I will. I'll come back tomorrow to see that old man off. Are you going already? I'll see you tomorrow. It seems I've gotten too old to be by my friend's side till the end. No, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful that you graced us with your presence. Thank you. It's all right. But don't think of putting your hands on what's mine. What do you mean by that? Even your father didn't dare to lay his hand on what's mine. Although we fought against each other for other stuff, we never aimed for each other's things, nor did we wish for them. Amar, Chairman, his eyes are calm compared to his reaction. Suinyang's name isn't gone just because my young grandchild holds it. I am warning you, if you lay even a single finger on Suinyang card, you'll find out how scary this weakly old man can be. Keep that in mind. Mr. Chairman, please calm down first. Just what have you done? Huh? It's a misunderstanding, big brother. I just asked how things were going with his companies. Let's go. Are there still a lot of reporters outside? Yes, even more have gathered. Oh, that's good. Lower all the windows so that the reporters get a good picture. All right, grandfather. Isn't it enough already? There's no such thing as enough in this world. It's because people hate on their path that they feel that way. Being satisfied is just a fancy way of saying that they have given up. Keep that in mind. Smile, you brat. Your face will be plastered all over the nation tomorrow. Are you going to go out there with such a face? It's not like I can smile brightly leaving a funeral. I guess you're right. You should still do your best to leave a good impression. Grandfather, why did you do that to Chairman Ju Kwangsik? Could it be that you helped him? These articles weren't anything to write home about. The one who has everything, money, looks, and brains. As soon as he made his appearance, the chance sector no longer saw him as just third-generation Chaebol. While being born with a golden spoon in his hands, he did not rely on it, but carved out his own path with his own abilities, and is leading the Sunyang Group to a new future as the heir of the group. North nationally in S. Graduate of S University. Law School, the new star of TH. Should I be congratulating you? Sigh, please stop. It's so embarrassing. Although it'll be hard to move about freely, it'll be of big help the more famous you get. Because your face is your business card. Also, this article emphasizes that you're the heir most trusted by Chairman Jin. You'll be seen as one of the heirs of the group no matter who you meet from now on. It doesn't matter. Since I'll even go on entertainment TV if it means it'll help me. That's that. But did you know that Chairman Ju Kwangsik called me to the side to tell me something interesting? Saying he's interested in the credit card business. Does that mean that there's another bidder? I think he has another motive too, to be honest. However, no matter what his motive may be, he's still someone we can make use of. Ah, you mean to use him as a pacemaker? Yes. Although I doubt it'll happen. It'll be a huge loss for US if the two vice-chairmans were to team up. It's fine as long as my eldest uncle knows that there's a strong competitor on the outside. What do you plan on doing? If Chairman Ju Kwangsik put up the best condition, while Chairman Ju might put up the best offer, I'll never approve it. He doesn't really seem interested in taking over the company at all. That's why we have to make the best use of it. I told you, right? To just trust me. We just have to raise the price and the interest rate. The better the condition he puts up. You know that the money won't be in our hands right away even then, right? I know why Jang Do-hyung is so worried. It's because you never know when a storm will come when you're on the voyage of operating a corporation. Even when you are prepared for any problems, you'll still be worried about losing one of your best prepared plans. Please don't worry. I'll make sure to fill up the financial hole that will come from selling Suinyang card. It's not that I doubt your abilities. But how do you expect me to just not worry and blindly trust your words? So you're saying that you can't trust me? It's not something to laugh about. No matter how much of a genius you are when it comes to investments, there's still a limit. How could a single person cover the hole left by one of the biggest card companies in the country? Last year's Suinyang card's profit was 125 billion won. If you want me to, I can put zoo billion won in our company's bank right now. Will that make you less worried? Could it be he means his own money? That big of an amount? I'm relieved since you aren't one to say baseless things. I'll do my best not to bring up the topic of lack of funds. Though he may not believe in my future outlook, he believes in my wealth. Well, that's a more realistic reasoning. Oh dash, our youngest, you're still so hard-working even when you became a superstar overnight. Oh Hyungnim, he probably didn't come here because of the articles. Is he here as an errand boy? Or is he doing things on his own again? I came here since the articles got me thinking about you. Good thing I found you here. I'll take my leave, then. You didn't go to Chairman Ju's burial today? Yes. Father and second uncle went. Most of the company heads within the Federation of Korean Industries should be attending as well. I see. Just replying with short answers is the best way to get him to spill out his motive for coming. It was said that you were quietly talking with Chairman Ju Kwang-sik of Daehoon Group yesterday. Is it true? Did the word spread already? Yes, for a bit. Can you tell me what it was about? It wasn't anything important. The one who's frustrated should bring up the topic. I heard that Ju Kwang-sik offered to buy Suenyang card. Seems like he knows the details. That means that either Ju Kwang-sik was the one that spread the information, or that there's someone from either grandfather's or my side. It can't be that you plan on selling off Suenyang card to Daehoon, right? I'm not sure where you heard such rumors, but that's why grandfather gave the people from Daehoon family a stern warning. That Suenyang's subsidiaries will never fall into an outsider's hands. Grandfather did? Yes. So hurry up and get to what you came here for. No more beating around the bush. Alright, I'll get to the point. Sell the Suenyang card to US, not to the second uncle. You should tell me about your offer first. I am not some cashier at a corner shop selling candy. Don't you know the number of employees and the profits it generates? We'll add 10% to what the second uncle offers. That's our offer. So you want to throw money around? I'll be disappointed if that's all he came up with. Wouldn't 10% be in the 100 billions? Yeah, it's a big amount. Hyungnim, do I look like I lack money? I'm not selling off the Suenyang card because the financial subsidiaries of the group need funds. I'm just selling it off because I don't like how Suenyang card makes its money. So, you're telling me offering more money is pointless? You should think about what the other person wants if you want to obtain the things you want. Right? So, what is it that you want? I don't know. What? You think you can just play with me because I'm the one wanting to buy it? You think you're great just because you inherited some subsidiaries? Who do you think you are acting all cocky in front of? Huff. I was thinking he was acting calm, unlike his usual self. I'm really not interested in anything. Stop playing word games and tell me what you want. Think about it carefully. Do you only buy the things you need when you're out shopping at the mall? You buy something that piques your interest when you have the money, right? It's called impulse buying. Oh, it's too frustrating to deal with people who can't take a hint. It's probably fine for me to tell him a thing or two. Vice Chairman Jin Donkey isn't one to lose if it's about money. Don't just raise the price and offer me something that I would take interest in. As expected, is it impossible for someone like him, who thinks money is everything, to think of anything? Dojun, I still haven't forgotten telling you that I'll make you the number 2 person in the Suenyang group. Hyungnim, you should become the number 1 person first. That way such words would have weight. I could easily make second uncle the number 1 person right now. Then I would become the number 2 person in Suenyang group. Right now. Keep working hard. Even then you might not be able to stand in front of me. Are you going around thanking everyone that attended the funeral? How could I? I invited you like this because you're special. What's wrong? Does it make you uncomfortable? Feels a bit too special. Although I've rented out the whole restaurant many times, I've never rented out a pizza place before. It's a secret that my favorite food is pizza. Since it's a bit embarrassing. Although it's a bit surprising, I don't think it's anything to be embarrassed about. You should show your true intentions. Or should I call it your plan? Wow, you live up to your reputation. How nice would it be if I could have a son like you, the one who spread the rumors of me having interest in buying Suenyang card was me. I've already guessed as much. Then you should know that I have no interest in buying it at all. Of course, it's because my grandfather knows as well that he put on such a show for you. For me? No, we should get the facts straight. It was for his favorite grandchild. So, did the price go up a bit after I announced I would be joining in? They're still hesitating to make a move. What about your brothers? Have they fallen for it? You're good at reading your surroundings. You're right. There are signs that they are lowering their guards a bit. I guess it's far from enough for them to lower their guards fully. They've always been cautious people. Of course that includes me and you as well. So, please tell me. What's the next step? How can I help you? Ha 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 ha. He. Puhaha. I'll have no choice but to put my guard up around you if you stand out so much. Is that okay? Don't we always have to compete and keep each other in check? No. I have no plans on competing with Daehoon Group. That's something far in the future. My competition will be not against you, the chairman, but the next generation. Second gen against second gen. The third gen should fight against the third gen. Aren't I the same as your nephews? I hope you can help me out. Oh my, I hope you go easy on our kids. I think it'll be hard for me to make such a request. Then I'll get straight to the point. There's a company that specializes in insurance investigation called Sunyang Special Assessments under Sunyang Life. Right? Yes. Huh? Isn't that a tiny, forgettable company? Why did such a company come out of Chairman Ju's mouth? Heck. You probably don't know the wealth of the company since it's not a company that stands out. That company was created by merging 3 companies. DH Communication, LWS. They're all in the insurance industry. Looks like it's part of the Daehoon Group judging by the initials. D. You're right. To think I didn't know about something so important. Not just that. Nobody ever brought this up to me before. I'll have to find the ones responsible for this once I get back to the office. That company holds 2% of shares of Daehoon Automotive. This is something that should have been reported to me. To think I wasn't aware of such an important matter. Don't be so surprised, since it's only been a couple days since that happened. What do you mean? Daehoon Automotive bought a parts manufacturer a couple days ago. It was an MGA, to obtain the patent that the company holds. So you're saying, the parts manufacturing company's shares have turned into Daehoon Automotive's shares. Yeah. Since IT wasn't announced officially, for me to be this lucky, how much have I learned just by doing nothing? So you're saying that you want those shares? I'll pay you a premium for them. How about it? I wonder. I'll have to think about it. What? Look here. Although it may just be money to you, for me, it is a critically important asset. So, don't think about trying to buy it with just money. If not money, then what? Let's trade shares for shares. I'll give you the 2% shares of Daehoon Automotive. You can give me 2% shares of Sunyang Electronics in return. Based on today's stock prices, the difference should be about 20 times. Let's have a look at Chairman Ju's skills. What kind of nonsense are you saying all of a sudden? 2% shares of Sunyang Electronics? Do you really not know the difference in the stock prices? No, putting the prices aside, how am I even supposed to get 2% in the first place? I know that the stocks for Sunyang Electronics closed off at 227,001. Daehoon Automotive at 21,001. You're saying such nonsense knowing that? It's 10 times the difference. This old man still has a long way to go. The value of an item varies from person to person. The value that most people agree upon is called the market price. But if an item that holds special meaning and value to a person, it'll be stupid to use the market price. There are some that would pay 10 times the amount for a not so rare pottery with a market price of 5 million won, just because it was something that their ancestors left behind. If it allows me to take over the Sunyang Group, would be willing to pay 10, no, even 100 times the price. Let me ask you something, uncle. Sunyang Electronics or Daehoon Automotive? Which company do you want? The price for Daehoon Automotive shares for him, who wants to take control over the Daehoon Group, holds the same values as Sunyang Electronics for me, who wants to take control over the Sunyang Group. Although it might be a difference of 20 times to a normal person, it's different for US. Since for US, the shares of the mainstay company of the group is a step towards sitting in the chairman's seat. Even so, 20 times is a bit much. How do you think your older brother Chair Ju Taesik would feel about it? Do you think that he would feel 20 times is too expensive? I don't need to think. He wouldn't blink if it meant he could gain a stronger control. Also, Ju Kwangsik, who's in front of me, knows this better than anyone. I would have to scrape up all the shares that come on the market to gather 2% of Sunyang Electronics. I'm sure you're well aware of what kind of effect this would have. Is there a need to rush? What do you mean? I'll hold on to the 2% of Daehoon Automotive well. It's not like you need it right away. You mean to say that you'll hand it over when I need it? Won't you need to prepare many things to counterattack? Isn't it better to have a hidden weapon in your arsenal? You're right. There's no rush. So please take your time gathering the Sunyang Electronics shares. We can make the exchange when we both need it. Our little nephew sure knows how to do business. To make a 20 times profit, I'm not exchanging such a rare weapon for money, so I'm not really profiting. Giving you just cause? I'm not putting it on auction to raise the price. It's not like we're strangers. I'm happy with the cost of the purchase being a fair market value. As expected, it should be something to be happy about, but his expression hasn't changed at all. He knows better than anyone that there's no such thing as free in this world. Why? Isn't it better to make a profit? Are you confident? What? The funds of Sunyang Electronics are not a joke. I guarantee it. First uncle will be making an offer that's much greater than the value of Sunyang card. You can't win. Even with that, you made up your mind to give Sunyang card to me? Yes. Why? Because I'm scared. Scared? Of what? Didn't you tell me that he always says that Sunyang Group is his since he's the eldest? He would be even more adamant if he obtained Sunyang card. And in the end, he'll end up taking all the companies that I inherited by any possible. And me, although I could be wrong, I believe there's a difference. While it seems he's trying to take over Sunyang Group, I feel like you're trying to run it. I'm just choosing the safer side. You misunderstand. I also want to put Sunyang Group under my control. I'm not much different from my older brother. How honest. But it's also correct that we're different. I, at least, don't take the position of leader of a corporation lightly, even with all my experiences dealing with heavy industries subsidiaries. I'm afraid. Would my past be different if this person took control of Sunyang? To think of such things, all of a sudden, that I shouldn't hold even a slightest bit of goodwill towards them. They're all opponents that I will have to get rid of in the future. It's foolish to give affection to a pig that I'm raising to butcher one day. Then we've come to a conclusion. I will help you if you give me just cause to sell the card company to you. I will sell off the company to a third party for a huge margin if the cause isn't compelling enough. Since someone has already joined the race, are you talking about Daehoon? Yes. Your grandfather might hate you for it. If it ends up going to them, it'll only be for a short term. I know very well how to make my grandfather happy. I've known it for a while. That you were the most dangerous one. There won't be a good cause. No matter what you do, the best just cause for you is to hand over the company to the eldest of the family. Let's just do this with money. It won't work with money. No, it will. How so? Didn't he want the card company because he of liquidity difficulties in heavy industries? Sunyang Electronics should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of liquid funds. You said that the fair market value was 1.4 trillion won? With a bond that matures in 3 years? You don't have to confirm it. I stick to my words once I've said it. I'll throw another trillion on top. That won't be a debt, but a cash payment on the day of the transfer. How about it? Is this guy slow? Or am I the one who's missing something? First uncle is the type to offer 2 trillion if the second uncle offers 1. Please explain in detail. Why a trillion won? Oh, you realize that it isn't just a normal trillion? Money without a single trace or connection. Money you can spend anywhere without any trouble. Slush fund. Big brother will never give up his private property. Even if he were to spend 2 trillion, it would be from the company's funds. It'll be hard for you to use such money freely even if it were to end up in your hands. The guys at National Tax Services are no joke. You'll be needing untied money in the future. The money you have in fantasy would be useless at that time. It can only be perfectly laundered money. Can you give me some time to think? Just 3 or 4 days. Of course, it might be worthwhile for you to ask Ocean about the worth of 1 trillion in slush funds. He'd welcome it with arms wide open if it were him. I already have enough funds to go around. I've invested the money I had in fantasy to many paper companies in Netherlands countryside and wrote it up as a loss. And when sending that money back to somewhere in the Swiss, it turns into slush funds. However, it's also an offer I can just ignore. It's not that I need the money, Gene Donkey, but that I need him to suffer for the $1 trillion slush fund he handed to me. Once he runs out of cash due to the credit card crisis that's about to come. Not only that, if I were to track the source of the $1 trillion in slush funds, I can get my hands on his secret ledger. Uncle, it should be fine to end things now that I've dragged it out for 2 months. Right? Yeah, it should be good enough. Thanks. I was able to get through the transition phase safely because of you. Then could you release articles about the deals unfortunately falling through? Of course. But nephew, whose hand will Sunyang card fall to? It's not something you should be interested in. True. It's none of my business what's going on in another family when I have my own family to deal with. There will be articles coming out tomorrow saying that a big deal has fallen through. There will also be follow-up articles as well. Keep an eye on it. Follow-up articles? What's that about? Just wait. You'll find out tomorrow. The next day, Ungil Group's prime card. Hitching hands to Daehoon. At the start of a Rev Eva. Wow. This is no joke. It wasn't disguised to hide from the older siblings' scrutiny. He threw out 2 fishing rods to purchase my Angel's prime card cheaply. I don't feel that I've been used. It's just that we used each other. I should add to my plan to put the prime card that Daehoon purchased in my hands once everything hits the floor, to Jun's private home. Are you done with the preparation? Yes. I just have to work on the finishing touches. I'll be able to finish it by this month. What about the $1 trillion slush fund? Looks like it's in Labuan, within the federal territory of Malaysia. I have to go and transfer it into another account. Labuan, you can end up being an accomplice by taking dirty money like that. You should verify the source just in case, and pass it around several places as soon as you get it to cut its ties to the source. Do you think there's a way to track it back to the source? The reason why I took this deal is because what's important to me isn't the $1 trillion slush fund, but getting a hold of my uncle's weakness. You have to find a hint. It's obviously money he took from the construction company. Right? You know that construction is just a storage for slush funds. You're talking about when it was created. Right? Yeah. Labuan's laundering banks are pretty tight-lipped. You probably won't get anything from probing there. They'll delete the account once they give you the money after handing them the account number and the authority card with the password, so that you can't track how the money was gathered. So it's possible if I can get some kind of hint from Uncle? We'll have to try. We can try putting pressure on the CFO of Sunyang Construction. If the money really came from Sunyang Construction, the one who will know for sure is either the CFO, the head manager, or head secretary. I'll probe him a bit when I go to get the account information for the slush fund. We have to get something out of this. Okay. Your uncle, Gene Donkey, should be in a great mood since he's gotten a great deal. Try using that to draw some information out of him. Alright, I'll give it a try. That's that, but you know there's local elections coming up next year. Right? Yes. I've got a call from Jean Seon's husband, that he wants to go again. Once more. Is he asking for money? Yeah. I'll take care of it myself. You can just push the decision onto me. Is that okay? It's understandable that he's worried, since uncle-in-law will probably use the fact that he played a big role in the Sangam SMC to ask for money. He needs to be backed by the party before he takes part in the race. Right? But he won't be able to get their backing this time. Huh? Why? Just sit back and watch. Someone big will appear. That will make it hard for him to run. I'll act like I'll support him fully, and keep a good relationship, so you don't have to worry, since he'll be making an appearance this time, the one who will become the 17th president. I'd like to say thank you, but it's a bit embarrassing. It's fine, uncle. I have ears too. Older brother offered to add 2 trillion on top, right? Yes, however I was more afraid, since the title of eldest son of Sunyang is really threatening. While it seems tyrannical, IT can also be a positive thing when it comes to running such a large organization. Brother just knows how to use that well. since it's worked so far. Now, we should deal with the most important thing, the contract, right? The slush fund? Yeah. Everything you need is in there. You just have to go to Labuin to make an account and transfer it there. There's no online banking, right? It's not really a joke. Things are still done in analog fashion over there. It's to avoid leaving any records. Yeah. You won't be able to even step foot in the bank without the documents in your hand. So don't lose it. Uncle. Huh? Can I ask you for a bit of a bonus? Bonus? Yes. Instead of such a fish, I'd like you to teach me how to catch such a fish, how to make slush funds. You're a quick learner, but it'll be hard for you. The way that finance sector companies are operated isn't too complicated. It's not like you can attach companies you can cut off at any time. The C-suites mention something similar as well. That things are becoming more transparent with the development of technology, that in the near future the national tax services will be able to clearly look into the company. Dojun, don't worry about slush funds and focus on increasing your wealth. It's more important to work within the system of law to make the money your company makes your own. Is that your advice for me? Or is he trying to get me addicted to the taste of money? That's something I should slowly work on step by step. Right? You're right, you're still young. Don't be too greedy and work on it slowly. Then was this made in such a way as well? No, the money, made within the confines of the law, is proudly held in our country's banks under my name. Then, it's money made outside the confines of the law. In one fell swoop at that. That's why I had buried on an island in a foreign territory without any name attached to it. So such things are possible. Wow, it's not possible most of the time. It's only possible when a big wind blows, when everything is shaken that no one is in the condition to keep track of everything going on. When a big wind blows, he must have made it when the winds of the IMF was blowing. I wonder how he did it. I guess IT won't be easy. You need an outside factor as well as the timing. You have to prepare a good scenario as well. Haha, did you come up with the scenario yourself? I'm the producer. Scenario is something the smart people put their heads together to create. Smart people putting their heads together. The finance team? Or the planning department, so it must be another role. Of the planning department. That's made up of trustworthy people of talent. The number the planning department sees and the accounting team sees are different. You'll find out soon. It means the accounting team was behind it. I need some people's weaknesses. Who could the people you speak of be? Sunyang Construction's heads of finance during the years of the IMF. 97 and 98. The ones who worked as the finance directors. How severe of a weakness do you need? Enough to make them hand over the documents involving Vice Chairman Jin Dojun? Is it because Director Woo Byung-jun is also hesitant about exposing Vice Chairman Jin Dojun? Is it too difficult? That's not it. But, will you be okay? What do you mean? Once you get involved in this, there will be no turning back. Just as I will be digging into things on that side, they will also be digging into you. So he isn't worried about digging into the vice chairman, but is concerned about me, the people on that side. Do you know them well? The two vice chairmen also have people like Director Woo Byung-jun by their side. Maybe he has a close relationship with Director Woo? I don't know them. Our line of work is structured in a way so that we don't know anything about each other. But I know they're skilled enough to be able to dig out your past. 10 years in about a week's time. Oh, I wonder how long it'll take you to dig out 10 years of my past? I would also be able to do so in about a week's time. Then I'd like to see what you can dig up in a week's time. You can do it, right? You want me to dig into your past? Are you serious? Yes. Then please give me 10 days. Wouldn't it be better to do it more thoroughly while I'm at it? Alright, you're starting to get my expectations up. I'll be sure to live up to your expectations. I guess he finds this entertaining. Now then, let's get back to the main topic. How long do you think it'll take you to finish what we talked about earlier? Since it's two people, the head of finance and the director, 20 days will be enough. I'll report to you if it seems like I'd need more time during the investigation. Then please start with me, and then investigate those two. Yes, Manager Jin. Oh, and you don't have to worry about Vice Chairman Jin Donkey's side retilating. I'll only be holding on to the information and have no intention of using it to threaten or expose them. A knife is the most terrifying while it's still sheathed. You know it well. Khalifa. Al Tortelier? It's an Arab bank. Do you know of it? No. It's not like there's only one or two of these. How would I know? Give me some time to find out about this bank. How can you give me this just now when you're leaving tomorrow? I'll be there for 10 days, so please look into it. 10 days? That's quite some time. I'm thinking about taking a vacation while at it. A vacation? You sure you're not planning something else? What planning? I'm serious. I've even made a reservation at a nice resort. I'll be resting there for at least a week and stop by Labuan afterwards. Really? That's good. You should take advantage of things when you get the chance. You should move the money here once you withdraw it. It's a bank in Kuala Lumpur. I can also send someone to deal with it if it's too troublesome to travel back and forth. I don't plan to withdraw it. I'm going to leave it in the account. It's not like I have a place to spend the money. Huh? Still, you're going to leave it in Vice Chairman Jin Donkey's account like that? Yes. According to him, nobody will be able to withdraw the funds without the documents, CD, and card. So it should be fine. Still, to keep it buried there? The banks in Labuan don't give you interest rates. They just hold the money for you. There's no need to cut off the account related to Uncle just for some interest. Since there's no bigger evidence than this. Evidence? But you? It's exactly what you're thinking. Investing 1 trillion that I'm not urgently in need of versus a surefire weapon I can make use of in the future. There isn't even a need to think. It's best to hold on to it. Will that really become a weapon? Yes. According to Uncle, the account would get wiped out as soon as money is transferred or withdrawn. I'll leave it for now and make use of it when needed. Just having the account won't be a weapon, right? I've made other preparations. I'll let you know at a later time. Laundering 1 trillion won. It can be an even bigger crime such as embezzlement. It'll be stupid of me to get rid of it when such evidence is in my hands. Kota Kinabalu International Airport. A small airport with a runway size of 3.7 kilometers. Manager Moon Sung-hoon. Yes. Please contact the branch in Kuala Lumpur and ask the branch president to come meet me. Understood. I will contact them right away. Let's all get some rest in our rooms until he arrives. If you had informed me of your arrival beforehand, I would have made arrangements. I've come here for personal matters. How could I ask you to do such things? Please don't worry about it. Let's have a chat over a meal. Yes, sure. His head must be filled with concerns, since I'm sure he's seen articles claiming that I'm a strong contender for Sunyang Group as the dark horse. So just meeting me alone like this might give others the impression that he's on my side. It's even possible for him to become distrusted by Vice Chairman Jin Yoonki, who owns the Sunyang trade he's part of. But it's not like he can reject my invitation. I'm sure he's sitting on pins and needles. The reason I invited you here is in hopes that you can look into something for me. Sure. What would you like me to look into? North from here, you'll find a fairly long beach. It has nice sand and the scenery is also great. Oh, is that so? Well, there are probably many beaches like that here. I've heard there were plans for a resort being built, but IT hasn't made much progress. Oh. There are many places like that here. It's because many people who lack the talent keep trying their hands at it, without knowing that you need the ability to constantly draw in investment during the planning and construction phase. I see. Then please look into it for me. I'd like to buy the beach and build a house. Huh? A house? Yes. Is there a problem? No. I just thought that you would be building a resort. Oh no. I have no interest in such business. I just thought that it would be nice to buy a whole beach and build a nice summer home on it, since I'll be able to fully make use of the beach privately. I'm sure he understood it as a spoiled third-generation Chaebol, wanting to buy a place where he can party and have fun, but the cost won't be so small. Judging by the scale you spoke of, I'm sure the beach you want would be pretty big. Just the land alone will cost you hundreds of billion won. I'm thinking of up to 1 trillion. That should be enough, right? 2 trillion? Spending 1,000,000,000,000 just to build a summer home on a beach. I'm sure he thinks I'm crazy, and such information, I will probably be relayed straight to my 2 uncles. Labuan Island. Federal territory of Labuan. A territory directly overseen by the Malaysian government. While Labuan was a part of the Brunei Sultan's rule, it was handed over to England in 1846. It was ruled by the Japanese during the Second World War, and afterwards, going through the hands of England, became the federal territory of Malaysia. It's been about 10 years since this place became an offshore financial center and free trade zone. Please keep an eye on the surroundings when I head into the bank. I'm sure someone's watching me. What would you like me to do once I find them? Should I capture and interrogate them? No, just quietly follow them. All you need to do is track where they go. I'm sure it's an employee from Sunyang. Oh, I see. Understood. May I help you, sir? Okay. Please allow me to verify the account first. Do you have the documents? Please enter the password. Thank you. It's been confirmed. How can I help you? I'd like to confirm the amount of money in the account first. Sure. Here you go. Name, branch, transaction type, deposit, currency USD, amount, 89,877,100.00.
Autorise de signature.
What's the exchange rate like for Korean won? One moment, please. 129. Here. 1,297.1. That's roughly 116.6 trillion won. That's strange. Is something the matter, sir? Yes, there's a huge problem. There's a big discrepancy between the money in the account and what the previous account holder told me. How could that be? There are no mistakes. Forget it. Let me see the transaction records. It's possible that there's something wrong since the numbers are off, right? Since you say the issue isn't on the bank's end, I'd like to see for myself. Yes, of course. Here you go. November of 1997 and January of 1998. Over $50 million were transferred from both the England Hutchinson Bank in England and the Child Bank in Manhattan, USA. Korea was struggling with lack of dollars during this time, but for him to siphon $100 million like this, second uncle sure is a villain. I just need to figure out how he got his hands on the $100 million now. Looks like I remembered wrong, since records are more concrete than my memories. Thank you for your understanding. Is there anything else I can help with? No, I'll need this money soon, so I came to verify it. Oh, I see. Then, please visit US again whenever you need it. Yes, thank you. Then, although it's highly likely the accounts used in USA and England is under a different name, I'm already halfway there since I've verified the amount, date, and the target account. Let's go. Yes. Manager Moon. Was there a person watching over me? Yes, I've confirmed too, but the two don't appear to be working together. Looks like they're people you know. Yes. One is an employee from security. Do you know which department he's from? One is from the team that's in charge of Vice Chairman Jin Dojun, but I'm not sure about the other. He looks familiar, but please take your time. I'm sure they're tied to someone from my family. How would you like me to handle it? Should we put a tail on both of them? Leave the one we've already verified the identity of and just tail the one we aren't sure of. I should at least know who from my family is so worried that they put a tail on me. That way, I'll be able to thank them properly. Understood. Who could it be? South Korea Dojun's office tell. I heard my guys failed. My apologies. Although Manager Moon kept a tail on the person who was watching me, he wasn't able to confirm their identity. After entering the hotel, he disappeared without even checking out. Thanks to that, Manager Moon and his guys lost track of the person. It was a difficult task since it was such an abrupt assignment. And it's also on foreign lands, so I'm sure they had trouble with the language barrier. Please don't worry about it too much. Also, I'd like you to keep Manager Moon on the task till the end. Thank you for your understanding. Alright, then. Shall we see what kind of things I did, and what troubles I made in the past now? Alright. Let's see how much you dug out about my past. You sure we're a boring person? All your cousins had gotten into doing all sorts of things as they hit puberty, but only you focused on your studies. It seems like there isn't much information since I was only focused on working during college. Don't be so confident. I know that your hidden accounts can't be traced at this moment. I've come to the conclusion that all your local accounts were open, and no other accounts using other names were open. Oh, you sure are a rich person. Oh, he's smiling? I wonder what kind of smile he would show if he'd found my hidden accounts. I don't have any money under a different name. It's all money I earned with hard work, so I have nothing to hide. Is that so? I was the most suspicious of the fantasy investment in the US, but I gave up looking into it as it was beyond my power. No way. It's the US. You would live out your life in jail if you get caught doing something illegal in the finance sector. There. I don't have any dirty money. Then it must be clean money. Although the question of how much there is still remains. Anyway, there's no dirt that can be taken advantage of as someone from a Korean Chaebol family. I'm sure that you won't be blackmailed for such things from anyone. Then, does that mean there are other things that people will be able to blackmail me with? Although there's something small, it's not enough for you to be blackmailed over. You really hid it well or kept your actions clean from the start. Something small? Behind Gangnam's Sangrok Hall, there's a 10% called Maori. Ha ha ha. You were able to find that out? That's amazing. How did you find it? We've dug into the ones who are closest to you and had the longest relationship with you. SEO Ocean? He seems to be a regular there. And it seems like he always takes clients to that place. Oh man. So you thought I wouldn't be able to hold back my desires. And investigated until you found out where I'd be secretly enjoying myself. That's correct. I believed that only CEO Ocean would be the connection to such a place. And I was correct. It seems like you go there around twice a month to secretly enjoy yourself. That's about the only dirt I came across. I can guarantee that nobody else would be able to dig out any more than this. Finding my weakness and covering it isn't my goal this time. It's to confirm that I have nothing that my eldest uncle could counterattack with as I attack. With this, I was able to confirm that there won't be any counterattacks. 10 days later, Executive VP Lim Jong-yoon and Head of Department Yoon Hyunwoo, while many were laid off during the IMF crisis, those two were promoted. From Associate Executive Director to Executive VP, from Team Leader to Head of Department, Management, Accounting, and General Management. Those three departments are usually the first to be let go when the company is facing financial hardships, but a support department's Associate Executive Director and Team Leader was promoted during a huge crisis like the IMF. Looks like Lim Jong-yoon jumped 2 steps from Associate Executive Director to Executive VP? Yes. Executive VP Lim Jong-yoon is pretty much running a labor company. He's in charge of providing day laborers to Sunyang Construction for building apartments. He must have falsely increased the head count. It's not just that. His older brother is the president of the company, and it seems he's making billions of won a year. Not hundreds of millions but billions? This can't be possible without the approval of my uncle. Then I guess it's right to see this as the source of Sunyang Construction's secret funds. That's correct, but with a pie this big, wouldn't there be just as many crumbs? So you're saying that uncle must be pocketing a lot for himself? Yes. Vice Chairman is most likely turning a blind to about 300-400 million won a year. But the amount he took last year is over $1 billion. $1 billion? This isn't something that he would turn a blind eye to. The reason why Lim Jong-yoon bravely pocketed so much is not because he trusts Vice Chairman Jin Dojun, but because he knows his weakness. He won't be so easily thrown out, as long as he knows of the Vice Chairman's corruption. However, Lim Jong-yoon doesn't realize how cruel and scary the people from our family are. Looks like Lim Jong-yoon will soon be done for. Then what about Yoon Hyunwoo? His life has changed to a point that some say he's found a treasure chest of gold. His life suddenly changed? Yes, since '98. He sent his wife and children to the US, and his children attend a prestigious private school in Boston. Although most people like him would usually sell of their apartment and move into a smaller office-tel. It seems that Yoon Hyunwoo instead moved to a larger home and even changed his car. Looks like the vice chairman took care of him real good, since it would be impossible for him to change so drastically without the backing of uncle. That seems to be the case. But it's wise to not show off when receiving such money. Instead, this person has been spending lavishly to a point where the people in his department are talking, and of course made even a bigger mess. This is a female employee working on the same floor as him. Cheating? Yes. The first thing he did after sending his wife and kids overseas is to seduce a pretty female employee. Expensive jewelry presents, lavish dinner at hotels, mid-sized foreign sedan, as well as the quick rate of promotions. It's something that will catch the eye of a young girl who just stepped into the society. This is pretty critical. Yes. It's an immediate divorce if his wife were to find out, and the courts will rule in favor of the wife, giving her half the assets and have him pay child support as well. The scarier than corruption. You've done well. It wasn't much. But what do you plan on doing with such information now? I'll just slide the dirt under the rug and act as if I don't know. But I'll have to have them pay for it first. If you're planning on meeting them in person to blackmail them, why don't you let me deal with it? What do you mean by blackmail? I was just thinking about giving them an offer. You know that famous line? An offer you can't refuse. Such an offer in the movies is blackmail. I'm different. I'll offer them something that they'll be sure to be interested in, and they'll accept it happily. They'll even thank me and be grateful for not blackmailing them when I hold their weakness. Can you tell me the offer you're going to give them? It's simple. Since those two have already learned the taste of money, they won't be able to stop anymore. Then I plan to let them enjoy the taste of money to the fullest. Please allow me to speak out of my position. You shouldn't try to gain something you want after fulfilling their desires. You should instill fear and have them willingly offer it to you. The sense of fear is much stronger than the sense of desire. Money kneels in front of a larger amount of money. It isn't possible to fully fulfill their desires. Director Woo. Yes, although you can overcome fear, you can't overcome desires. Those two will fall due to their desires in the end. I'll be able to obtain what I want through money, and those two will fall to their desire faster due to my money. It reminds me of Aesop's fables. What makes the person take off their coat is the sun in the end. Yes, but it's a bit different. It's not that they're taking off their coats, but their comfy life. Buzz, yes, it's Yoon Hyunwoo. Sorry for calling so suddenly. I'm calling from the headhunter agency, Spencer Stewart. I'm not sure if you've heard of US before. 1 SEC.
두리번.
Why is a headhunter contacting me? Spencer Stewart is a worldwide company that has branches in so countries. I'm contacting you since I've been constantly hearing about your renown. I have no interest in moving companies. Isn't IT important to verify your self-worth? I understand that you're the top talent of Sunyang Construction, but are you sure you're being treated as such? Oh, I'm plenty satisfied with my treatment. Are you sure? Currently the average salary for Sunyang Group's head of department is so 1,600% incentive. You're downpaying your worth by about 50% if you're satisfied with such figures. 50%. And no, the amount of special bonus isn't small. Thank you for your interest, but I'm not interested. Goodbye. 1 SEC. An interview wouldn't hurt, right? It's not like you have to move companies, and you'll be able to verify things for yourself. Of course, everything will be confidential before everything is finalized. You won't have to worry about rumors spreading. Although Eve never thought about moving companies, I am getting curious. Should I just see if they're really willing to pay twice what I'm getting paid currently? How is the interview process handled?
HW 건설.
HR Management. Director Hoon Tak-young. HW Construction. Isn't that the former DA Construction? That's correct. It seems more and more people are using HR instead of the Human Resources Department these days. Yeah, that's what happens when you're influenced by the state, US. Isn't the importance of human resource one of the hottest topics for companies? That's exactly why I'm reaching out to someone like you, Manager Young. As you may know, we, the HW Construction, have grown rapidly since the SMC project in Sangam-dong. It's a large-scale project that's been going on for over 10 years. Right? We're short on people, and necessary talent is becoming harder and harder to find. So we asked a headhunting company, and they immediately recommended manager Yoon. Like most companies that grow suddenly, our finances are currently all over the place. Because we were earning a lot, our spending became excessive, and it finally hit US hard this time. What do you mean it hit you hard? As you know, our controlling shareholder is an investment firm. Right? Fantasy. When the US headquarters conducted an accounting audit, they reprimanded us so much that it practically turned the company upside down. They went so far as to itemize every instance of irresponsible spending and even threatened to press criminal charges. A company where those Americans go over the financial records like hawks? If that's the case, this is more than I can handle. I came here to check how much I'm worth. But there's nothing more for me to hear. Director, I'm sorry, but let's pretend this conversation never happened. My apologies. I didn't mean to waste your time. Wait, all of a sudden? How about hearing the details of our company's offer first? No, I made a mistake by approaching this too lightly. I sincerely apologize. What's this? I purposely met with them far away from the company to avoid getting caught. So how? Don't play dumb and just tell me the truth. Executive Director, if this is about me meeting with someone from HW Construction, it's a misunderstanding. They kept pestering me, so I met them in person to put an end to it once and for all. You have to believe me, you bastard. You're the last person I expected this from. Do you hear me? Of course, we barely talked and I just told them that any scouting offers are useless to me. Executive Director, you're not misunderstanding, are you? I truly intend to dedicate my life to Suenyang Construction. Hey, you crazy bastard. You intend to dedicate your life to Suenyang, but you go and have tea with an HR executive from a competitor? Are you out of your mind? Executive Director, has the chairman or vice chairman seen this photo? What if they misunderstand? Misunderstand? This bastard really can't tell his ass from his elbow. Hey, how do I know you weren't thinking of switching companies? If they offered you more money. Get out. You bastard. Email? Please check your email. Which bastard? Who the hell are you? You already know. I'm the person who sent that email. Just what do you think you're doing? Who is this? You sent that email, right? I think we should talk in detail, so let's meet. I'll send you the time and place via text. By the way, if you stand me up, those photos will be seen by every employee at Suenyang Construction, and your family in the US as well, of course. Why you are? That's right. Come on in. You didn't come all this way just to go back, right? Please relax. Manager Yoon, I have no intentions of putting you in an awkward position. If you just accepted the offer of double salary and huge incentives, none of this would have happened. That means HW Construction. That's right. There's a simple solution. So why do you insist on making things difficult? Well, since it's already come to this, I'll make you the offer again. Wait, what the hell is going on? Honestly, it's because you're always in such a rush that you keep missing out on once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Manager Gyu Hwan-young. Keep your mouth shut and listen to what I'm saying until the end. You got that? Yes. What do you think? Amazing, right? I'd say it's nothing short of breathtaking. Yeah. It's impressive. It's a place called Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, a world-renowned vacation resort. But may I ask why you're showing me this picture? Wouldn't it be nice to spend 5 years there just resting? Are you talking about me? We plan to build a resort there around the second half of this year. From designing to opening, it'll take about 3 to 4 years, and around 5 years to get on track. Don't you agree? What I'm suggesting is, go there and stick to your specialty, managing funds. Quietly liquidate all your assets and keep them well hidden and secure. You can entrust it to the fantasy investment firm. We'll make sure to keep it secure so no one can find it. The investment yields will also be much better than that of a bank. Are you suggesting that I should flee? You're welcome to stay at a hotel until the resort opens. Or you could rent a nice villa instead. Oh, right. I almost forgot to mention that it's a place swarming with beauties in bikinis all year round. Those beauties are in a whole different league compared to the female employee you're seeing now. If you become the head of the resort, trust me, those stunning women will be the ones coming to you first. Of course, since you'll be working abroad, you will receive a substantial special allowance. Essentially, the double salary you'll be earning going forward will be saved almost in full. Staying is only going to be your own loss. Just meeting with a recruiter from a competing company will make you seem suspicious, after all. He'd never tell me himself. You're already marked as someone who could betray them at any time. You handled the vice chairman's slush fund, so they won't let you off easily, right? You know very well that Suenyang Group can be pretty ruthless when it comes to stuff like that. Sell slush fund. I don't know anything about that. I absolutely hate wasting time. Save the innocent act for your wife saying, I never cheated. The 100 billion won the vice chairman pocketed during the IMF crisis. I'm guessing you know exactly how that money got siphoned off during that massive crisis. Wait a second. 100 billion won. That's not true. We just sold a 50 billion won paper company. Oh. So, they sold a non-existent ghost company. Seeing as this guy only knows about 50 billion won, I'm guessing Executive Director Lim Jong-yoon knows about the rest. Just bring me the documents you used for your games with that paper company. Then I'll make sure you stay safe. Of course, the resort offer still stands. I have a question. Yes, isn't Vice Chairman Jin Dojun your uncle? Why are you trying to dig up dirt on him? You know I plan to hand over the Suenyang card to him, right? Yes. I heard you're selling it. Why would I do that? The company makes hundreds of billions in profit every year. Why would I sell my golden goose? On credit, no less? How would a mere salaryman possibly understand the inner workings? There's several explanations, but it's basically extortion. An uncle robbing his nephew's company practically for free. Shouldn't I at least have something to strike back with? Ah, fuck, you really got me. What would you have done if I didn't have the documents? No salaryman would throw away his leverage. A man who doesn't understand couldn't have worked with the vice chairman. You know a lot for someone born with a silver spoon. Oh, maybe 'cause he thinks he has something too. His attitude's totally changed. Don't act up in front of me. You fucking punk. I can turn your life into hell anytime I want. You're not the first guy I've seen acting up after seeing a little change. But, tell me, how many of those batards do you think kept strutting around until the end? Huh?
버들.
I'm giving you a lifeline when you're on the brink of ruin. Who do you think you're acting up with? I'm the one with the vice chairman's slush fund documents. Yeah, right. You only know about half of it. Don't you? There's someone else. If I offer him 10 times the deal I gave you, I bet he'd be kissing my feet in no time. What about you then? You're nothing more than a cheating husband who betrayed the vice chairman. Is your wife forgiving? Can she turn a blind eye to your affair? What are you waiting for? Huh? Hurry up and bring me the documents. My generosity ends today. If you bring them now, you'll still get the Kota Kinabalu resort. Is this it? Yes. They created a fake resource development company in Eastern Europe and sold it to Suenyang Construction. They immediately offloaded the toxic assets. A textbook move. There's still so billion won left, right? The payment for the Eastern European shell company came from the UK. The rest came from the US. So the next shell company is probably based in South America. Do you think the South American one is another resource company? Probably yes. Hell, In the US, that's life imprisonment. But here, it's just a 3-year probation. Damn it. Among your uncles, I used to think Vice Chairman Jin Donggi was one of the better ones. Geez, the whole country was under a financial crisis, and he saw it as a chance to embezzle money? Chaebols really never change, do they? That's what works in my favor. You think Vice Chairman Jin Youngji hasn't pulled a stunt like this? So what now? Are you going to track down the remaining 50 billion as well? Yes. Executive Director Lim Jong-yoon probably handled that. He received control over a staffing company in return, so I'm sure someone at the executive level doesn't fall for simple temptations. You know that, right? Yes. This time, I really felt it. But I've seen showing force gets the job done faster sometimes. But a show of force gets the job done faster sometimes. So with Director Lim, I plan to use force. Thank you for coming. Must have been hard coming here. Not at all. You're one of Suenyang's 3 main pillars after all, though you are the shortest and thinnest one. Oh? You know how to slip in a jab. You've been around a bit. Huh? Pillar? That's overgenerous. I'd say I'm just holding it temporarily. It's more than I can handle with my ability. Holding it temporarily? What do you mean? I think you already know. I'm about to hand over Sunyang card, aren't I? The rest of the finance affiliates will likely follow suit. Wait. Are you saying you're shuffling assets around to avoid taxes? What would I know? It all depends on grandfather's wishes. Chairman Jin, grandfather's still on the top after all. No, I wasn't sure whether I should report this to grandfather right away, but I decided it'd be better to speak with you first, Executive Director. Report? I recently uncovered something interesting, and it appears to involve you, Executive Director Lim. Me? Yes. One company has been cashing in on Suenyang Construction's day labor contracts. But it turns out that's your company. You know, right? Grandfather's policy? Changing the person in any money-making position every 2 years. You can't stop them from taking money under the table, so might as well share that pocket money with others. Right? But your family company has had a monopoly over it for 3 years already. Hey. What gives you the authority to spout this nonsense? Vice Chairman ordered this. Did Vice Chairman Jin Donggi say it was okay to skim off 10 billion won a year? Just a little more. Just this one time. He probably started this way, but every time he got away with it, he got bolder. As he started taking 300 to 400 million won every time, he got bolder. And eventually it must have ballooned to 10 times the amount. Did the vice chairman say anything about this? Isn't it even scarier that he hasn't? There's no warning or caution, so he could already be taking the appropriate measures. Measures? Don't tell me you're surprised that you don't know? Should I tell you what I think is going on? You probably know something about Vice Chairman Jin Donggi. The staffing company was either to keep you silent, or a reward for your efforts. But my uncle's the type to give a large sum and end it immediately to keep you silent. So clearly, he gave you the company to milk for generations. Executive Director Lim Jong-yoon. Just what on earth did you do for my uncle? Please stop making baseless assumptions. I did nothing like that, and if my brother's staffing company made excessive profits, just send a report to the vice chairman. This damn Ajusi. Do you still not see what's going on? What did you say? Watch your mouth. The vice chairman isn't the problem right now. My grandfather, the chairman, is planning to start a group-wide audit. Chief Secretary Lee Hokshi is already forming a special audit team. Get it? Suenyang Constructions is the first on the target list. I'm sure you know why. Sage Chairman, your staffing company will be a huge blow to Vice Chairman Jin Donggi too. He didn't do anything about this company for years? Grandfather will fly into a rage.
저기.
Hey Jin Dojun, what's your point? You just keep taking jabs at me. Wrap things up and run. Europe? America? Australia? Anywhere is fine. I'll arrange it for you. What? It's all over for you anyway. Isn't it? Don't tell me you're hoping to become the president of Suanyang Constructions one day. That position is only for those who've earned their stripes pouring concrete and grinding it out on construction sites. You've only ever flipped through ledgers. Your current role as head of business support is as high as you'll get. You know that, right? Even the staffing company you built will only last a few years. The day you leave Sunyang, that company will have to shut down. So just think of it as retiring a few years early and take the money. Of course you can't answer easily. Because you did all this to create my uncle's slush fund. He poured a whopping 50 billion won into a company that doesn't even exist. If things go wrong, even as a passive accomplice, he won't escape criminal charges. But he made a bold choice, and as a result, he's sitting on a pile of cash. Even right now it's the same. For an unknown reason, I'm giving him one more chance. But he must instinctively know it comes with sacrifice and risk. You're pretty slow for someone who's been boring over ledgers for 20 years. What's taking you so long to decide? 10 seconds should be enough. If this man places more value on his loyalty to Vice Chairman Jin Donggi and tells him all about this conversation, everything will fall apart. But his greed made him embezzle 1 billion won using the staffing company Jin Donggi set up. So his desire for money that's already been ignited. That's what I'm counting on. Jin Dojun, you're desperately in need of something. Tell me, what is it? There it is. During the IMF crisis, you bought a shell company, didn't you? Probably one based in South America. A company that existed only on paper. You paid 50 billion won for it. And when the country was in chaos, you likely wrote it off as a loss. I want the full transaction records. Alright, what are you gonna say now? If I do that, can you buy the staffing company issue? I'm sorry, Vice Chairman. You don't really have to quit though. You know how I feel about you, Executive Director Lim. Yet you're doing this? I do know. That's why I must step down. I still have some shame. Everyone needs money at some point in life. And sometimes we make mistakes. It's okay. No, it's not. I betrayed your kindness and did something terrible. I've been thinking about it. And I'm afraid of what I might end up doing if this continues. Eek. And it's not just my family. Even my relatives are losing their mind. They're desperately trying to get a piece of the money. As if it's some kind of endless pot. It's becoming too much to handle. So what will you do now? My kids are all grown up. So there's no more big expenses. I'm gonna spend some time traveling in Southeast Asia with my wife. And the money I took out of greed, I'll return it all and make things right. It's fine. I know how hard you worked. Just think of it as severance pay and use it all you want. You know why I'm doing that, right? Of course. I'm grateful for everything you've done, Vice Chairman. What's with you? You're embarrassing me now. Anyway, what happened with Yoon Hyunwoo? He suddenly resigned and disappeared? I was about to tell you about that as well. He had an affair. What? An affair? Yes, with a young female employee he worked with. His wife found out. To smooth things over, he flew to the US where his relatives live. He said he couldn't show his face or keep working here where everyone knows about it. But pathetic. Don't worry. I've made sure everything's under control. He knows full well that if he opens his mouth, he'll be in serious trouble. He'll stay quiet. He'd better. You make sure one final time that he remembers that. Yes, sir. I'll make sure he doesn't talk. I'll be sure to send my regards to you from time to time, sir. I'll visit in person when it's okay with you too. Just don't turn me away at the door. Haha, of course. Of course. We've got history, don't we? Drop by often and keep me company. Yes, sir. Thank you for everything. Follow Lim Jong-yoon. Check his account and verify all transactions. Also, investigate all his relatives and find out where Yoon Jae-won is right now. Oh, and look into the woman he had an affair with. Look into every nook and corner. Whatever the reason, I need to thank you. Thanks to you, it became possible to manage funds more easily.
No worries.
It's just a deal. How was Labuan? I had a good rest there. Of course. I took a look at that strange bank too. So do you plan to build a resort in Kota Kinabalu? It's not confirmed. It's currently going through preliminary surveying. If it's not too terrible, I plan to proceed. With that money, yes. I want it to be privately owned by me. Incorporation can complicate things. If it's privately owned, our family can vacation there without worry and we can make it into a bonus privilege for executives. That's a good idea. Since the source of the money is questionable, it's not bad to reinvest it in foreign countries. Right. Make a contract with the Sunyang Financial Company affiliates beforehand, with the contents being the resort being used as a benefit policy program for executives. Oh, something like that exists. The National Tax Service isn't strict when it comes to welfare benefits for employees. I'll help in creating spare funds. He's very meticulous. How many employees can be rewarded with a trip overseas in a year? Is that how he plans to increase his personal net worth? By funneling the cost of travel? Starting now. Secretly buy up Sunyang Heavy Industries and Construction's bearer bonds. But only those with expirations dates coming up in the first half of 2003. Understood. How much? More importantly, shouldn't we find out how much we can buy first? Right. Have the report ready by today. Preparations are complete now. I'm buying up stocks of Sunyang Heavy Industries. But while there's a limit because of the major shareholder requirements, bearer bonds have no such limitations. What will happen if the expiration dates on bonds come up while they're in a state of desperation because of drying up funds? I'm curious as to how Vice President Jin Donggi will react to that. What are you plotting with that expression of yours? Plotting? I'm not. The employees dispatched to Malaysia have sent their preliminary report. You want to see? Half positive, half negative. The location and scenery is great, but the lack of direct flight routes is a disadvantage. In their opinion, profit is only guaranteed if the business is based on tourists from our country. If people gather there, flight routes will be created. Airlines aren't stupid. How will you gather people there? Do you plan to make a special contract with a travel agency? That's only possible after enough people have gathered. We can advertise. The place will become a dream vacation destination as soon as people see the beautiful beaches and sunset of Kota Kinabalu. You're planning to pour in advertisements? Do you want to make a travel agency? There's a way. I have a big fish in our country's media as a father. Booming up is easy. Now that I think about it, I wonder what that famous producer is doing right now. A few days later, is using an opportunity presented by other people's tragedies justified? Among the tens and millions of people that have immersed themselves in the world of investments, some will make money from this tragedy and many more will lose money. I have also immersed myself in this world and must stand on one side or another. Breaking news. However, that doesn't mean I want to be on the losing side. Team leaders and above, to the meeting room. I assume everyone has seen the news. That's why all of you ran to the office at this time. I'll order the most important rule. If there is someone who disobeys my orders, they will be fired. Keep that in mind. Hey, did you see the news? UGK. President O, is there something you'd like to say?
Utso.
No. Please continue.
Seat.
My orders are simple. Even if the stock market opens up tomorrow morning, act like you would normally. In other words, don't think about the situation from before. There will be no sell orders. See, Chief. What do you mean? No. The stock market will crash for certain. We have to sell as much as we can fast. As expected, they're against it. Their incentives are based on their performance after all. Everyone, quiet. Anyone who cuts Chief Jin Dojun's words off from now on will be fired on the spot. Listen until the end and follow his orders, no questions asked. If there's a customer wanting to sell, do as they ask, but do not sell indiscriminately. We must especially hold on to the stocks tied to our funds. As for blue chip stocks, keep buying until the market closes. It'll reach limit down price, so you must not hesitate. I know what you're all worried about, but within a few days the market will return to normal. There's no reason for US to blindly follow the crowd, because others are jumping up and down. That's all. You haven't gone crazy, right? I'm just fine. Then all right, good luck. I'm clocking out. See you tomorrow. That's IT. You don't have anything else to say to me? You'll make the right judgment. I have a lot of calls to make to the States. I'll take full responsibility. Do as I say. Sir, you've probably already seen the news, but this was a terrorist attack. The States won't let it slide. They'll declare war. Against who? What? Who are they going to go to war against? That? The terrorist group? No? If they fight a war against a terrorist group, what are the chances of them losing? It's such a devastating event that a major reaction is inevitable. But think about it. Simultaneous terror attacks don't happen in the States, and the US government won't leave it be. On the contrary, once they begin the crackdown on the terror group, stocks will recover. Sir, wouldn't it be better to make a decision after seeing the American stock market? Ahem. For the foreseeable future, the American stock market is closed. IT won't be open for 4 or 5 days at minimum, so we have to make a decision. The market's closed. Wall Street is the pillar of the American economy. It's best to avoid that storm. Vice President Zhang. Yes, sir. Let's follow the manager's opinion. In regards to investments, he's a much higher, more experienced expert than US. Right? He's a seasoned expert. He's probably cheering on the inside after hearing my opinion. It must be nice to hear the owner say he'll take full responsibility. At a time like this, when there's a good chance everything will go wrong, public anxiety is spreading due to TE. I spent the night checking CMN News after returning to Yeouido. But IT wasn't just me. Yesterday night, the lights of skyscrapers were on not just in Yeouido. The chances that the entire world's stocks will crash until the market closes on the 12th. We'll be facing here for the day. Only after the market closed did employees let out a sigh and head to the sauna together. A moment of rest needed for the lengthy battle ahead where no one knows the end. Phew. Time to check the results of the work I secretly did a few days ago.
딸깍, 딸깍.
The results of the put option. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. I knew I'd make a profit, but the gains far exceeded any expectations. To find out the current status, let me check the Japanese stock status. It's even bigger than the Korean stock market. I made a big fortune, but I don't feel good about it. The fact that I made a big fortune in the stock market means that someone else lost a big fortune. Kospi 200 went down by 7.96%, and Kosdaq also went down by 11.59%. Because of the crash in both market stocks, the exchange lost 23.4 trillion. The Kosdaq market loss was 4.3 trillion, resulting in a total of 27.7 trillion won worth of market cap. Rachel, take out $100 million out of my accounts and donate it. Under the name of New York Fantasy Investment. What? 100 million? Yeah. There's more than enough money. Donating to humanitarian aid is good and memorial business is also okay. You make the decision as to where to donate. Rachel, tragedy can't be undone with money, but it can help heal. It's selfish, but it was also a way to lift a little weight off my chest. 2001 was after the IT boom. So interest rates have been steadily going down. But in order to relieve the shock of 9/11, the United States FRB accelerated the decrease of interest rates. As a result, the continuous decrease dropped the standard interest rates from 6.5% to 1.75% in just a year, and then to 1% where it stayed. The low interest rates fanned the flames of the stock market once more, and the crashing market was raised back to its feet slowly but surely. Two major changes came out from this event. The first is that the way people in fantasy treated me changed completely. Even though the CEO Ocean was here, they treated me as if I was an honorary president. Ocean himself also didn't send out work orders if it could be helped. Instead, I got busier. CEO Ocean. You're not working? Are you just going to sit around and do nothing? Why? Do you think the salary you're giving me is a waste? I'm just suspicious. About what? You're not preparing to retire, are you, kid? I've already started preparing for retirement. I'm just waiting for a good time. Uncle, aren't you barely in your mid-50s? Others are dying to work. That's other people. I'm different. Thanks to somebody, I saved up a lot of money. It feels wrong to be working even when I'm old. You're too young to retire. I'm too rich to work. He's made up his mind now. To be honest, fantasy will be okay without Ocean. Until now, the most important matter Ocean dealt with was overseeing HW Group. Why he hasn't made an announcement of his retirement. Whyre you staring at me like that? Is because he's tweaking when I'll take that over. I can only hope it's nothing. How bland. That time comes as late as possible. Close observation of Suanyang Securities movements after the 9/11 terror attacks reveals strange movements. What did you find strange? You didn't take any action. You acted as if nothing happened. When stock prices plummeted, you bought up blue-chip stocks, and even made a huge profit thanks to that. How is that possible? If the market kept crashing, you could have suffered irreversible, massive losses. It was possible because we were not excessively greedy. Excessive greed? Are you saying other securities firms were being greedy? A lot of money is bound to exchange hands in a volatile market. Naturally, people get ahead of themselves for the sake of great performance. At Suanyang Securities, we gave that up. Given such a major event, we focused on protecting our clients' assets. A company that protects its clients' money will earn the trust of those who fear losing their principal the most. No matter the situation, we never forget that the true owner of the money is the client. I suppose that's enough lip service for now. From that point on, I had to do countless interviews to promote the company. From 1998 to 2000, Suanyang Electronics revenue of over 20 trillion won surged to 34 trillion won. But this year the collapse of the bubble dropped it to 32 trillion won. Operating profit fell to the 2 trillion range, down more than 30% from last year's 7 trillion range. Still, IT commanded the same power as Korea's top-tier corporations. No matter how strong the performance of my financial group is, IT still doesn't compare to the lone electronics company of Vice Chairman Jin Young-il. I need to shake up the affiliates and force them to give up their assets. But Suanyang Electronics looked like an impenetrable fortress. Attacking that fortress head-on would be foolish. Instead, I need to shake the unstable throne inside the fortress and make the king fall off. That will not be my role, but that of the king's younger brother, Vice Chairman Jin Donggi, HW Automotive Research Lab. M21-1. As a compact car, we chose a rounded overall design to convey a sense of stability. But the design itself is bold with the silhouette and character lines elevated sharply in the rear. It has a sense of tension and a dynamic form. A low stance makes for a pleasurable driving experience, close to the road, as if gliding along its surface. Engine, 796cc. Transmission, 4-speed.
Automatic seats, 2-seater coupe.
A design that makes you fall in love at first sight. That's all I asked for. This car might not be love at first sight, but it's cute and good enough to warrant a compliment of being pretty. Is a convertible version really not possible? The pressure on manufacturing costs was too huge to meet European safety standards. There was no margin for profit at all, so we excluded it during the design phase. I told them over and over to forget about profitability and just develop a great new kind of car. But the pressure to deliver profits is too deeply ingrained to ignore.
힘들.
Chairman Song Hyun-chang. No matter what anyone says, he's the living legend who brought AJIN Motors to second place in Korea. This is a good pick. Everyone, great job. Ha ha ha. All the developers did good work. Go home early today. Spend time with your families. Who knows what tomorrow's grind will bring? Let's have a chat over some tea now. Chairman, may I ask for your honest opinion? Huh? I meant what I said earlier. Really? There aren't many compact cars in Korea. This is quite impressive. Don't you think? A two-seater might be a drawback. Every car has a flaw. Besides, families with kids avoid compact cars anyway. The kids' safety comes first. Compact cars are usually sub-cars, so they're two-seaters anyway. Don't worry about my opinion now, old man. I'm just an old man who stayed too long. I should have stepped down long ago. No, sir, I stayed only because I could still act as figurehead at official business gatherings. But Chairman Ju Dae-hoon passed away, and Chairman Jin of Suenyang has stepped aside too, right? There's no doubt my role has come to an end. Ignore my opinion. Focus on your own thoughts. I'll head up first. H. Chairman. It's okay. You guys stay seated and talk. They say oldies like me should know when to leave to get respect, and I still want you to respect me as an elder. So haha. Let's share our honest opinions now. What do I know? I'm just an ordinary middle-aged guy. I'm impressed as long as a car's big, spacious, and comfortably fits a golf bag in the trunk. President Joe's expert opinion is what matters in assessing compact cars. What do you think, Dojun? It's exactly the car I wanted. I may not be 100% satisfied, but I think it's good enough. A car that looks stylish enough to drive and doesn't make you look cheap. Yes, something middle-class parent could buy for their college graduate kids. A car that a young professional could get on a 3-year installment plan. A car that looks stylish enough for driving and doesn't make you look cheap. That's how I see it. And that new model pretty much fits the bill. You're right. But there's something bothering me. There's word that Daihatsu in Japan is releasing a 6000C class compact car. Daihatsu Cox? Was that supposed to come out this year? The domestic market may be fine, but we'd be competing with that car overseas. It's embarrassing, but Korean cars are still bought because they're cheap. But the price competitiveness of the new model is seriously lacking. We can't just jump into mass production for the domestic market. What if we set HW Motors' overall profit margin to 0? Would it still lack competitiveness? What? It's okay for US to sell M21-1 at a loss, because we make a profit from other models. I'm asking, if we give up on profit and focus only on increasing production volume, would the price still not be competitive enough? Focus on the benefits of scaling up production? Yes, uncle. As a major shareholder, would you accept it? Running a company that makes no profit? I don't mind. But keep in mind, if there's no profit, the stock price will fall. It's a long-term strategy. We're not the ones who have to prop up the stock price of the auto company anyway, right, President Joe? Oh, yeah. I need to communicate my goal clearly. How do you feel about spending 10 or 20 years to slowly build a proper automobile company, even if we give up on profit and focus only on catching up? In terms of standards, is that new model still not competitive in price? Are you serious? Yes, President Joe. Let's give it a shot. So what if we don't make money from cars? This guy will earn from Suenyang Financial Group and funnel it into US. Let's set the bar so we can pay our employees on time, invest in red, and expand production lines. If we do that, maybe we'll even beat Dae-hoon. The major shareholder just declared that growth, not profit, is the goal. No matter how far the stock price falls, it's effectively a promise that we won't replace management as long as we keep moving toward that goal. Over 50% market share in the compact car segment. We'll hit that by next year. If we can't even do that while selling at cost price, then the company needs a different CEO. I'll stake my position and promise you that. June? Why June of all months for the new cars launch? Frankfurt Motor Show is in May. Paris is in October. I was thinking of the Paris show. June is when the Global Cup takes place. It's a golden opportunity. What? Even if it's hosted in Korea, it's still someone else's party. Preliminary rounds are over. So why the Global Cup of all places? This time is different. We'll have home ground advantage. The whole country will be in a festive mood. When the team has a win, if we ride that wave, the promotional effect will be massive. Let's go big with a major event. An event? Yes. Every time our national team wins a match, we hold a lottery and give away 100 new cars. What? We select winners from the live stadium audience of the Korea match. Using seat numbers, wait, hold on. Giving away 100 cars is a bit much. For promotions at major events, 10 cars is usually enough. When we launch a new car, there are so many expenses. We have to spend on broadcasts, every media outlet, online ads. We need to have special feature articles, and deal with sky-high modeling fees. Giving away 100 cars? 10 should be enough, but what if it's not just one win? What if we make it to the semifinals? What if we reach the quarterfinals? That's 500 cars. If we reach the semifinals, that's 1,000 cars. Wouldn't that create a massive impact? Quarterfinals? Semifinals? Ha ha ha. How great would it be if that really happened? If we really reach the semifinals and get to give away 1,000 cars? A compact car costs 10 million won. 1,000 units giveaway is 10 billion won. But using that money to advertise our new car during a miraculous moment would be incredibly impactful. But giving away 100 cars for just one win, it's not much more effective than giving away 10 cars. That's all I'm saying. Still, shouldn't we bet on that one miraculous moment? Every win of our team will multiply the promotional impact for our new car several times over. Okay, giving away 100 cars for a win could easily generate 1 billion won worth of publicity. Any other ideas? There's a player on the national team named Park Hye-sung. Who? He used to play for a Japanese professional team and was selected this time. Sign him. And sign coach Mudden K too. If you don't like the new car, just say so. Are you trying to ruin it with this marketing stunt? Nod. Still, I get the feeling we should do as you say. President O. What are you saying all of a sudden? I've been hearing his outrageous ideas for 10 years. But it always worked out really well. So now, no matter how absurd it sounds now, it's different. What can I say? The results speak for themselves. I don't think this time will be different either. The bigger the issue, the more accurate his predictions get. So, President Joe, please trust him just this once. Right? Sign Coach Muddink for 1 year, and sign Park Hye-sung for at least 5 years. Pay them top-tier model fees too. That damn stubbornness. If he inherited this from his grandfather, then no amount of arguing will convince him. I just hope he's got the same sharp intuition too.
I'm confident.
Once the Global Cup ends, you two will be Korea's top national treasures. That's why I'm planning to push for an AD contract with Sunyong Life as well. Don't worry. Even Chairman Jin couldn't compete with his intuition. Uncle, why not give up the mayoral race and aim for the general election in 2 years? No, the timing is too precarious. For a politician, a 1-month break is like a year. In 2 years, my presence will have faded. Seon already rejected his offer outright, so I'm probably the only one he can rely on now. And thanks to grandfather's warning, no one would dare step up to financially back Mayor Choi Chang. First, can you secure the party nomination? There's already someone holding a commanding lead in the polls. Without a drastic event, it doesn't look like you can run as a candidate.
Jin Dojun.
Uncle, please hear me out first. Okay, I'm a public figure now too. I have control over Sunyong's financial affiliates. Betting on a losing gamble puts the company at risk. No winner will sit back and watch the loser sponsor go unchallenged. If things get heated between Uncle and the other candidate, the next mayor of Seoul might come after me, unless I reach out first and offer to become his sponsor. That'd be the only way to clear up any lingering resentment. But for now, I have to avoid forming deep ties with any politician. Grandfather's connection alone is enough for the moment. Losing gamble? You're mistaken. The mood within the party is different. I have eyes and ears too. I can get a full report on what's happening in Uedo with one call. Don't waste your energy on a lost opportunity.
가드,
You'd be better off preparing for the next general election. And don't even think about picking a fight with the sole mayoral candidate the party is actively backing. Are you telling me to suck up to him? No. Politics is too unpredictable. You have to avoid being labeled as SO and SO's person, but you also need to avoid being labeled as not SO and SO's person. It's best to act generously and graciously step aside from the sole mayoral candidacy. If you do it with dignity, I'll fund the general election campaign in 2 years without hiccups. And I'll guarantee your nomination too. Nomination too? Yes. One call from grandfather and it's settled. Isn't it? I'll convince him myself. Just trust me. It'd be great if you could get me nominated in one of our party's strongholds then. Haha. Of course. How about acting as an outside director for Suanyang Life until then? We'll even set up an office for you. You can drop by occasionally and offer some legal advice. Would that be all right? Legal consulting is right up my alley. I used to be a prosecutor, after all. Haha, that smile of his. I hope today is the last time I ever see it. Everything you have now is for me to suck dry. Our team's first match was held at the Busan Asiad Main Stadium. Sincerely congratulates our national team on their first victory in the Global Cup tournament. HW Motors will share this joy with you. Today, 100 people will receive our newest model through a draw prize. Please refer to our website for details. We sincerely congratulates our national team on their first victory at the Global Cup tournament. HW Motors will share this joy with you. Today, 100 people will receive our newest model through a draw prize. Please refer to our website for details. HW Motors. Of course. The biggest buzz across internet communities was HW Motors AD. Prophecy? Or not? It was simply a flashy provocation. Suanyang Electronics promised up to 300,000 won per person in prize money if our team won. Suanyang Electronics wishes the national soccer team victory. Daehoon Motors pledged an award of 22,000 won each to 2,200 customers for a win in one of 3 group stage matches. With the first victory, money will rain down. The total prize pool amounted to 500 million won. Event notice points to consider. Fees. Prize money is classified as other income under the Income Tax Act. Winners must pay income tax, 20%, and local tax in advance, which will be withheld from the prize before payout. Winners cannot request cash substitution for withheld amounts. Eligibility. Prizes are awarded only to Korean adults, age 19 plus. Winners must submit a copy of their ID and resident registration number. If the winner is a minor or otherwise ineligible, the prize will be cancelled. Receiving the prize, winners must complete ID verification and paperwork within the announced schedule. Failure to meet the deadline will forfeit eligibility. The prize money will be deposited only into the winner's own domestic bank account. Payment to third-party accounts or overseas accounts is not allowed. Transfer/exchange restrictions. The prize is STA and exchange. Other notice. Winners are. But a closer look was enough to see the complicated conditions to them. We were the only ones giving away 100 carts without any conditions. Each worth 10 million won. HW Group Headquarters. We're getting so many calls we had to block incoming lines. No matter the outcome, this is already a huge success. Though it is still crazy. It may look crazy, but we're going to win today. Don't worry. I don't know much about soccer, but I know Poland is in Europe. And US? Winning against a European country in the World Cup? Based on our strength, we'll definitely win. Well, today could be fine. Even if we lose, we can claim the AD was our company's sincere wish for victory. But what about the next match? What about the match against the US? The PR team is practically in a war zone right now. We can't even handle the reporters keep calling to know if we're predicting the result. That just proves how enormous the advertising effect has been. Doesn't it? So what if it's like a war zone? The PR staff are finally getting some real work done for once. This isn't something to laugh about. We've raised expectations even higher. So we have to be really careful with the next match's AD. President, we're not gamblers. Sure. Some people will curse us if we're wrong. But what we're after is maximizing the advertising impact. Even today, no one noticed anything but our cars. Others spend billions. Yet no one pays them any attention. Right? Now we can't stop. You know that, right? We have to predict the next AD too. If we're wrong today, all we'll get is criticism though. I decided on the next AD slogan too. What? Already? Do we win or lose? Our heartfelt applause to our national team, who showed us a wonderful match. What? So now you're backing out? That sounds kinda weak. Do you think it's going to end in a draw? I have to be careful answering that. I don't want to be a fortune teller. Win, lose, or draw. The phrase fits no matter what happens. Doesn't it? That's true. But if it ends in a draw, it'd be especially fitting. We'll find out on June 10th. Anyway, tonight at 8:30, every single person in our company will watch the match. After the result, let's decide the next AD slogan. Sounds good? Yeah. If we lose today, we gotta change the next AD copy. But that didn't happen. That evening, Korea secured its first ever victory for the World Cup tournament, and our AD became an even greater sensation for predicting it. Attention poured in about the mysterious car with its silhouette shown in the AD. Now, what HW Motors would predict for the next match. Our heartfelt applause to our national team, who showed us a wonderful match. HW Motors once again shares this joy with you today. Became as big a topic of interest as Korea's first win itself. Our heartfelt applause to our national team, who showed us a wonderful match. HW Motors once again shares this joy with you today. 100 people will receive the Esculio, our newest model, through a draw prize. Please check our website for details. HW Motors. The AD on Monday, June 10th, Korea vs. US match. When the game ended in a 1-1 draw, people just had to pay greater attention to HW Motors AD. The phrase, our heartfelt applause to our national team, who showed us a wonderful match, was just too fitting. The PR team was overwhelmed with calls from people wanting to know the identity of HW Motors fortune teller. The website is currently experiencing delays. Our apologies. The company's homepage servers were still down. The foreign media attention we hoped for also began to appear. They looked forward to see HW Motors' prediction for the third match. On Friday, June 14th, Korea's last group stage match against Portugal. The AD shook the entire nation. Congratulations. The Korean national team advances to the round of 16. Once again, HW Motors is giving away 100 Esquilo cars. Please check our website for details. HW Motors. The best the PR team could do was pull out every single phone line cord and sit in a daze. If we win tomorrow, I'll go to Incheon Stadium for the prize draw event. If we lose, you go attend instead. I don't know anything anymore. And the national team finally cleared the round of 16. The draws weren't shown during the matches before, but now they were live. Please, just say a few words. How did you predict so accurately? Did HW Motors use professional analysts? Or do you have some kind of fortune teller like the rumors say? Oh no, nothing like that. Our company simply turned the people's hopes into our ads. We desperately wished for the first victory, longed to see a great match, and we dreamed, together with the nation, of advancing to the round of 16. That's all there is. There are no fortune tellers. As expected, he's a seasoned veteran. And indeed, the true winner of this World Cup was HW Motors. Daehoon Motors spent nearly 1 trillion won just on sponsorship fees as the official sponsor of this World Cup. They boasted endlessly that they'd reap billions in publicity value in return. What's IT this time? Congratulations for advancing to the quarterfinals already? Or do you really believe Korea can win? It's Italy. Again 1966. We are confident. What? In the 1966 Global Cup? North Korea faced Italy, and North Korea won 1-0. It means we'll recreate that moment. North, what? Don't be too shocked. Apparently, the official cheer group, the Red Warriors, are gonna use this slogan. Really? Yes. They're preparing a massive banner. How do you even know that? I thought the Red Warriors kept their chants secret until each match. Are you looking down on the Sunyang Group's information network? We can dig up something like that in an hour. Right? I almost forgot. Again, 1966. We'll fill the entire stadium anyway. US using it a bit earlier will be effective. It'll look as if the cheer group is promoting our message. But are we actually going to win? Or are we going to lose?
힐끔.
Look at the AD copy. We're confident of victory. That's the message. Hey, don't dodge the question. What do you think will happen? We didn't start this to predict wins and losses. We were lucky the ads and the results have lined up till now. That's what matters. President Joe said it himself during the interview. Remember? That's what's important. This time, let's raise it to 500 cars. Let's show our confidence in victory with money. 500? Honestly, I wouldn't object even if we bet more. I've lived my whole life making cars, but I've never felt as excited as I do right now. You have to go all in on moments like this. Otherwise, the fire dies out. Oh, and don't forget to book Seoul Plaza on June 29th. That day, we'll unveil our brand new car, Esculo, for the very first time. June 29th, the day of the semi-finals playoff match. June 18th, the match with Italy in Daejeon ended with a golden goal by player On. At that point, there was only two things on everyone's minds. How long would the national team keep winning? How long would HW Motors' prophetic ads stay accurate? Hooray! World Big Four. The evening of the 22nd, the nation buzzed with Korea's unbelievable entry to the semi-finals. Since it was a Saturday night, young people flooded the streets, celebrating the victory until dawn. The next day, we all gathered to discuss the strategy for the upcoming semi-final. What do you think, Dojun? Should we go big and assume we'll make it to the finals? Let's stop this now. What? We've already received a 100 times ROI from this global cup. It won't be fun or moving to do more. The public just wants to see whether we'll win the semi-final. And if we do, who we'll face in the final. Running another prophetic AD will only increase the risk. Risk? You're all speaking as if winning is a given. And honestly, every Korean probably feels the same. So even predicting another win won't have much impact. But we can't predict a loss now, can we? A loss in the semi-finals? The national team won't take the blame for it. It might fall entirely on US HW Motors. Let me say this again. We're not fortune tellers. A loss is an unlucky prediction. You think it'd be a good marketing strategy? Think carefully. So you don't think we'll make it to the finals? Honestly, getting this far is already a miracle. Beating Germany, would it be a miracle or the start of a new legend? It's pointless to discuss. I bet on a loss, so our strategy should assume a loss. Wouldn't staying quiet be the best way to attract attention? Actually, it might be a clever way to stir curiosity and get people talking. The disappearance of something familiar will pique curiosity. Our AD not being in the semi-finals alone will spark conversation. People will wonder, just what kind of prediction would make HW skip the AD? It's time for experts like them to take over. I gave my final opinion and stood up. Rank doesn't matter anymore. A victory this far will get the national team tons of praise and support. Right? Who cares? We already signed contracts with the two most popular stars. Ha ha ha. Let's express our gratitude to the staff, everyone behind the scenes. Giving them the new car might seem a bit underwhelming since it's just a compact model. How about giving them HW's mid-sized sedan instead? By staff, you mean coaches, technical coordinators, physiotherapists, fitness trainers, video analysts, equipment managers, interpreters, media officers, and many more. They've worked quietly in the shadows. So how about we show appreciation to those no one gives recognition to? That's a great idea. It's thoughtful and heartwarming. Isn't it? That's all from me. I'll leave it to the experts to handle the details. The morning of June 25th. Speculation ran wild when our AD didn't appear. Most said it felt like a newspaper missing its daily horoscope. And that evening, the semi-final match ended in Germany's victory. There were comments saying they knew from the absence of HW Motors ads, but most were filled with praise and gratitude for the national team for the miracle of semi-finals. I watched how our staff would respond. By the next day, on the 26th, I could see right away. To the national team that wrote the Global Cup semi-final miracle, HW Motors offers a heartfelt thank you. From Coach Muddink to the chefs who prepared meals for the players, HW Motors has a small gift for you all. That evening's news opened with a convoy of over 100 cars. Their destination, Payu NFC. Though the coach and players didn't appear on camera, the coaching staff, security guards at the Payu Center, all showed up to receive car keys. And thankfully, a few cafeteria ladies even shed tears, and the cameraman didn't miss a moment. On Saturday the 29th, from 8 p.m., to watch the match broadcast on a giant screen at Daegu Stadium, crowds began gathering in the afternoon, and the first thing people saw after stepping out of City Hall Station was a ring of small coupes circling the square. None other than the Skull Zero. Feel free to look around. You can check out the interior and have a seat too. Dozens of guides showed people around, and even distributed pamphlets. Oh, Korea for the win! The Seoul Plaza grew more passionate with the performances of popular singers. We were proud of our month-long successful Global Cup promotion. Just the sponsorship cost was $100 million. And the domestic event cost was 40 billion won. Right? What's this? Why is nobody saying anything? Why yes, sir. That's correct. So why is a shabby place like HW, full of nobodies like AJIN and Suenyong, so damn famous? Did they pour in hundreds of billions, trillions of won? It's because of their advertising. Advertising? What advertising? That AD that would even make Nostradamus cry? Haha. I may have wasted time slacking off and not studying, but even I can tell. That AD was just really smart, not some prophecy. Didn't you watch Joe Daeho's interview? Chairman. He turned it around convincingly.
Yuta-sik, oldest son.
But there's no way they could have made such an AD without a real shaman. They predicted the results every single morning. How could we compete with that? So, you want to hire a shaman too? No, we should go to HW Motors. What? We ought to bring in the guy who planned that campaign. The guy who rode between the lines of prophecy and people's hearts. We need to bring him over. Oh, okay. So you'll definitely bring that guy over, right? Of course. I'll need a generous budget too. I'll shove money straight into his mouth and get him here. Shove money into his mouth? You think he'll come? Won't be easy. Huh? He's the richest man in the country under 30. His publicly known personal fortune alone exceeds 100 billion won. And he's the heir to several of the nation's top financial firms. So how much money would you have to shove in his mouth to bring him over? 1 trillion? 2 trillion? Don't tell me. It's him? Yeah, it's him. The smartest damn guy in Sunyong Group. A competent third-generation heir that Chairman Jin wouldn't trade for a truckload of guys like you. Jin Dojun. It was all his work. Can you still bring him in? Are you telling me Jin Dojun really planned this campaign? As if there's another competent third-generation kid in that family? All the rest are just pompous idiots, strutting around like fools just like you. Why did they call me here? I heard you were of great help to Sunyong Motors recently. Well done. Not at all. All I did was suggest a slogan for the AD. Don't stand out too much. Sunyang Electronics phone promotion didn't make a single headline because of that. For national-scale events like this, our affiliates should all get a piece of the spotlight. What are these people trying to pull? Are they just pretending to act generous in front of Secretary Lee Hokji? Alright. Now that we've finished eating, let's decide what to do. Our rich Hyungnim, you can take care of it. then make me chairman. I'll take charge of the upcoming presidential election. Presidential election? Is this meeting about preparing for the next election? Become the chairman. I bet father won't object either. Just change the title, the nameplate, the business card. Easy, right? Sure. Let's change it all. But I'll need shares befitting a chairman, right? My younger brother here, you have 15%. My clever nephew has 5%. Transfer those to me, and I'll have 56%. Perfect. I could be chairman. Here's the current status. They said to proceed as you two see fit. Father said that? Yes. He said whoever the next president is, your life would be shorter than his term. So you two should take good care of the Blue House's master. Is something wrong with grandfather's health? Dojun, you should take a look at the file too. You've got good instincts. Try to make a prediction. Even if I look at it, how would I know? The ruling and opposition candidates are neck and neck. So what do you think the outcome will be? There are still more than 5 months left. Political analysts always say this. No? In elections, 3 months is like 5,000 years of the Joseon dynasty. With things flipping back and forth like this, no one can predict how it'll shake out. Dojun's right. Speculation is meaningless. Let's stick to tradition. 7:3. Let's pass it on that way. 7:3. It's insurance for the next administration. You know what I mean, right? So the 7 goes to the ruling party? No, this time, it's the opposition. It's a first. H. So this is the first time the Conservative Party has become the opposition. But does Dojun really need to hear all this? I feel like you made a mistake, Secretary Lee. It's the chairman's orders. Dojun is a legitimate head of a financial group. I believe it's only right that he takes responsibility for the parts Sunyang must handle. The one who delivers money under Sunyang's name in the presidential election will be seen as the captain of Sunyang in political circles. Vice Chairman Jin Donggi may pretend he's broke, but he'll want to hand over a large sum too. Of course, under his own name. But I don't want my name exposed. I refuse to be associated with the infamous, unimaginably creative, trunk delivery scandal. I think Hyungnim's right. Of course, Dojun is one of the pillars of Sunyang, handpicked by father. But he's not ready to be deeply involved in something this covert. So let's do this, Dojun. You understand why father wanted you at this meeting, right? Yes. Since we're doing this under the group's name, he wants me to take some responsibility too, right? That's right. As you know, Sunyang is contributing insurance money for this year's presidential election. You'll be responsible for part of that amount. But uncle, the problem is, I haven't figured out how to raise the funds yet. I'll sort that out for you. You'll need to prepare around 2 to 3 billion won. Isn't that right? I'll take care of it. Just leave it to me. Thank you, uncle. Then please let me know when it's ready. I'll take my leave now. Alright, go on. What? You'll visit my grave every morning to pay your respects when I die? Try treating me better while I'm still alive, you brat.
I'm sorry.
Last month was just too hectic. I'll come more often from now on. It's fine. Making time when you're busy shows sincerity. Making time when you're free. What's so hard about that? It hurts me to see him growing weaker by the day when it's only been a month. Anyway, sounds like you had some fun last month. You did well. President Jo Dae-ho deserves the credit. I just assisted, that's all. Humility doesn't suit you, Jo Dae-ho called several times. He said thanks to you, they got billions worth of advertising impact. Foreign dealers are raving too. He's all smiles. You pulled off something. Money alone could never buy. Did you come because of the election funds? No. I just wanted to see you. Looks like you slipped out early. Why? Did they tell you to leave? I just feel uncomfortable. Uncles are handling the presidential fund decisions. I'm only responsible for a portion. Why? Because you think you can make money without power? No. It's just awkward to talk about things like this. Dojun. Yes, this is about turning money into power. Money's just a number, until it becomes the power of money. Isn't that exactly what you really need? It is, but not this time. I'm not ready yet. Not ready for what? To form close ties with politicians. Even my uncle stepped down from his mayoral post. Now I don't know any active politicians. When the time comes, when I need the power of money, I'll meet them. You still think you're a kid? No matter how much you deny it. You've already shed the label of third generation. You're the rightful heir in charge of Sunyang's financial division. You've made headlines multiple times. No one sees you as a child anymore. He misunderstood. That's not the reason. Even companies scraping the bottom of the business rankings try to quietly connect with election camps. Staying out of IT isn't gonna benefit you. You gotta avoid being at a loss, don't you? You're just stepping into the cesspool a little earlier than expected. Be just polite enough and get familiar with their faces. Understood. But actually, I didn't come here to talk about this today. I just wanted to check in. See how you've been. You're greedy, aren't you? Haha, huh? Did you really think we could have a normal grandfather-grandson conversation? The grandson worrying about the grandfather's health and the grandfather curious about how the grandson is doing. People like you and me don't get to enjoy that kind of relationship. Talking about the corporation is what we do every time we meet. He's not joking. Asking him about his health and such is not the best way to make him happy. Talking about work makes him feel alive. He's an entrepreneur by nature. Then maybe we can talk about something else. Like, I think Daehyun wants to settle the score with us. The word is, they plan to release a new vehicle at the same time as us for direct competition. It will be a head-to-head battle. I knew it. You will lose. You think so? And you probably expected as much. You can't outsell a classic four-seater sedan with a sporty vehicle, but I still want to. Do you think there's a way? Look at you. You're asking that for the sake of entertaining me now. He's so good at this. Haha, not at all. I'm at my wit's end. Shut up. I haven't forgotten what you said. I am old, but I still remember things related to business. A solid car, rather than one that sells well. An attractive vehicle that will grab the customer's attention instantly. You said that was your goal, didn't you? You wanted to take one step at a time like in a marathon. Even I had forgotten about that. He is still sharp. Maybe I didn't have to worry about his health. You will never beat Daehyun in terms of how many cars you sell. However, I can, in terms of being on the lips of the general public, right? Neither Daehyun nor Sunyang can make much profit from compact cars anyways. I almost corrected him and said it was HW Motors, not Sunyang. He gave Motors to me as a gift, so he wants it to remain Sunyang's affiliate forever. Daehyun only manufactures compact cars just to have them available. But it means something more than that for you. Yeah. I think of it as the first step Sunyang Motors is taking in order to establish its identity, right? That compact car might not be the main cast in a movie. What was the name of the official supporters of the national team during the Global Cup? The foreign press was fascinated by them. I hear you. Make it a good support cast like them. The Global Cup is over, but people are still buying the red shirts. I absolutely agree with him on this one. Grandfather may be well over 80, but his marketing acumen is still spot on. It seems I got overly concerned. Is *2 billion won a lot? It is, but I have no other choice. I must chip in my share. Good. We will give *15 billion first. We thought 2 billion was the adequate amount from you. Approximately 10.1 million USD. I think I know where they got that number from. I own 10% of Sunyang Corp's ownership shares. They want me to pay at least that much. But uncle, like I said, I still don't have the means to make slush funds from the company's capital. Don't be so stingy. You're a wealthy man. You got *100 billion from Indonesia. 2 billion is just 2%. Surely you can spend that much. Approximately 72.1 million USD. Oh, I don't have access to that money right now. I heard it's safer to launder it one more time. That should be somewhere in South America at the moment. Is that Sahayan O's idea? Yeah. That's not good. We need to pay them as soon as we can. There should be no trace that could lead investigators to me. This illegal funding of the campaign will eventually be brought to light, and someone will have to take responsibility. It's only been about 2 years since I took over my companies. My employees aren't loyal to me yet. Rather, they're unhappy they work for someone much younger. You should be able to make 2 billion in 2-3 days by utilizing Sunyang securities. Place purchase orders a few % above market price right before closing. Retail investors will only look at the closing price and jump on the bandwagon without doing much research. I will profit from the differenti. This way, I can easily make tens of billions of won in a month, while retail investors are stuck with the losses. 10 billion won is approximately 7.2 million USD. That's what he means by utilizing Sunyang securities, right? I think I understand what you mean. So that's how you do it. I wonder if he's suggesting this because he wants me to do as many illegal things as possible under the radar. How should I make the delivery to you when the money is ready? Oh, that. Give it to this guy. I'll take care of the rest. Dojun. Yeah. Welcome to the world of real business. Turn. Sorry to tell you this, but not yet. I'm not going to step on a pile of filth just yet. It has to be absolutely impossible for anyone to trace the money back to me. Is everything inside that bag? Yeah. 2 billion won in its entirety. If the prosecution does investigate this for some reason, they won't target the person who made the delivery. They'll follow the flow of money instead. They'll thoroughly review your business and personal accounts, looking for an expense in that amount. They know the delivery man is just an errand boy. They can't trace it back to me that way. That money was generated through several accounting cushions in America. So it's money out of your own pocket. So 2 billion won is not a lot for you. You must be much wealthier than I had initially imagined. Do you want to know? Not really. I'm just relieved to know my wages will never be delayed. I didn't know he could make jokes like that. He must have opened up a little. Who brought the money to your place? Sir? It was sent by someone I can trust. There's nothing to worry about. He's even checking that. How thoughtful. That trustworthy someone did not make the delivery himself. Correct? He didn't. You should let one of my guys handle stuff like this next time. That someone you know may be trustworthy, but the person working for him might not be. You never know. I will keep that in mind. Their car is called Clark, and it will be around 3 million won cheaper than our model. 3 million? So the MSRP will be a bit less than 7 million. Approximately 5,000 US dollars. They're risking losing money. They plan to outsell US regardless of the cost. PH. We shouldn't do the same, Mr. Joe. We did not develop this car to drastically increase our sales or make profit. Our initial goal was 7,000 vehicles by next year. If we accomplish that, then we're good. Some of our guys are feeling negative about that very goal. Though, if our direct competition sells their cars for that cheap, we can't really beat them. Besides, I heard our model's performance isn't as strong as we had anticipated. To the point where it's a huge problem? No, just not as much as consumers expect. It may look nice and sporty, but it's still a compact car. Consumers are forgetting the fact that the sporty look is just the aesthetics. Comes down to technological capabilities. It's virtually impossible to compete with manufacturers with richer history. Foreign consumers, who are relatively more open to options, I'd rather buy German cars, unfortunately don't really care about our rapid progress. Mr. Joe, why don't we just buy a company? Buy a company? A company in Europe or Japan. We'll acquire a solid manufacturer of sports cars and leverage their technology. What? You speak as if you're talking about a small business down the street. Look at you. You're actually serious. Let me rephrase that. We'll start with an investment for the ultimate purpose of technology transfer. If the acquisition is realistically possible, we'll review its profitability and make the final decision. Acquiring a company for technology transfer isn't really uncommon. It's a bold suggestion at this point, but not bad. In fact, many corporations acquired other companies for technology transfer and sold them away after their goal was fulfilled. We can invest or acquire. The idea is good. But do we have the money? Don't worry about money. I'll make it happen if we decide to go with it. We'll need strong inspiration to take the next step forward. Partnering with a foreign manufacturer with cutting-edge technology may be the very impetus we're looking for. You may begin the search. Okay, I will start looking into it. But I don't think sports car manufacturers are our first choice. We're not manufacturing high-powered, high-performance vehicles. I'll begin with manufacturers that I believe own the technology we need. I'll leave that to your discretion, Mr. Joe. The 9 o'clock evening news began with coverage of an unprecedented event. The Global Cup vehicle, HW Motors, along with the national team manager Mudink and rising star Hui Sung Park, brought the same excitement to the Red Warriors today. All supporters who won the raffle during the Global Cup are standing in front of their respective vehicles, rejoicing. HW Motors has paid the entirety of the 22% prize tax money for each individual in advance. And taken care of the registration process as well. The winners simply have to take the key and drive out of the parking lot. It looks like they're ready to leave. Red Warriors from Seoul, Busan, Daegu, Incheon, Daejeon, all across the country, are leaving the factory parking lot, riding the red Esquilo to their respective homes. Ha ha ha, how much did you pay them? They're doing a better job than any advertisement, just a bit of the marketing budget. I gave them a lot of TV advertisements and handed out cash envelopes to managers. The evening news consistently records about a 25% viewership rating. Not a bad return. Make an official company-wide announcement tomorrow. What kind? A Miracle Investments employee gets a 15% discount on an Esquilo purchase, with an additional 1-year warranty. How does that sound? I think our employees will take the deals. Not everyone here is a stockbroker. Some of them just don't make as much. So you're saying those who get paid a lot won't even consider the promo? Our guys won't buy a car if it's not big enough to fit a golf bag. They can put the bag on the passenger side. Maybe they'll buy it as their second cars. They'd rather buy German cars. Don't get your hopes up. A few days later, I was wrong. Employees of Miracle are super excited about it. To them, it's a budget-friendly toy which costs less than *10 million won, close to 100 sales. The base salary is pretty high at Miracle. All single regular employees actually applied. Quite a number of managers, too. They plan on selling 2,000cc vehicles. Their wives drive to buy this instead. And executives want to give it to their children. So you're saying more people would buy the car if the cost was cheaper. Perhaps we should have offered up to 48 months of installment options. No, 36 months is the best we can offer. You must take the financing cost into account. So we lack just a little bit of money. Consumers are finding it burdensome to purchase our cars by a slim margin. Correct? Yeah. But we can't lower the price anymore. We're barely breaking even. That's not where I was going with this. I'm not trying to lower the price. What if we offer a credit card payment option? What? Credit card? Yeah. Sunyang and Daehyun Credit Card have been taking an aggressive approach. And both companies recently had a change in leadership. A single purchase in the amount of 10 million won. And several of them. I think they might take the bait. Once a deal is struck with a credit card company, our situation should improve drastically. Of course, it's a huge risk for the credit card company, but the risk factor is often ignored when the competition is fierce. They'll welcome this partnership because they can expand their client base. Through this, more people will purchase vehicles with their credit cards in the future, but not now. They can only do so through the installment program offered by the manufacturer and financial institutions. Adding a complex credit card financing option is not a bad idea. Please work on a financing option the credit card companies will be interested in. I'll meet up with the two owners in the meantime. Fortunately, I know them both in person. One of them is my biological uncle, and the other is an honorary one. The fun part about all this is that the credit card industry will collapse next year. I'm only adding a few extra weights to make their fall that much greater. Buying a car with a credit card? Yeah, it's not that unusual. Installments are common. Sure, it's a larger amount, but it's the credit card company that sets the limit. It's no different from buying a 3 million won handbag. We offer 36-month plans. Cards can stretch to 48, even 60 months. Sounds workable. Let's build a smart installment plan. Test it with our SEO. If it works, we scale up. You must have deep ties to SEO Motors. You coming to US first says a lot. Is that all? Let's save the rest. Focus on business for now. Watching you run around is oddly entertaining. Haha, I've heard the rumors. They're struggling. Huh? Isn't that thanks to your brother, the chairman of the car company? This is dumping at its worst. The more he sells, the more he's gonna lose. You can always offset compact car losses with a few flagship sales. Daehoon Motors has range, after all. But if he keeps losing and damages his brand, wouldn't that be fun to watch? Once the card company launches the installment plan, the game flips. That's what our analysis shows. SeoYong Capital gets the prime 36-month deals, and I get stuck with the stretched 48-month ones? No thanks. If SeoYong pulls their program, I'll consider it. Deal. Huh? Dropping SeoYong Capital's finance program just to sell cars? Giving up profits to help someone else isn't a decision to make so lightly. But he's not just someone. SEO Keyword taught me everything about finance. And SeoYong Motors is grandpa's legacy. Making money off money isn't easy. Geez. Selling stuff is brutal. Oh, this is bad. You treat finance like a game. Thinking of you as competition makes me uneasy. Competition? I'm cooperating aggressively here. Fine. If it's cooperation, I'll trust you. Is he referring to that two-faced strategy he used during the card company acquisition? Either way, I need to run simulations on the card installment plan. If it's all risk and no return, I'll kill it. Card fees and installment interest? That's a solid profit. As long as there isn't another credit card bubble. But before he hesitates, I need to lock this in, of course. But remember one thing. What's that? The interest Daehoon Motors earns from installment sales. If we play it right, we can pull all of that into the card company. That auto finance program run by Chairman Ju Tae-sik. Pulling profits from that program would be a major temptation for Chairman Ju Kwang-sik, given that they're competitors. That's how it goes. What you throw away always ends up useful. Haha, right? If he'd known, he would have held onto it. He never thought of linking auto installments with credit cards. Whose idea was it? Yours again? No. It was CEO Ocean's. He saw SeoYong Motors' poor sales as a result of consumers' financial burden. I said SeoYong instead of HW, to make it feel more personal, like his own business. But SeoYong Capital already has an installment program, right? Yes, but it caps at 36 months. We considered raising interest and extending terms, but the execs pushed back. They said it would make US look overpriced compared to competitors. True. Consumers don't dig into the details. They don't realize longer terms mean higher interest. They just see the top rate and say it's expensive. Daehoon Card said they're reviewing it positively, especially since SeoYong Capital hinted at pulling their installment program for the new model. What? Why would they give that up? That's core revenue for the finance division. What can we do? Times like this call for mutual support. COO is someone I deeply respect. And we can't make it look like we're keeping the profits while dumping the risk on the card company. Anyway, SeoYong Motors will send over a proposal. Please review it and decide. Okay. The gates open. Now it's up to HW Motors and these two card company teams to negotiate. Warning signs are already showing. Anyone paying attention can see it's about to blow. But stopping is the hard part. The users juggling cash advances, And card companies chasing new customers and clinging to swipe fees are the same. And they didn't give up those fees or installment interest on every swipe of a card for a 10 million won car. The deal's signed. The card fees are a bit of a burden, but the boost in sales will more than make up for it. That's great news. I heard you met with Uncle yourself. Now the two card companies will launch major AD campaigns. Thanks to that, our Skull Zero will get free exposure too, right? Well, I know him and we need this. So I stopped by out of courtesy. He didn't say much, that guy. He spoke like HW Motors was his own, kept referring to it as Suinyang Motors. The entire meeting, it was honestly uncomfortable. The way he kept calling HW Suinyang Motors must have played a part. He wasn't giving orders. Was he? Like the chairman? No way. Honestly, I was speechless. He criticized the concept, saying the car shouldn't launch if we care about global competitiveness. Then he started pitching the next project. Said we need to reinforce the compact lineup. So what did you say? If IT weren't for the card installment deal, I'd have told him to back off and let me handle it. But we're the ones in need. So I just nodded and played along. Thank you for your hard work. On the surface, IT was a deal that was a huge success for all three companies. Even young people, who would be cautious about buying a two-seater coupe, are used to swiping their card. Besides, the temptation of being able to collect points also moved their hearts. The first car financing program using credit cards. Suinyang and Daehoon cards have ignited a fire in attracting new customers. People who normally check the amount of money they have to pay each month. They ran into the store with the card in hand. It worked. I think we need to increase the goal from 7,000 to at least 10,000 units. Internally, we're trying to raise it to 12,000. Your profits will worsen a little because of the card fees, right? The overall profit and loss will be similar to the initial goal of 7,000. But since the production volume has increased, we will save more on the cost. But that's not the most important part. The image of HW Motors differs from Daehoon, which only produces standard cars. Above all, HW cars are usually a young customer's first car, which means that HW has secured a solid customer base. I think I can hear Daehoon's president screaming. Daehoon's compact cars are being sold at a loss and sales are not declining. Do you think they're annoyed by US? I'm sure they will be even angrier when our ads start airing. It must be driving them crazy that we have exclusive contracts with the most expensive sports stars. I guarantee you that they will completely reshuffle the executives at Dian this time. Fufu, is there anyone you want to get on your side? Excluding any personal friendships. There's only one person who comes to mind. He's from marketing though. He's been neglected since Chairman Ju Tae-sik took office of the company. He will be the first to be considered for the reshuffle. So you don't have a specific reason for wanting him for marketing. He must have a specialty in a subject. He is the one who first planned Daehoon's participation in major global rallies. At the time, he was the most knowledgeable person in the country when it came to rallies. Daehoon isn't performing well, so he's not on the chairman's radar. You have to compete in rallies if you take over a European sports car company, right? Once you have the technical skills, you should be able to see results. Daehoon's first choice for dismissal will be our first recruit. In 2003, the Financial Supervisory Service discovered a problem that could shake the entire finance market. Card debt. Card debt is short-term funds borrowed by credit card companies to pay for the card balances used by customers. The card debt was known to be around 50 trillion won, but the Financial Supervisory Service's investigation revealed that it exceeded 90 trillion won. On the 17th of March, the financial authorities announced a comprehensive measure for credit card companies. This was meant to support financing by easing some of the regulations on the premise of strong self-rescue measures by credit card companies. But the problem was the credit card companies, who relied on this measure too heavily. This so-called self-rescue included pressure to reduce debt, even by pouring in company money. What about short-term bonds? We're barely making ends meet with the affiliates' spare funds. We can't hold out for a few more days. We've temporarily reduced the limits on cash advances and card usage. However, The cash service will have to be discontinued next month. We are short on cash. We need to attract more funds from affiliates. If we don't, we will have huge problems next month. No, we can't force our affiliates into financial difficulties by lending money to those who are only using credit cards. But if our cash service is discontinued, IT will be out of our control. He's right. When Sunyang cards stop being used, IT will not only have a negative impact on the card company's stock price, but also on the entire Sunyang group. What did you just say? Is today's meeting agenda to warn me of danger? Aren't we gathered here to come up with a plan to overcome that danger? Dojun. No. What is the bond situation of Sunyang Life Insurance? There are 2 months left to repay 300 billion won. To be honest, it's impossible to pay back in that time frame. So we have to extend the date. Vice President, I think we should now discuss the self-rescue measures the government proposed. What? Card companies need to increase their capital. All measures are only temporary measures unless stability is guaranteed. If we continue like this, one day, we will face the worst of card suspension. There is a measure of trust afforded by the name of Sunyang Group.
Oi.
It won't be too difficult to expand the capital of Sunyang Card. Hey! Talk about this later. Really? How much do we need? Tell US your thoughts. 400 billion. Is that much enough? Yes. Not only would it extinguish the current fire, but we'll also be able to manage our funds better. I don't know if it's enough to increase our numbers by 4 though. You're saying we should throw a 5,001 bill for 20,001? We're the Sunyang Group, so I don't think there will be any problems. With 100 billion in capital and 300 billion in capital, for a total of 400 billion, we can solve this problem. But Vice President, Sunyang Life Insurance's bond of 800 billion has to be extended. Even if our profit is more than 400 billion, there's no way to stop Sunyang Life Insurance's bond. Alright, since we've scraped the bottom, I don't think there's anything else to say. Shall we end the meeting here? Stand up, card director. Come with me. Why yes, sir. I don't want to see that bastard anymore. Also, I will do something about Sunyang Life Insurance's bond, so you take care of the rest. If the capital increases by 100 billion, the stake falls below 30%, and Sunyang Card will be out of the game. Alright, tell me honestly now. Did you notice this state of affairs? It's a business where debt keeps increasing. The situation isn't this bad, but I just thought it was too bad to lead the company. Anyway, thanks to that, the bomb in my arms is gone. It's heaven's luck. Although the bomb has disappeared, I think that it will come back. Will we be alright? A credit card company is like a bank that lends money first and collects interest. If you were careful about issuing and limiting cards, wouldn't it be a business where you can just swim with your feet on the ground? Banks scrutinize all of their customers seeking a loan and secure collateral before lending money. But there's no need for credit card companies to act like banks, because most loan terms are 1 month and only a small amount. If the customer's credit rating and income are carefully considered when they are first issued their card, the risk of loss decreases dramatically. Why would you refuse this kind of business? It won't be easy to get Sunyang Card back, right? You don't have to hurry, but you have to buy stocks in line with the falling stock prices. You're a big creditor, aren't you? There are many ways. It's easy to get credit card companies back. The difficult thing is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, what? We can't extend the expiration date? Yes, uncle. Because my nose has grown. Boiling. Boiling. What's that supposed to mean? The credit card crisis has dried up our funds. Life. Fire. The insurance companies are in an uproar. Serious enough that I'm looking into short-term loans. I even borrowed from my dad's hospital. Cash loans jumped from just 48 trillion won in 1999 to 268 trillion won last year. Card firms slashed limits and 3 million accounts immediately became delinquent. The steady monthly premium insurance payments are now at half. If you don't settle the bonds, we're all going down. Take a look. Our funding plans collapsed, and now every affiliate is frozen. We're in the money business, after all. You're in the heavy industry. Aren't you better off? Don't even get me started. I drained every affiliate's cash into credit cards. Ha, we're on the edge. Normally I'd say he's exaggerating. But not this time. Let's wait a bit. Maybe the government will help. No chance. This blew up right after a new administration. A consequence of reckless card spending. Public outrage over bailouts is too strong. They don't have the guts. He's smart after all. Delaying bond maturity too long could backfire on him. But you can see he's preparing for it all cautiously. Why not borrow externally? Dojun. If I had options, would I be asking you? My nephew? Even the banks are shaky from the card mess. What about older uncle? Older? You mean Hyungnim? He's got cash-rich firms like Suinyang Electronics and CGT. No? Rumor has it their built-up cash reserves are hard to manage. Dojun, are you playing dumb? Or trying to corner me? Uncle, now's not the time for sibling rivalry. Card firms need trillions to survive. You saw the government announcement of 90 trillion won in bad debt. Think of Suinyang Card's share in that. We have to act now before it gets worse. Don't you know what kind of man your oldest uncle is? You think he'd lend me even 10 won out of the company reserves? He's waiting for me to fail. Of course I know. So don't ask him to lend. Threaten him to lend it to you. What if Suinyang Card collapses during this crisis? Bankruptcy is inevitable. Don't tell me, let it. That'll shake core affiliates, heavy industries, construction, and others who funded it. Uncle fears being seen as more incompetent than his older brother. He'd be worried about his reputation if his actions hurt even the affiliates. Between yours, oldest uncles, and my 10% of the shares. It's all intertwined. If either shares leak out, the control will weaken. Warn him that, to save Suinyang Card from bankruptcy, you'll sell your affiliate stocks like heavy industries, construction. Threats don't work as words. They have to be actions. Act to make him believe selling is the only way. How? Suspend cash advance services. Hey, relax. It's temporary. Once Suinyang Card services stop, its stock drops. But not just for the card company, right? No. The whole group stock price falls. That's your threat. So my older brother will act to avoid the worst case scenario? Yes, he'll have no choice. Your financial affiliate stock will drop too. You said Suinyang Life's already short on cash. Your position isn't that different than older brothers. And you just told me how to choke you. Oops. Yeah. That was dumb. Haha, you've got another plan. You still don't see the difference between us. If Suinyang's financial affiliate seems to have a dark future, I can dump it all. What? If I care? Why would I have handed you the card firm? I'll assess their value. And before they sink further, I'll break them up and sell high before they sink. You brat. How dare you think so lightly of the company your grandfather built? He endured such hardship to create Suinyang Group. If we sold every time it got tough, Suinyang wouldn't exist. Times have changed. We can't always protect Suinyang with old ways. What? This card crisis is serious. Domestic demand collapsed and there's no recovery in sight. Better to sell off struggling affiliates now. Buy them back when the market recovers. What is this? Your neighborhood shop? Sell when it's hard. Buy when it's easy? Might as well be the same to me. Maya looks complex, but it's just buying and selling. Sell Suinyang Life now. Buy a better insurer later and rebrand it. It'll be way stronger than the present company too. Don't blame me. Blame yourself. Pay our 800 billion won bond on time. No need to sell anything. The real threat to the group is your Suinyang Card. His mind must be spinning, because he heard me say something only someone with zero attachment to Suinyang could say. Pretending to fall for that snake's words even when I know his intentions. Or maybe I should just do as he says. Suinyang Card. Suspended cash. Advanced services. At midnight, cash service suspended. It's the second company after K Card to do so. Suinyang Card says they're working hard to restore services soon. No official statement from Suinyang Group yet. What are you going to do now? Can you fix it? No, this is ridiculous. You proud of yourself? I owe Dojun and need 1.34 trillion won to keep the company afloat. Where will I get that? Even without losses, you still need that much. Got played hard by our nephew. I didn't get played. I had a good run for about a year. You think Dojun saw this coming? That's a bit much. It's just too perfect. I don't want to believe it either. Selling the company like he predicted this? That's spine-chilling. Stacked coincidences might seem like it's meant to happen, but this one's just random. I need 60 billion today, so I can restore regular service tomorrow. You're asking for a loan? Yes. How shameless. Bankruptcy's close. Stop it. Don't whine. I'm not exaggerating. We're really out of cash. My best option is to drop the card company. Losing a debt-ridden company is fine, but the real problem is Dojun. Dojun? What about him? The stocks of heavy industry and construction that I used as collateral. They'll end up with him. Doesn't matter to me. That's your problem. It's just a shift in control within the group. Doesn't matter to me if it's my brother or nephew. If I don't repay the 800 billion won to Suenyang Life, he'll sell everything and walk away. Says he'll buy them back later when things improve. Typical of him. What? Sell all his shares? Has Dojun lost his mind? Is he crazy? No. He's the smartest one in our family. He knows this threat works on US. He'll do whatever it takes to get his money back. Dojun's 10% stake, backed by 800 billion won, equals at least 7% of Jindonggi's 33%. In an instant, 14% of shares could disappear. If those are sold to Fantasy, Fantasy would hold 33% and become Suenyang's second largest shareholder. Plus, with allies, they could take over completely. I'll give you 1.5 trillion won, but in return, give you Dojun's heavy industry and construction shares? My brother, your instincts, still sharp as ever even with age. Can't do that. If I hand over 7% of shares, I'd lose my shot at that seat. I'd rather we go down together. Vicious bastard. You seem smart, but you're sloppy at moments like this. Me? Yeah. If I bring 1.5 trillion to Dojun, he'll hand over the shares without hesitation. He won't care if Suenyang Card goes bankrupt. What will you do if Dojun and I make the deal without you? Why should I save Suenyang Card? Rather than spending over 1 trillion won to rescue a fee-based company, I can just buy 7% shares with it. Haven't seen you this rattled in a while. Seeing you like this confirms I made the right call. Dojun's really a scary one. Dojun? Yeah. He gave me a big hint. Don't think Dojun's the only one who can sell his shares. I can sell my stake too. FF. Ha. You'd sell your shares? Give up the chairman's seat. Under that portrait? You? There's something you still don't know. Stop it already. The negative moves people far more than the positive. Without control over affiliates, Suenyang falls apart. The title disappears. Care less about sitting in that seat than making sure no one else does. If I sell all my shares, no one can be chairman. No. You can never abandon Suenyang. Alright, do it your way. You should get some proper rest here in the chairman's office. You won't be back here again after all. We're in the same building, but you're hard to meet. What are you so busy with? Sorry, uncle. I should have gone to you. Forget it. Spare me the empty words. Sit down. You know why I'm here, right? It's serious right now. Because of the card crisis? They said they'd fix cash services in 1 day, but it's been 3. Merchants are rejecting Suenyang Card. And your uncle's done nothing. Yes, it's all over the news. Some say it's deliberate bankruptcy. Deliberate? As if, he's not like that. I'd let it go bankrupt. What? I stripped out all group shares when I handed it over. Suenyang Card is a totally independent company. It runs on people and money. Even if it folds, IT won't affect heavy industry affiliates. Dump the mess. Declare bankruptcy. Start fresh. Isn't that great? You might do that. But your uncle wouldn't. Suenyang means more to him than you. He wouldn't abandon an affiliate that easily. You really believe that? Ido. Anyway, that's not why I wanted to see you. Go on. You gave him the card company and got stocks as collateral. I'm thinking of buying them. What do you think? So it came to this after all. No way. He can't escape this without my money. He might raise funds using stock as collateral. I'll wait for him out of courtesy. It's clear now. Vice Chairman Jin Youngji doesn't care about Suenyang Card's dark future. He wants the collateral I have. How much is the bond worth? 800 billion won. I'll pay double. Sell me the bond. Got him. You know how this works. You're the expert. A bond is a product. You can trade it anytime. No? If Donggi repays it, I lose 800 billion. You still profit. True. So why hesitate? Don't tell me you're trying to get a controlling stake of Suenyang Group and beat me to become chairman? Even now, he's testing my intentions. No way. Even a few financial firms are hard to manage. Then sell it to me now. Double your money. No reason to wait. Can I have 1 day to think it over? If you'll say no tomorrow, just say it now. At least, I'll see your true colors sooner. He's openly hostile. I need to avoid conflict after all. That's a scary thing to say. I just need time to review the terms to say yes. You're telling the truth. right? If this takes more than a day, I'll assume you have other motives. The way he corners me is just like grandfather. That won't happen. Thanks for coming on such short notice. If you're offering to help, how could I not? I have high expectations. Director General of Policy Bureau 1, which means one useless word and he'll walk. Please sit. You're one of the busiest people in the country. May I get straight to the point? Of course. I was just about to ask, what do you think? About Sunyang Card? Since you're so direct, I'll speak frankly too. Compared to others, Sunyang Card is a solid company. 400 billion won would fix the crisis. With Sunyang Group's cash power, it's an easy fix. So isn't suspending services a blatant threat to the government? Some card firms struggle even after investing 1 trillion won. They're still trying. Isn't Sunyang just giving up without any effort here? What do you mean by a threat to the government? You really don't know? It's a demand for a public bailout. Do they not realize this is a family feud? Say what you came to say. Ban Sunyang Card's use. It's basically unusable anyway. A suspension order is enough. What? You know what'll happen, yes? It'll be the first card company's bankruptcy. You little, are you trying to pour oil on a fire? The whole card industry's already struggling. Let him finish. Quiet. They haven't even met business leaders at the Blue House yet. This crisis must have caught them off guard too. So now you must be weighing how hard to press the business world. But most Chaebols won't budge with most measures. Suspending Sunyang Card sends a strong message from the new government. That kind of blow would rattle even the Chaebols. But Sunyang Card will go bankrupt. No more chances. No self-rescue. Don't you see how big that shock would be? I'll absorb all of that shock myself. What do you mean by that? If Sunyang Card goes bankrupt, the public will be shocked. It'll cause confusion too. Merchants might stop accepting all cards. They'll fear not getting paid for the card transactions. That's not all. It could collapse other card companies and freeze short-term loans too. Cash flow will stop entirely. I know. But wouldn't this send the strongest message from the new government to the business world? It's Sunyang Group, after all. If the shock is fully absorbed, then yes, I'll prepare a company to acquire Sunyang Card immediately. An acquisition, even with a premium. No one wants a card firm at this time. Jin Dojun SSI. Yes, Chairman, it's not that simple. You know your grandfather's power. If I stop him, will you proceed? Even then, it's tough. Everyone's struggling with card firms. Who'd buy a bankrupt one? Excuse me a moment. Come in, Mr. CEO. Whenever Korea's economy crashes, this man has saved the bankrupt firms. I'm Ocean, CEO of Fantasy. Oh my, looks like tonight's meeting is going to take a while. Fantasy may be foreign-funded, but it separates ownership and management well like a model investment firm. Honestly, I didn't expect it. I thought you'd tear AJIN Group apart and sell it. I never thought it'd grow this far. The same thing will happen with Sunyang Card. If we acquire it, we'll apply US practices and make it clean and efficient. So, is Fantasy Investment the buyer? No. It'll be a separate entity under American Fantasy, a subsidiary. Big conglomerates are watching US, and they're wary of the Korean Fantasy investment. Just one question. Why buy a card company now of all times? Please be honest. The main reason is cars. You know HW Motors' new model, Esquilo? Sure. My daughter got a loan for it. I even CO signed for it. Haha, Sunyang Capital Sales first. Now it's Sunyang Card. But look at the situation now. It's not our fault. Yet sales plummeted because of them. We figured this couldn't go on. So we decided to step into finance ourselves. Finance is Fantasy's specialty after all. We're confident we can outperform any Korean firm. If we proceed, we want to wrap it up quickly. So you're asking US to hurry? Yes. I want to acquire Sunyang Card before mid-year. If Sunyang doesn't work out, another card company is fine. We're not in a position to be picky. Sunyang is the target. But we won't make it obvious since they might notice. Sure, it'll be okay. Acquiring a debt-ridden card company? This is a long-term move. After a few years, it'll stabilize and turn profitable. And uncle said he'll cover the losses. Your uncle? Who? Vice Chairman Jin Donggi? No. Vice Chairman Jin Youngji. What? Why him? He's blinded by his greed for shares. He's offering 800 billion won extra for Sunyang Card's acquisition bonds. Damn. He must be drowning in cash. Wait. If we acquire it before maturity and pay off the debt, we pocket 800 billion and get the card company and shares. Of course, who'd pass on a deal with double the profit? Honestly, I feel a bit sorry. No need. It's money exchanged within the family anyway. It's about my second uncle. I should have told him first, but I couldn't bring it up. It's fine. It'll be easier if I talk to him. I'll handle the uncomfortable part. Okay, seriously, I'm telling you, it's fine. More importantly, let's prepare the contract quickly. There's a standard contract. I'll bring it by tomorrow morning. For the lawyer's review? No need, just make it fast. I'll stamp it and transfer the money right away. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Everything's going well so far, but I'm still uneasy. I met with the Financial Services Commission last night. By morning at the latest, Grandpa should have called, but still no word. What's wrong? Did you rush over, thinking I'd interfere? As expected, he knows everything. Are you okay with this? What? It'll stain the Suanyang name. Look at you. You've already spilled the milk, and now you're wary of me?
I'm sorry.
Things moved fast, and I didn't get a chance to tell you. These things should be done in a flash. It's fine. Did anyone contact you? The Blue House's economic secretary called me at dawn. Said it was the financial chairman's proposal. He kept saying you were the original proposer. He caught on to it too, that this is a family feud. But Dojun, yes. Do you really think you can revive a card company in ruins? He didn't miss the most important question. Still sharp as ever. If I'm not confident, what should I do? Drop it. I've told those two that playing with money either ends in loss and ruin, or profit, blame and judgment. We're on the verge of ruin, but I'll tear it down and build anew. Strong and solid, as you should. Selling high in good times and rebuying during collapse is foolish. But you have a different vision in mind since you're doing this. That's right. I'll make the card central to Suanyang's finances. And, look at you, That's not all, is it? What is it? Actually, I explained in detail why I rushed to meet the Financial Services Commission, the card company's collateral, and the deal with Vice Chairman Jin Youngji. That's how it happened. Are you okay? You went quiet, so, seeing my sons prove how blind greed can make a man so foolish, just felt so pathetic that I had nothing to say. Not at all. If I could secure 7% of the group's controlling shares, I'd spend that money too. That's not the foolish part. Is that he didn't think like you. He should have focused on reviving Suanyang card, not just chasing stock. Youngie only sees shares, doesn't he? I was simply lucky. Unless you live twice, you can't think like me. Very few can foresee a credit card crisis 4 years in advance. Enough humility. Learn from your uncle's mistakes. Greed blinded them to such obvious answers. Remember, if you chase Suanyang's chairman position only out of desire, you'll never get it. Don't let your goal become your purpose, or you won't be able to keep the office. You're wrong. I will. Suanyang's thousands of employees secure that seat. Even Jin Younggi didn't lose it, despite his only aim being to pass it down. And likely, your grandson, Jin Youngjun, did the same too. I'll keep that in mind. Want me to make a few phone calls? To whom? To ask for help in cleaning up the pile of shit Suanyang card is. How will the senior officials take his words? They might think he's pressurizing them to reduce our debt. With a new administration watching them, IT could be too much for them. But if they take it the opposite way, just nudge them to make a quick statement promising strong action. No, I'll handle it myself. Geez, what are you plotting so much for? Call the Economic Affairs Senior Secretary to file a petition. Say it's urgent. Invite him for tea in the afternoon. Yeah, in Myeongdong, near the Blue House. You'll meet in the afternoon, so how about lunch with me then? I'll have it prepared at the hotel. Why should I meet him? That's your job. You go. Handle it yourself. Grandfather arranged it, but he's leaving everything to me. That won't pressure them as much. That's the best kind of help. Thank you, grandfather. It won't be easy. You're not the only one filing petitions, but if I'm first, IT gives me an edge. Once the announcement comes, Vice Chairman Jin Donggi won't sit still. He'll mobilize every connection to block a shutdown of Suanyang card, including his connection to the Economic Affairs Senior Secretary. In just one day, so much has happened. More will follow. Whoever moves first gains the advantage. You're right, I apologize. Not at all, Dojun-sasai. Meeting you directly is quicker. With Chairman Jin, a frank conversation would be harder. You won't beat around the bush, right? What do you think of my card? Any chance of winning? Hard to say. Show me your hidden card first. Then I can judge. Frank talk. What's with these riddles? Typical politician. I'll save not just Suenyang card, but another failing card company too. What? No government funds are coming. If Suenyang card falls, others will topple too. I'll save one of them for you. Just say the word. I wouldn't say it if I couldn't. Fantasy investments capital is beyond imagination. With US funds coming in, isn't that good news for the government? It makes it look like you brought in foreign capital. Foreign capital rescuing a failed Korean company. How's that for a hidden card? That's quite a strong hidden card. I've got another. Would you like to hear it? What if we also take over Daehoon Group's card company? Daehoon Card? They're barely hanging on. Like surviving on 4 drips. Daehoon Motors is not helping anymore. No other money source either. Both Suenyang and Daehoon. Just the thought makes me shudder. Ah, he's excited, of course. They must want a big show now. The new regime's power and influence. A spectacle of them crushing the 2 conglomerates dominating Korea. Take down just these 2, and the rest will fall in line. No one would want to be next, so they'll clean debts fast and stabilize. Convincing, but still, IT makes me shudder. Only one reason for all his fuss. Are you worried about the media? Of course. This is the regime's honeymoon period. Criticism's light, but if we hit their major advertisers, newspapers won't stay quiet. To protect Suenyang and Daehoon, they'll attack US instead. It only takes a moment to turn the honeymoon into a bitter moon. That won't happen. Huh? Their biggest advertisers aren't Suenyang or Daehoon Group. It's Suenyang Electronics and Daehoon Motors. Their owners detest the card company owners. You know why, right? Ah, even if the press won't praise the Blue House, they'll stay silent. Even the loudest, Hansung Daily, is tied to Suenyang Electronics by marriage. At most, one bitter complaint will come. Don't worry. But Dojun SSI, what do you gain from this? I know you're close with fantasy investment, but why? Lead the charge. To sink your own families. Affiliate? I already explained to the financial services chairman. You mean the complicated family matter? Yes. If that's all, let's forget. We had this conversation. What's with the sudden change? This is clearly a win for them. We can't have you using the Blue House, or rather the government's power to settle family feuds. If you want today's deal to matter, you must spell out the family issue. So I don't feel like you're using me. He'll act only if I'm blunt about my intentions. Lofty talk about reorganizing group shares. Won't do. I'll need something raw and direct. If you accept my proposal. Starting tomorrow, I'll start buying Suenyang and Daehoon Card shares. Suenyang Card is already below face value. Once normalized, profits could easily be tenfold. You're quite scary, my junior, right? He's from our university too. But why bring up school now? Just how much do you plan to pocket? His tone changed. With so much capital, even I don't know how much I'll gain. If you ever need it, just say so, Sunbeam. I'm a bookworm anyway. I don't have much use for money. Dojun SSI, don't try your Chaebol boss cosplay with me. Real bosses don't talk about money directly. They have plenty of people who handle it for them. If they bring it personally like me, it's goodwill. Like, pocket money. Pocket money. Doesn't expect anything in return. After all, there's no need to label money. It's its size that gives it a name. Big? It's a bribe. Small? It's pocket money. Isn't IT? Of course, size is relative, but I'm not here to argue. If I offended you, I apologize. What's pocket change to me could be life-changing for someone else. So he's not exactly wrong. I didn't mean to reprimand you, just that we should both be careful. Anyway, I understand what you're saying. Can I take that as a positive answer? No. Hard to say right now, but I do think it's worth trying. That's not enough. I need a clear answer. If this fails, I only walk away with 800 billion in cash and lose everything else. Card firms. Shares, I didn't spend 3 years preparing just for a few hundred billion. Mr. Secretary. Yes, worth trying? I didn't come here to ask your opinion on that. It's not just worth trying. It's a solid plan. I met the Financial Services Commission and even persuaded Fantasy Investment CEO, Ocean for this. This crisis hit the moment your government began. I've given you a chance to break through it head-on, plus a chance to show authority. And all you say is worth trying. Even fantasy won't like this hesitation from your side. Fantasy knows buying failing firms is risky. Before they change their mind, shouldn't the government act first? Hey, Jin Dojun SSI, calm down. I'll give you 1 hour. If there's no clear answer by then, this deal is off. 1 hour? You're the president's senior secretary, aren't you? Call in the ministers and report directly to the president. 1 hour is enough. Delay will only make people doubt this regime's strength. Doubt breeds distrust in your ability to handle this. If that happens, I'll walk away first. I'll get going then. When you're driving them into a corner, don't show any opening. Geez, stop pacing. Sit down. Even if this fails, you still pocket 800 billion. Why are you so tense? You lose nothing. Of course he'd think that. But for me, it's about 7%. Getting 7% closer to my grandfather's office. That matters far more than 800 billion. Don't worry. This scenario is solid. No villains, no losers, except US. US? Yes. You said the card business has a future. But if the sector stays weak, the losses will be huge. Uncle, huh? How much cash do you have in your wallet right now? What? Why ask that suddenly? You've got more cards than bills, right? Well, yes. Aside from some emergency cash, it's all cards. Isn't it? That's the future of the card business. Yes, Mr. Secretary. The meeting just ended. We've decided to push this plan forward. Understood. I'm with Fantasy's COO now. I'll relay this immediately. Good. I'll be in touch. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and apologies for my earlier rudeness. Don't mention it. That's business. Haha. The government announcement will come soon. That's your signal. Let's coordinate well. We did it. Ha ha ha. So you collect the spoils without even investing. And your 2 uncles look like fools. My eldest uncle will be the most shocked. He lost 800 billion in just 2 months. Haha. Vice Chairman, we can't just sit by. We need strong self-rescue measures. This is serious. The cash advance service has already been suspended for a long time. The financial sector is protesting loudly. Haven't the consumers accepted the cash service suspension? Didn't you say they use them for purchases only now? Let's hold out a little longer. One big move will solve everything. Vice Chairman, we have some big trouble. What is it? Look at this. Breaking news. Government suspends Sun Yen. During midnight, April XX, Sun Yang card will no longer be usable. After only 2 days, the company's only product, its credit card, will become nothing more than plastic in 2 days. Gomein, I've been waiting. The shutdown of Sun Yang card is the new administration's toughest move yet. It marks a new phase in the card crisis. Despite the government's repeated demands for self-rescue plans, Sun Yang card barely responded. The business world sees this as a clear warning from the government to end the crisis quickly. Sun Yang Group has made no official comment on the government's move. This government isn't afraid of anything. Huh? This isn't your doing, right? I'm not close to this administration. Even if I were, this isn't right. Let me be clear. I had nothing to do with it. You've got 2 days left. What will you do? Me? I don't have money. I already told you what I'd do if I was pushed to the edge. Oh, sell your controlling shares? Why is he so relaxed? If selling assets can stop this, then do it. That's your job as the CEO of Sun Yang Card. Hyungnim. Timing is everything. Your bluff has already expired. Look, I signed it a few days ago. You now owe me 800 billion won. If Sun Yang Card collapses, I get another 7% stake. I have no reason to help you anymore. Honestly, I almost want you to go bankrupt. Dojun, that rascal, don't blame the kid. He was scared of you too. But what can he do? He could lose 800 billion won if this goes wrong. You think my collateral is only worth 800 billion? He knows your shares are priceless as well. But now we know. Dojun values money more than controlling the group. He's young, but quick. He's realized he can't take over Sun Yang. No way. I thought his ambition was bigger than both of ours. You're telling me I was wrong about him? My stake is now 43%. Just 8% more and the chairman's office is mine. I'll persuade the executives. Give Dojun or Ocean a few subsidiaries, and it's done. Why not hand me your shares? I'll make you nice chairman and let you keep what you already control. I know you're good at management, and we're brothers by blood. After all, better family than strangers. Look at tomorrow's Hansung Daily headline.
멋이,
What do you mean? I'll send them a signal. Feel free to tear apart the Sunyang group that scares the press so much. You'll become a disgraced executive overnight. No one will meet you. You can't get out of this. And this is the same man who just mentioned family blood. So, who got your shares? Ayungnim, thank God. Father, you idiot. Be grateful the shares stayed in the family as leased. What if an outsider took Sunyang's stock? There's still time to take it back. So you have time, but not money? Is that it? Yes. So what? You're not asking me for it? Are you? I'm sorry, Father. Please help me just this once. I don't have money. I told you when I sold my shares that even if I lost everything, I wouldn't get involved. But you haven't passed your assets down to US yet. Everyone knows you've got trillions hidden overseas. If you took out even a little, this would be easily solved. The bank? So you can shake me down for all my money? No, that's not what I meant. Please at least arrange a loan for me. Not a chance. Right now, every bank president in Korea is hanging by a thread. The government is watching everything carefully. Who would approve an improper loan? And you don't even have collateral. Dongsi. Yes, you've never truly struggled in your life. Have you, Father? Even if I've only walked the supposed golden path you laid out for me, how could I never have suffered? I'm talking about Ranger, where your life is hanging by a thread. That's exactly what this is right now. Why would you ask that? If Hyungim secures a majority stake, I'll be kicked out of Sunyang headquarters. I'll have to live like a dead man, hiding in the shadows. There's a reason people say a crisis is also an opportunity. Get through this yourself, and Yoongi will falter. But to survive, I have to use all my remaining shares as collateral. Everything I own as collateral for a loan. Then do it. That's all you have left that's worth anything. I've been abandoned. Father, he has abandoned me. He doesn't even know who's attacking him. Yet he dares to bluff against me? TCH. Central Government Complex Annex. And the creditors of Sunyang Card. Fantasy Investment. OCN. Sunyang Card suspension starts in 18 hours. Best case outcome. IT gets cancelled. The second best is a reduced suspension period. Worst case is total shutdown. Shouldn't we have been notified before this was announced? This is ridiculous. Do you even have a plan for our frozen funds? Even loan sharks secure repayment before lending money. But you didn't. Korea's top banks. Yet you all bought Sunyang's bonds for the brand. Director General of Policy Bureau 1 of FSS. You ask ordinary people for collateral and guarantors for a 10 million won loan, yet lent Sunyang hundreds of billions based on trust alone. And now you want the government to act like a debt collector? You have two decisions you must make in the next 18 hours. How to handle delinquent card users who can't pay, and what recovery rate you, the financial institutions, can accept. You get that? Any demands for the government to handle Sunyang Card's short-term bond debt. And I'm out. As he said, you bought the brand name. You must share responsibility. That brings the recovery rate. If I refuse to acquire Sunyang Card, your short-term bonds will be worthless. So choose carefully. There will be no back-and-forth negotiation. Mr. Oh, one question. Go ahead. Are you implying you've secured control of Sunyang Card management rights? If today's result satisfies me, I'll buy all Sunyang Card shares dumped on the market tomorrow. That'll give me a 40% stake and make me the largest shareholder. With the financial institution's shares, I'll gain management control immediately. And one more thing, I'm also willing to acquire the unstable Daehoon Card, if things go well. I hope this helps you with your decision. You can step out to think it over. Mr. Oh, what about the card delinquents? Will the government forgive their debt? No, there's no such plan. We'd consider it for household debt. But this is credit card debt. The backlash about moral hazard would be severe. I'll handle it if the government won't interfere. You don't need to worry, are you? Planning to sell the bad debt? To one of those firms that specialize in it? The ones called credit information companies. They buy bad debts abandoned by card companies, banks, savings banks, and installment finance companies. Bank bond face value 100 million. For 10% to 30% of their original value. Then use professional debt collectors to pressure borrowers, like loan sharks, until they pay. These credit information companies are currently experiencing a golden age. Of course, Suinyang Card's collection staff can't do all this. I don't intend to lose even a single one. I'll sell it depending on the answer from the people murmuring outside. Ahem. Suinyang Card is only the beginning. All 8 major card companies are struggling with credit delinquents of different severity. If the government made a bold decision, it needs to stick with it. Trying to appease voters with a relief policy for delinquents will invite attacks by lenders with demands for tens of trillions of overdue debt bailout. The card companies and the financial sector, including me, will all turn into wolves. I figured I'd come see you in person rather than hold a shareholders meeting. In truth, only one thing is changing. You, Vice Chairman, will no longer have any connection to Suinyang Card. Then why bring this to me? You don't need to report this to me. A simple notice of major shareholder change would be enough. There are a few things I wanted to discuss. Discuss? You just said Suinyang Card has no connection to me anymore. There's one last connection left. The name? Suinyang. He doesn't want to give up the Suinyang name? Alright, get to the point. What do you want? How about joining hands with me? What? Fantasy Investment holds about 16% of the group's controlling shares. And Suinyang Card is now completely separated from the group. If the group orders US to leave the company HQ, we'll have to pack and move. You want to keep the name and the spot? Yes. I'd rather stay right here. Employees are afraid of sudden changes. If the company name stays Suinyang, and the workplace is the same, they'll feel reassured. In the end, the ordinary people don't care who's king. As long as their daily lives don't change, they don't care much about the owner. You mean, management won't change either? I'm not planning a major purge. I'll cut a few fools who handled this card crisis carelessly though, so only the major shareholder will change. What does joining hands actually mean? This incident will transfer your 7% stake to your elder brother, Vice Chairman Jin Youngji. Your support base inside the group. So Fantasy will protect me with its 16% shareholding? Not 16%. It's almost 23% now. I'll reclaim the shares I put up as, I forgot. I lost the company and the shares. I have 26%. Fantasy will have 23%. He's almost my equal now, but if Fantasy supports me, Vice Chairman, I can help you hold your current position. If we join hands, we can stop Vice Chairman Jin Younggi from doing whatever he wants with the group. Mr. Oh, my brother is terrible at management. Do you know how many companies he's ruined? More than 10, if we're being honest. Vice Chairman, that doesn't matter to me. I don't care how foolish or reckless Jin Younggi used to be. I only care about his current performance. Look at the current management indicators. Not a single flaw. Suinyang Electronics is making enormous profits. That's only because the market conditions are good. Even a scarecrow could produce those results. Yeah. And I prefer Vice Chairman Jin Youngji more, for being like a scarecrow. I'm a shareholder. I prefer stability to risky ventures, and steady dividends over uncertain growth. So just tell me, will you accept my proposal or not? I accept. Then please inform the Suinyang Card management. I'll be going. CEO, since we've joined hands, tell me one thing. What's Dojun's position in Fantasy Investment? Is he? Dojun? He's invested a lot, and has a lot of shares. Why do you ask? That's not it. If you're wary of him, don't be. His goals are different. What goals? I'm not exactly sure, but it's definitely more than becoming Suinyang Group Chairman. More than becoming Suinyang Group Chairman? That's not my priority now. I've avoided being thrown out by my brother. Now I have to seize the opportunity. With Sian on my side, I can shake up the whole Suinyang Group. The Suinyang Card incident that alarmed the business world has been smoothly resolved. According to the Ministry of Finance, government officials, financial institutions, and Suinyang Card representatives held a lengthy meeting and reached a dramatic agreement. All Suinyang Card services, halted for over 2 months, will resume at midnight. That little bastard. What the hell happened? We're looking into. Now, damn it, you idiot. Looking into it now? I am sorry, Vice Chairman. Go. Now. Call the Blue House, the Ministry of Finance. Find out what's going on. Just what on earth is going on? Dongi. Ever heard of knocking? Hey, what the hell happened? What do you mean? Suinyang card. What did you do? How'd you stop it? What a strange thing to say. Were you hoping we'd collapse? Now that we're stable, shouldn't you be saying, congrats. Good job. Well done? Cut the nonsense and answer me. I cleaned up the liquidity, paid off the debts, and got the service running again. How? Don't tell me you sold off all your shares? No. Some rich bastard bought up Suinyang card. It's out of my hands. The stock price fell below 1,001. He bought everything dumped on the market, plus the institutional investors' shares. He now holds 42%. That's basically a takeover. I should have bought it when Dongyi asked for help and taken over the company myself. Who is it? Who did you sell it to? Let's get this straight. I didn't sell anything. He acquired the shares himself. Doesn't matter. Just tell me who it is. Are you looking for me? I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I overheard your conversation. You're here? He was yelling with the door wide open. Of course you couldn't help but overhear it. It's fine. That's our fault. Don't tell me it's you. I am Ocean, representing the largest shareholder of Suinyang card. Ocean is the new owner? This is bad. He has nothing to lose. And he's not afraid of Suinyang. I've got business with Mr. Oh, so we can talk later, right? Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi. I'd like to discuss repayment. May I visit you after my meeting with the Suinyang card executives? What? Repayment? Yes. It's supposed to be in 3 installments, right? But I'd prefer to settle it all at once. The shares I bought as collateral for the debt dash. Now, let's talk about that later. First, let's meet the executives. They're probably shaking right now, thinking their heads are on the chopping block. Better tell them soon, so they can sleep tonight. You took over Suinyang card? Yes. I swept up the shares once they fell below face value. It wasn't difficult. As you know, Uido is my turf. But why? Why target a sinking card company? You think it's going to be easy to fix? 3 million people have bad credit. It's impossible to revive, is it? To me, the people who don't have bad credit seem to be a fair bigger number. What? Planning to sell refrigerators in the Arctic. You're not some amateur fooled by flashy lines from wannabe consultants. Jin Youngji is right. The card industry's future is bleak, like a sky thick with storm clouds. But I'm not here to agree with him or argue back. Vice Chairman, let's focus on our own companies. Telling others how to run theirs is bad manners. Between us, there's only one subject to discuss: debt and repayment. How dare he look me straight in the eyes? I'll put this cocky bastard in his place. I'll do as you wish, Vice Chairman. Repay on the maturity date or settle at once. It's your choice. Damn it. Dojun's the only one who benefits. I heard what happened. You paid double the price. It's not like I'm short on money either. Since we're on the topic, I have a proposal. Those shares I hold as collateral. How about you let me? No, I'm not selling them back to you. Let's not bring that up again. How dare he? Then why don't I buy you instead of the shares? What do you mean? I'm not one to beat around the bush. Let me be straight with you. Fantasy had a whopping 16% of the shares. My brother Dongyi's collateral shares are going in your hands, so that makes it 23%. Just make sure the Christmas bonuses are nice and fat. No, I didn't mean that. These aren't ordinary shares of a small affiliate. These shares could shake the whole Suinyang group. Every share in a corporation can do that. I don't see much difference. He knows damn well what I'm talking about. But he's playing dumb. The difference is huge. Say, I'll give you 25% of Suinyang Group. Look at sales, profit, size, brand value, and choose any affiliates you want. 25%. That's right, I'm talking about the affiliates. I'll hand over complete control of the affiliates you want. Not for show. I mean it literally. Everything. I'll delegate full personnel authority over the affiliates. Management style, business direction, everything to you completely. What do you say? Are you? I'm not so idle that I joke about an entire company. Did you forget that I'm an MGA specialist? I could break 25% of Suinyao affiliates into pieces and sell them all off. No need to bother managing them. Even if he sells off every single affiliate, I can build them up again from scratch. But an opportunity to become chairman doesn't come often. I'm not going to nitpick over what I give you. Sell them. Bankrupt them. Do whatever the hell you want. COO, my goodness. You're really just like your brother. Huh? How? Vice Chairman Jin Donggi made me the exact same offer. The exact same offer? You express it differently. But isn't that what you two really want? To team up with me and help me drive one of you out of Suanyang. Donggi tried to throw me out? Didn't I say you expressed it differently? Just like you never said you want to throw him out just now. So? What did you answer? I have the same answer for both of you. I'm not interested. So just give me a generous bonus. It's a pity he didn't accept my offer, but at least he's not attacking me and siding with Donggi. Just keep your promise to never interfere in Suanyang Group's affairs. Of course. I like Suanyang Group exactly the way it is right now. The way it is right now? What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Are you telling me not to mess with Donggi? Were you going to mess with him? A kingdom cannot have two kings. This is not a dynasty. It's a democracy that achieves harmony through checks and balances. Suanyang is not a country. It is private property built by one man's hands. It belongs to the shareholders, not to one individual. Anyway, I didn't come here to argue semantics. I want a Suanyang with fair competition between the two brothers, each in their own domain. Give up the idea of driving Vice Chairman Jin Donggi out ASAP. Hey, COO. But I can drag someone down. It also means the one I ally with will still be the king you mentioned. Get to the point. We need to do something about Ocean. No? Why? So you can then kick me out? Yeah. Donggi. Let's get rid of everyone in Suanyang who's not our blood and start over clean. Look at US right now. We have to walk on eggshells around him. We can't do anything. He's only holding the shares. He's keeping US in balance from outside. What can we do? Exactly. So stop sitting there in a daze and find a way. I promise you this. The moment we drive Ocean out, I'll give you over 30% again. For real, of course. You wouldn't side with me otherwise, would you? While we're at it, one more thing. We have to get Dojun's shares too. Dojun's? Yeah. Imagine his 10% going straight to Ocean. He'll be the second largest shareholder. And if he decides to buy Suanyang shares with Fantasy's funds, he could easily overtake US and become the largest shareholder. Don't get ahead of yourself. The government agencies and bank stakes are on our side. Without those, he can't be the top shareholder. How likely is it that Dojun and Ocean team up? We can't ignore the possibility. Ocean is friends with Yoongi. What if Ocean sweet talks Yoongi and convinces him to help Dojun? Fine. Then let's cut Dojun first. So he doesn't even think about it. Wouldn't it be smarter to get Dojun on our side then? How? When we restructure the shares, we give him another 10%. That way only our real blood stays in the game. Much better. No? Oh, not bad at all. Getting these extra 10% shares back from Dojun will be much easier than Ocean. There's no beating someone who's got luck riding shotgun. You took back the credit card company, got extra shares, and made 800 billion won on top. Calling that luck feels like a bit of a stretch. The credit card crisis was a once-in-a-lifetime tailwind. It's luck, you know. I'm starting to suspect that you actually foresaw this entire credit card meltdown. It never made sense that a financial genius like you would just give up a business with steady monthly revenue and interest. I did feel uneasy, yes, but I never imagined the bad debts would explode like this. Sure, the huge debt explosion might have been just luck. Humph. But the rest was greed doing what greed does best. Your second eldest uncle was too blinded by his desire for a cash flow business, and your eldest uncle was obsessed with shares and gave away a whopping 800 billion won. They're the same. What are you gonna do now? Get affiliate companies for your shares? No, you gave me the financial affiliates. The 30% stake from those is enough for me. You sly bastard. You have a strong leash on Donggi now. What will you do with the 800 million from Youngji? I plan to just hold on to it for now. Financial Services Commission knows I'll acquire at their signal, so they can freely pressure Daehoon. Without Daehoon making intense self-rescue measures as per government policy, it'll end up like Suanyang card. Haha. Geez, you're worse than me, you ruthless little bandit. Tell me, if the world had only two of a certain precious diamond, what would you do, huh? Would you buy both? Or just one? He's calling the card companies diamonds. Suanyang and Daehoon. I'd buy both. Can you think of a way to buy one and still get the benefit of buying two? Geez, I misjudged you. You're so soft-hearted. I guess I'm just a really nice guy. Can't you just tell me the answer? All you have to do is move the worth of both diamonds into one diamond. Get it now? Into one diamond? Yeah. If you buy one, and the other is thrown away or destroyed, the remaining diamond's price would double. So how do you destroy the diamond that's not yours? The government's already preparing a knife to destroy it. The opportunity's right there. Why waste money on Daehoon card? But Daehoon card's bankruptcy could cause a massive shockwave. Market liquidity will freeze immediately if losses spread. Why do you care? Oh, that's exactly what I meant. Why do you care about others? Market liquidity could dry up. So what? You have money. Does anyone in Korea have more cash than you? If liquidity dries up and the market becomes a desert, shouldn't you be dancing in joy? I would have so many better ways of using the money. So why? Some great companies could collapse. You're the only one who could swoop in and gobble them up. So, do you see better things with a narrow focus? Dazed. My grandfather will never suffer from the likes of dementia. He's over 80, but his mind is sharper than mine. Grandfather, what's wrong? I thank the heavens that you're not my competition. Enough of your flattery. Where did you learn that?
Jin Dojun. Uncle, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault, as expected. He'd never drop his prideful act. He'd never ask me for the money back. Morally, I'd return it after a reasonable premium, but they used it all to pay off short-term debt for life, fire and capital insurance. Because foreign capital pulled out altogether, well, at least it helped. The company should use all resources for urgent debts. Families help each other out. It's fine. Thanks for understanding. Strange to hear when you refuse to lend your desperate younger brother money. I called you about the shareholding structure. Shares? Yeah. I discussed it with Dongi. We decided things need to change. Termites are gnawing away at the pillars of our family. Do you mean CEO Ocean? Yes. We're waiting on the exact number, but he has roughly 23%. Don't you find it ridiculous? Let's hear him out. What is he plotting? If he gets the wrong idea, we could get in serious trouble. Wrong idea? He could call a special shareholders meeting and force every Sunyang affiliate to have one. What if he asks to inspect our books? He's a financial expert. I asked him in advance to avoid that. I'm not trying to ask you for a temporary fix. Ocean could just use foreign capital to target Sunyang. Uncle, aren't you overreacting? He's my dad's best friend. He's also too weak to do that. That's why I need your pledge. Pledge? Yeah, with your help, he'd be the second largest shareholder. It's clearly possible for him to have the wrong idea. So I'm gonna restructure the controlling shares. So cooperate. That's your pledge. He won't be easy. You'd have to move shares bound in circular ownership. Shares in other affiliates are company assets. They'd need to be transacted. One wrong move, and a CEO could face malpractice. I'll be very slow and careful. I have no choice but to agree for now. This could be real or a test. All right. I'll help you with my voting rights anytime. Great. Puts me at ease knowing you agree. Older uncle's smile looks forced. I wonder if mine does as well. Oh? How have you been? How are you here? Kim Yoon-seok must have told you. Yes, you obviously have something to say. Should we go somewhere quiet?
재밌집 막내 아들.
This is unusual of you. It must be serious. It's been serious ever since I took over the finance affiliates. Don't exaggerate. You're doing a good job. You handed over the operations to executives. Right? Yes. And you make the big decisions? Not exactly. I only get reports on daily changes or major issues. So why did you suddenly drop by? Why do you think? Geez, your cocky side slips out sometimes. That's not good. I'm still more polite compared to my cousins. No, your cousins are stupid and rude. So what is it? I came to ask you to be on my side. Excuse my rudeness. Your side? Yes. Siding with other gets complicated with age. At a young age, it's just friendship. But adults, even enemies, can side together for shared interests. But it's rarely equal, usually hierarchical. People can be secretaries, employees, bodyguards, yet be all on the same side. South Korea's most powerful man is on your side. Why me? Are you greedy for people now too? I left grandfather's embrace. He's no longer with me. At best, he's like a supporter in the stands. No, he can jump back in any time. This isn't about shares. Even without a single stock to his name, everyone will follow him. All of Suenyang's executives are on his side. Isn't that just your wish, Chief Secretary? What? Grandfather will only watch in the future too. Even if Suenyang falls, he won't step in. How can you be so sure? The Suenyang card incident. My uncle Jin Donggi lost his shares. Grandfather's vision of two brothers leading together is gone. Yet he said nothing. On top of that, Suenyang card went to outsiders. He hated the credit card business, but never wanted the Suenyang name tarnished. Still, he watched the fire burn. He's firmly retired. Or just watching because it's going his way. You think he'd let things go your way? One affiliate gone. 7% of the second son's shares vanished. You say he wanted that? Of course. His precious grandson got the card company and shares. He must be proud. The little grandson struck his wolf-like uncle alone. I bet he danced with joy. What is he on about? Does he know everything? Why are you so shocked? You thought I wouldn't know? You probably did. The mysterious veiled figure, slowly taking hold of Suenyang Group. Is this what you wanted? Isn't it a bit childish? When did you find out? Wrong question. That doesn't matter. How much do you know? You're the largest shareholder of New York Fantasy Investment. No, it's sole shareholder. And most of its capital is your money. Korean Fantasy is a subsidiary of New York Fantasy. So that's your company too. Meaning, HW Group, Sunyang Motors, Sunyang Card are all yours. And the controlling stake Fantasy holds in Sunyang Group is yours as well. Let's see. 33%, right? Aside from foreign investment and my assets. He knows everything. The second largest Suenyang shareholder, HW's head, and the huge overseas funds of an investment firm. Yet you're asking me to side with you. Ridiculous. Isn't it? Had Chief Secretary Lee Hokji not been drunk, he wouldn't reveal that he knows everything to me. Would he? You must have been very surprised. Tremendously. You achieved this without the chairman. With your ability, you could seize Suenyang soon. What's missing? Suenyang is a fortress. Not really. Specifically, Jin Youngji is unreliable. He'll cause huge trouble soon, and if he doesn't, if my uncles stay cautious, Suenyang is a fortress. No cracks to slip through. Why obsess over Suenyang? With your ability, just focus on HW. In 10 to 20 years, IT could rival Suenyang. Or now, use your Suenyang shares to split off affiliates into HW. That would instantly put you in the top 3 conglomerates. A Chaebol leader in your 20s. You'd be rewriting history. I could do it now, but I didn't come back just to play corporate ranking games. No matter how solidly I build HW, IT can't catch up to Suenyang. Why not? Because it has no history. Suenyang's 50-year-old history. And the people recorded in that history are the essence of Suenyang. Something money cannot buy. You're as greedy as the chairman. So you won't write your own history? No. The safest to take theirs. It's not impossible. You'd succeed. But that path's blocked. Blocked? How? My 2 uncles are trying to readjust the controlling shares. They'll restructure the holding companies and rebalance the ratios to devalue Fantasy's stake. They even demanded my voting rights, telling me not to oppose them. Are they insane? The controlling stake is only 5% of all Suenyang affiliates. That 5% runs the group. One mistake and the cross-shareholding collapses. Suenyang's ownership could flip instantly, they say. They'll move cautiously, slowly. So when the chairman dies, they'll reshuffle. Yes, let them. Suenyang without the chairman doesn't interest me. They can tear it apart or ruin it. Are you planning to retire? Of course. Why would I work with those foxes and their kids with their teeth bared at me? Maybe this readjustment is to push me out. If they keep my system, they'll have to be wary of me. Even after grandfather passes, I'll treat you the same. Secretary? Absolutely not. I will treat you as the rightful owner of Suenyang Group's chairman's office. I'm serious. You'll be the second-generation Suenyang Group chairman, and I'll be the third. How about it? You're too young to retire, and too exceptional to change careers. I'll make it so you can stay as the chairman for as long as you want. You're quite smart, and a really wicked bastard too. Huh? Me? Yeah. Probably worse than the chairman. Provoking a person's deepest desires to move them. Huh? What's so bad about showing your desire? It's only embarrassing if you expose yourself without getting what you want. Ah, you brazen rascal. How can you say that so casually? Chief Secretary, may I ask what it is you want to protect? Loyalty. Loyalty? To my grandfather? Yeah. He wants his legacy passed down intact to his bloodline, after all. I thought my role ended there, and I carried it out well. Is he being truthful? He never once felt greed? No, he just confessed that he has a hidden desire. What about the hidden desire then? Was that the position of Suenyang chairman? Well, there's definitely something else, but it's never been concrete. You're the one who showed me a vision, a pretty picture. Isn't it? I take down the 2 vice chairmen with my blood and tears, and you take the seat just a few years later. I called you clever. Precisely because you chose me to fill that void. The older adults around you don't want to be chairman, do they? Your father got the life he wanted. And Ocean isn't even related to you or Suenyang. I've been steering the group, so everyone will agree to me taking over. That's exactly how Lee Bangwan put forth his younger brother Lee Bangwa as king after Lee Sung Gye. The difference here being that you're giving it to me till you reach the right age. You see me as terribly wicked, but I'm not that bad. If you want, I'll make it so your son gets a key position too. I could even give him a key affiliate as a vice chairman. You know that I prefer a professional management system. Geez, such a wicked fellow. You know my sons have other pursuits. Drink that and get up. I think I've listened to everything you had to say. Is there more? He's not fully on my side, but he's not gonna stand against me either. I'll postpone hearing his sincere answer. I've confirmed he sees me favorably. He knows my ties to fantasy, yet never revealed it. He watched silently as I chipped away at my 2 uncles' shares. Thank you for hearing me out till the end. Still no answer? Yes. It's been days and he acts like it didn't happen. I met him multiple times at my grandfather's house when I went to say hi. He won't even meet my eyes. Anyway, I hope he accepts. That way, you can protect your shares. Yes. Actually, restructuring the holding company isn't that difficult. Just redraw the ownership structure and give instructions to the affiliate presidents. Accordingly, while your grandfather is alive, the affiliate president will first look to his approval. But once he passes, they'll have to follow the prince's orders. Sir, a guest is chief secretary. I hope I'm not intruding by dropping in unannounced. Not at all. It's been a long time. Yes, it's been quite a while, hasn't it, Mr.? Oh, you look great. Life must be treating you well. My fortunes have turned thanks to him. So of course, I just drift about like a loafer these days. My belly just keeps getting bigger. Seems you're not going after more. Is this the end for you? He's really sharp. Chief Secretary Lee Hokji instantly understood his banter. I'm waiting for the right time to exit. I'm thinking about how to spend the money Dojun made for me. Anyway, I'm glad you came. Please help Dojun. Honestly, you already know. He's superior to the 2 vice chairmen. No? Make him Suenyang's chairman and then retire. I'll prepare a place with beautiful scenery for you. You won't regret it. He's the right choice for Suenyang's future too. He's on another level compared to the Chaebol thugs. He wouldn't siphon off company funds and use a proper professional management system, probably because he's got too much of his own money. Huh? Of course, even after paying his taxes, his own number is in the trillions. Company funds are just pocket change. He figured out fantasy's structure but not my wealth scale? Dojun. Yes, I'll protect your shares. I have dozens of boxes of documents. They've got the whole history of share management, evidence of illegal actions. That should be enough of an answer, right? Huh? That's it? He's not gonna tell me about the other proposal? Alcohol is dangerous after all. It's so hard to take responsibility for promises made while drunk. You're leaving already? Stay for a meal. Let's talk a bit more. Do we have more to discuss? You mean the 2nd generation Suenyang Group chairman? We can talk about that when you have the ability to grant it. You've got a long road ahead. Don't put the cart before the horse. Chief Secretary Lee Hokji is saying, once I have the power to appoint a chairman, there's no telling if I'd change plans. His answer is enough for me right now. You seem satisfied. Yes. I realized how similar Chief Secretary Lee Hokji is to me. How? He didn't reveal his greed even at my offer. Even though the chairman can control Suenyang even without owning it. Probably because he'd be a powerless salaried chairman. No. He already knows I own HW Group. He also knows I don't interfere in its management. A salaried chairman. Yes, but he'd be the one with the authority. IT wouldn't be far off to say he'd control the group. Plus he knows I don't pressure affiliate CEOs about profits or sales. He knows I'll never oust him over that. That's true. You're not profit crazy like your uncles either. You even inject your own funds to save a company. It's a free ride. Why did he refuse? He doesn't trust verbal promises. His promise to protect the share structure and my promise to make him chairman are only words after all. Dojun, make a deal with me. Huh? Deal? My severance pay. I've been CEO for quite a long time. It's gotta be huge, no? He's not negotiating the severance with me for later. He's telling me he's retiring. Dojun, my dream was always to retire at SEO and enjoy my last years in a Southeast Asian resort, playing golf and eating good food. I'll give you the private villa in the resort we opened last year in Kota Kinabalu. What? The Marble House? 10 luxurious villas built for the wealthiest clients at the resort. A severance pay? Or are you asking me to work a few more years in exchange? If that was possible, I would do it. Thank you for not being stubborn. It really eases my mind. Let's go in. The people around me don't exist for my sake. It's okay. They have their own lives, and I've only stepped in there for a moment. When should I process your resignation? This Christmas. I'll spend the winter at the Marble House in Kota Kinabalu. Let's settle everything before then. An even bigger businessman than my grandfather.
재벌집 막내 아들.
During Chuseok, a super typhoon struck the Korean peninsula. It lingered over the East Sea for 6 hours, but nature's power was beyond human control. It scarred the peninsula with 4.78 trillion won in property damage, tens of thousands of displaced people, and more than 130 casualties. HW Group, meeting room. Our construction projects are on hold for now. I've ordered an exact damage assessment and countermeasures. Casualties? Fortunately, none of our employees lost their lives. Some night shift workers were injured, but nothing life-threatening. Make sure they're cared for and compensated generously so they don't feel neglected. Yes, Chairman. The rest, you can handle yourselves. I don't think I need to micromanage, isn't that right? Yes, you can take your leave, Mr. Chairman. We'll compile a report for you later. Don't waste time on that. Just plan good countermeasures. All the affiliate executives already know Chairman Song Hyun-chang is retiring. Damage to public facilities will surely exceed trillions. The government has already started an emergency budget draft. It sounds insensitive, but this is a chance for our construction industry, and not just for US. Every construction company in Korea is holding heated meetings right now to compete for the trillions they'll pour into recovery and rebuilding. In this recession caused by the credit crisis, it's like winning the lottery. Everyone, wait, what if we change direction? I know this is a huge opportunity, but it's also a tragedy. Let's not exploit the tragedy to make money, but use it differently. Differently? How? To improve our group's image. How? As public construction. So there will be bidding. We won't join the lowest price competition and use another approach, like pledging our profits to the disaster victims. You mean donate the profits as charity? No, that won't stand out. A construction company should give back using construction. Build apartments and distribute them to flood victims who lost their homes. Director, these people have lost their homes now. It'll take too long and they need a house right now. I gotta fire him. IT shouldn't have taken him long to think of the answer to his own question. We can buy houses for them to live in while we build. We're not responsible for everyone, so we don't need to buy thousands. We'll purchase only what we can afford. It's the perfect chance to acquire non-business real estate. That man needs a promotion. He understood my intentions. I didn't mean that's the only way. I was suggesting this as possible method. HW Group just needs to show that we're not exploiting a national disaster for profit, but doing our best to help recovery, to the government, and to the public. But don't forget, HW's reputation must rise higher than our lost profits. An effect worth tens, hundreds of trillions of dollars in profit. That's the key. Use every idea you can within the no-loss range. That will bring US far more than immediate profit. Report back as soon as the results come out. Dojun, I'd like to borrow your idea too. And Mr. Oh, you have some time, right? Please speak with him. I'm no good anyway. Huh? What's wrong with him? I'll tell you. Let's go. Retiring? Isn't a man at 50 in his prime for work? I'm past 60. I still haven't thought about retiring. Is he out of his mind? Why waste such a brilliant brain? What can we do? He says it's always been a dream of his. Holding him back won't stop him. This is serious. Chairman Hyun Chang already announced his retirement at the end of the year. I thought CEO Ocean would be the next HW chairman. He's more than qualified. No? Is that just your opinion or the whole board's? The entire board thought so. We thought those two planned it. What should we do now that CEO O can't take over? What? Successor to Chairman Song? You're being far too modest. You trust Chairman Jin's judgment, right? Of course. Why is he suddenly bringing up grandfather? He said so. I can dig a well but not rule the river. So he threw me into the automobile industry and never interfered much. It's an unthinkable position for me. Find someone else. The problem is that there's no one else. Let's talk about that later. Our car company can't just sit still, right? Yes. We need to show a completely different attitude from Daehoon Motors. How? First, call every customer in Gyeongnam and Kangwon who bought an Eskilo. Offer free inspections and repairs. Even if they say they're fine, do it anyway. They'll appreciate us for taking care of them. Inspections are fine. They don't cost much. But free repairs will be expensive. Natural disasters aren't covered within the free AS period. I'm thinking of something even bigger. Even bigger? Yes. Collect all flood-damaged cars that are beyond repair and give the customers new ones. Eskilo isn't a bestseller, so the number of units sold isn't that high. As you know, most sales were in the capital region, so only a few cars were sold in the affected areas. Bring me the regional sales figures for Eskilo. Alright, let's do it. But first, let's send out a press release. If this hits the news, it'll cause a stir. No, we mustn't send it to the press ourselves. What? You mean we should do it secretly? Yes, of course, secretly. Quietly. That's ridiculous. We're talking about free replacements. It'll cost billions. At the very least, we should get some PR out of it. Dojun, you said it yourself. The losses must be offset by the boost to the group's image. I'll be clear. For the sake of the company, we need to make noise about this. Of course, our good deeds should be known to everyone. Then why no press releases? Mr. CEO, you don't announce good deeds. People should catch you doing them. What? Our good deeds can't stay hidden. Even the media will surely report it even more widely. Begging them to cover our press releases won't be free. Will it? The media reports on internet buzz way more than any press release. Just the possible insurance payouts must be giving them a headache, especially Suanyang Fire and Marine Insurance. They cover the natural disaster insurance product that covers damages from typhoons, heavy rain, floods, strong winds, earthquakes, and so on. I'll excuse myself first. Let me be clear. Don't slight the victims by trying to save money, by cutting corners on insurance payouts. Understood? Don't take my warning casually. Tell everyone not to make base-legs assumptions. Don't pull tricks to avoid paying insurance. That must not happen. Yes. I'll make sure that's firmly understood. And use the name of Suanyang Financial Group to make a donation. I was already planning to. Calls from the 3 major broadcasters and newspapers are flooding in. This is a competition too. Fundraising for disaster relief is a way for media companies to show off their influence. If we spread donations evenly, there won't be complaints. But once you donate it, the money gets split. Not ideal for a corporation. Director, are we donating alone? We'll at least need to donate under the Suanyang Group name, right? Send it out under the financial group name first. Using the whole Suanyang Group name will leave us in the shadows. Suanyang Electronics will obviously hog the spotlight. We can't be foolish. Vice Chairman Jin Yoongi will blow his top. I'll handle that. Don't worry. Just do it. What about the media outlets? Leave them out of it. We'll donate directly to the Disaster Countermeasures headquarters. One big move stands out way more than several small ones. Understood. How much should we give? 5 billion should be enough, right? More than enough. Understood. Any other instructions? Do you know a trustworthy journalist? Not some cheap, reckless writer. Someone with decent writing skills. I'll check with the PR team. But why do you ask? I plan to make a personal donation. Please handle it anonymously. You're trying to create a good story. Yes. Then the amount? I bet 50 billion. Would make headlines, right? 50 billion, Mr. Jin Dojun of Suenyang Group was revealed as the anonymous donor of 50 billion won to the disaster countermeasures headquarters, drawing huge attention. He has long been known as a financial prodigy, often called Korea's George Soros. This has sparked even greater curiosity about the true scale of his wealth. His donation is the largest ever, nearly 10 times the donations by major corporations. Civil groups praised him as a model of noblesse oblige. He declined interviews, saying, "I only did what was necessary, nothing to boast about." Suenyang Group added that he felt embarrassed his deed was exposed. What? Embarrassed? You staged the broadcast, you fraud. Hey, why are you bratting my son? He did a good deed. Don't be fooled, man. You have no idea what kind of person your son is, Mr. Joe Daho's thrilled. This was even bigger than the Global Cup AD. The stock price shot straight up. 2 birds with 1 stone. An action doesn't need to have just one goal. No? You can hit 2 targets with 1 shot. Be honest. What are you really after? Laying the groundwork? I guess? It's just part of a long-term plan. See? I was right, weren't I? It's all going according to his plan. I don't care what his goal is. Dojun. Yes. How about we talk about work? Huh? What work? Father really speaks in a subdued tone like this. The company gave me a huge mission. What mission? Ahem. You know how you make the news. Just like you'd expect of a 3rd-gen Chaebol heir. Other guys end up in scandal news in the society section, but you're in the business section. And now even the society pages have good stories about you. Don't tell me? Yes. Do an interview. Our broadcast company's starting this variety entertainment show. It's not just any variety show. It's infotainment, mixing fun with information. I'm not asking you to be funny. Just think of it as an interview. Well, someone's living easy thanks to having a good son. He even turned down a network TV interview, but now a cable channel, with bottom-of-the-barrel ratings, gets an exclusive with Dojun. He's gonna be the first guest of the first broadcast. The producer swears ratings will hit at least 2%, maybe even 5% with you. Come on, do me this favor. Think of it as saving a program for your dad this once. A few days later, wow, my nephew's got a face made for TV. You've got that dazzling celebrity aura. I'm already dying of embarrassment from all the teasing these days. Even you now, uncle? Should I just leave? Oh my, why would you leave? You gotta save me first. Seems like recovery is hard. Huh? Didn't you get any funds to inject? I don't have a wealthy nephew to rely on. Everyone in the financial sector is just scrambling to save themselves anyway. Even the Daehoon name doesn't have weight anymore. No, I mean, did your brothers block the funds? That has a huge part in it too. My big brother wouldn't miss this chance. Rumors are already spreading throughout the business world about Chairman Ju Tae-sik doing everything he can to drive out his younger brothers. But how did you foresee this? What do you mean? During the card crisis, you sold the company and I acquired one. It's clear whose choice was the right one. It wasn't a prediction, just a matter of preference. Rumor has it you had all sorts of fun with it. Is it true? I heard you got your 2 uncles really badly. No, all I got was bonds. Fantasy got all the fun. Wasn't that your doing? Didn't you plan things to go that way? No, I only mediated. That mediation. Can you do it one more time? How much closer to the cliff is he? The closer he is to the edge, the better terms I can get. I'm not sure I can. Fantasy has Suenyang card now. Their belly must be full. Pouring huge funds into another card business isn't an easy decision either. SEO Keyword focuses more on internal strengthening than on outward expansion. He's a professional manager at an investment firm. After all, naturally, his priority is the investor's interests. That's how he thinks. An investor will expand endlessly as long as the output is good. Isn't that true for you too? If the stock price is guaranteed to rise, you'd keep buying endlessly, wouldn't you? That's true. But with Daehoon card, everything is uncertain. To be honest, it's unbearably unsettling. But since the input is small, the terms will be good. Just help with the debt. Only the debt? These terms are really good. Because the acquisition price is nowhere near to what it'll be once Daehoon card recovers with the economy. Yes, we poured a lot of affiliate funds into Daehoon card. If you just resolve that, I'll finally be able to breathe again. How much is that affiliate debt? You don't need to know that, do you? I want to talk directly to CEO Ocean. It hurts my pride to show you my dirty laundry. I should have been careful. I'm the mediator here, not the owner of Fantasy. Still, I need at least a rough figure to bring it up. Asking for a meeting outright? You know that's difficult, don't you? ISIT? But having an acquaintance connect me to him is better after all. Why's he so flustered? Did I say something flustering? He looks like he's hiding something. Anyway, I understand. I'll relay the message to CEO Ocean, but he'll want to check the debt amount first. COO won't even consider meeting if it's not reasonable. Why risk a face-to-face clash over a deal that's bound to fail anyway? I can promise that COO won't regret it. Haha, this man is clearly plotting something else.
재벌집 막내 아들.
187. Hyphen.com. Mr. Director, they're just whining. Daehoon card barely needs 200 billion won. Why would he talk of selling it and the money borrowed from affiliates? We don't know the exact amount, but Chairman Ju Kwang-sik owns those companies too. There's no reason he'd have to pay it back urgently. As mentioned in the previous report, the government favors them, so there's no external pressure. He's definitely scheming something. It's hidden. There doesn't seem to be any problems. So if they're eager to sell, there has be either an urgent internal problem or some other scheme. I just hope we don't get dragged into it. He's right. I don't need to go berserk over his hidden motives. I need to stop being greedy and look at the company from another angle. Mr. Vice President. Yes, please devise a strategy to take down Daehoon card. What? We need to steal their main customer base. It has to be a blatant strategy they can't ignore. I want to take a look at their true intentions. If they're fine, they'll endure it. But if they have problems, the truth will come out soon. We'll decide on acquisition then. We'll launch a new card with services similar to Daehoon card, or add those services to our existing card and hit back with advertising. I prepared thoroughly for the coming storm. Waited. And when others were swept away by the storm, I alone thrived. But lately, I've gone from being confident into arrogant. I need to escape the illusion that everything around me is my trophy. And if someone tries to exploit me, I must crush them, so they never dare think of it again. Oh, my dear nephew, did something make you angry with me? Why are you being so cold and avoiding me? Not at all. I've just been overwhelmed with work lately. I apologize. No need to apologize. I need you, so I have to work hard. I'm just whining a bit. Haha, right. I heard the rumor. CEO Ocean is taking a break? Yes, like a sabbatical, I guess. He pushed himself too hard and burned out. He plans to rest for a year and recharge. Whoa, isn't he lucky? A whole year off in times like these? Incredible. Who could be luckier than a Chaebol family's heir like you? Just for being born the founder's child, you get titles like CEO or chairman, once you're old enough without making any effort. Isn't that the definition of lucky? Meanwhile, people like Ocean grind day and night to earn those titles. Him being called lucky by people like you is an insult. The doctor's diagnosis was uncontestable. He told him that he would ruin his health if he kept going like that. TSK. You can't believe doctors 100%. Their job is to tell people they're sick. Who'd visit them otherwise? Anyway, he won't go back on it, now that it's decided. So will you be filling his place? Nephew? Not entirely. For investment matters, I'll do what I can, but anything too difficult I'll still need to confirm with CEO. I see. I heard you're taking over the card company acquisition. That's no easy decision. Is it? He's still expecting to meet COO. I'll shatter that expectation to pieces. Right now. Uncle, you really can't read the room. What? Me? Why would they leave that major decision to me? That was just a polite refusal. Refusal, you say? So the rumors are true. What rumor? That Sunyang card is preparing to wage an all-out war with me. Don't you know? There's no way I'd know of a major event like that. Why are you acting like this? Since you're trying to mess with Daehoon card. IT seems like you're trying to take US down. You're really scaring me out here. Let's stop here. We don't need to point knives at each other. Do we? I don't get what you mean. Stop it already. You two are close enough that he's entrusting his company to you. What do you not get? Stop testing me. You're the one who showed your weakness. Uncle, this isn't about US. It's between companies. Would you let a weakened competitor recover and stand tall again? In this business, it's normal to knock down even regular companies. If you want it, using any means possible. No? Yet this is a fallen company trying to get up again. If we don't attack you, we're no company. That sounds like a rehab center. What are you talking about? I already said I'd give it to you for a fair price. Why would you attack a company ready to surrender? Good. That's the answer I wanted. Then I'll send in Fantasy's audit and accounting teams. A truckload each. Only then can we decide whether to acquire, and at what price. No, if you accept this proposal, we'll consider a retreat from the war. As expected, no answer. Of course, showing all the accounting books isn't easy. But in a crisis where the company must be sold, there's no reason not to either. It looks like you want to find out everything, find the weak points, and strike there. Rather, asking us to buy without showing the goods. Sounds like you're not going to sell. No need for more verbal fights. No need to figure out Chairman Ju's scheme either. We'll just attack until he screams and surrenders completely. We'll push him into real danger, instead of letting him whine, so he can never get up again. Well then, I've conveyed CEO's opinion. I'll take my leave now. Wait. Listen to me before you go. Actually, Uncle. No, Chairman Ju. Whatever your circumstances, it's already too late. Did you mistake Fantasy for tools in your pocket? Something you can just use and put back again anytime you want? Never. You're misunderstanding. I just need a little help. Why should I? Who should be helping who here? Nephew, uncle. That's just a fun way to address each other. Our true nature is prey and predator. Few days later, as soon as news of Chairman Ju Kwangsik injecting 1 trillion of his own money into Daehoon card came out, the creditor banks also approved 1 trillion in emergency support. At first he boasted he could solve it easily. But after endless excuses and delays, he finally yielded to the creditor's last warning and opened his own wallet. And that boasting never included selling the company. Did it? He even bragged he'd pull funds from Daehoon Motors. Chairman Ju Taesik of Daehoon Motors helping his younger brother? That's harder to believe than Cain helping Abel. In times of chaos, if you set aside your arrogance and take cautious, careful steps, it's not too late then. Just leave already. I'm not emigrating. Why did you even come here? Man, your luggage says otherwise. You're going there for 3 months. Why are there 3 bags? My wife packed these. She said she wants to stay there. Exercise a bit when you get to Kota Kinabalu. Stop nagging. Fresh air and good sunlight can make you fit without exercise. Rather, if you don't send me any emails, I'll be even healthier. Don't make me worry over pointless things. Got it? I'll send daily reports. You're getting cheeky. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry. It'll work out. Go, your wife is waiting. Man. Show her some respect. She's your older brother's wife. How can you call her younger brother's wife? You're 2 years younger than me, you little brat. Okay, go already. Let's go. Are you going to the office now? No, I'll go home since it's been so long and have dinner. Let's call Songjuin too, and we can have a cozy family gathering. Are you finally growing up? Seeing Cian leave makes you want to be a good son now? Huh? Why is he calling? Who is it? The hospital director. Another VIP got admitted. Yes, director. It's me speaking. What? Who? What? Director, this is Jin Dojun. What's going on? Dojun, it's you. And your dad? Why is his voice shaking? Is it? He's too shocked to speak to you. Is it grandfather? Well, how do I? Director, the chairman has fainted. Luckily, Chief Secretary Lee rushed him to the hospital immediately since he was with him. But Chief Secretary Lee ordered it to be kept secret. He said not to tell others? Yes. But I thought the chairman of the foundation should be informed. So I called. Thankfully Chief Lee was there and took measures I wanted. So it's a good thing. How is his condition? He's stable. He's resting now. Understood. Director, make sure the hospital staff don't leak this. Thank you for contacting father. Don't mention it. I did what I should have. Let's go to Suanyang Medical Center. As quickly as possible. I'll take care of father. So go ahead. Yes, sir. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Is father all right? Yes. They say he's resting now, so don't worry. That's a relief. Let's hurry. Sanyang Hospital. Where is father? Is he in the special ward? Yes. But visitation might be difficult. He's in deep sleep, so you'll have to wait a while. Is Chief Secretary Lee still at the hospital? He left just a moment ago. I believe he went back to the company. When he wakes, will he be able to be discharged? He will need to remain hospitalized. For the time being, rather, discharge might be difficult. Is he critical? It's a cerebrovascular disease. His blood flow is impaired. You mean a stroke? Correct. It's because his heart has weakened considerably. Considering the chairman's age, it is a natural consequence of aging. Why would discharge be difficult then? Because no one can guarantee the outcome if it happens again. The treatment must be done within 3 hours of him fainting. After that, the golden time shortens rapidly. It'll happen more often and faster than the last time. I'm sorry to say this, but it is the natural course of aging. How much longer then? We cannot postpone grandfather's death any longer. It is unbearable, but I have to accept it. When did you come here? It's been a while. What happened? I spend hours with him every day, keeping him company. You know? He fainted while walking in the garden together. Right. You heard the doctor's opinion, right? Yes. I don't want to say it, but we have to prepare ourselves. The chairman will not return to full health, nor to normal life. Yes, I understand. I'm prepared. But Hyungnim, huh? Why did you order it to be kept quiet? I was about to contact my brothers, but I postponed it for now. Even if the Grim Reaper appeared, he said he'd shoo him away once and wake up. He insisted he'd settle everything himself before meeting the Reaper. For a man past 80, even a trivial slip on icy ground can end his life. Gambling on such faint chances of recovery is reckless. Trust the chairman. I know him better than you do. He said there's matters he needs to address, so he won't pass away until that's done. Even so, I have to inform my brothers and sister. Father has had a stroke. We can't hide it. Let's wait. Didn't the doctor say he was stable? He'll wake soon. When he does, we can take his orders and we can contact them then. I'll take on any regretment they have.